To the F3 sprint race here in Austria. We are all set to go for what is going to be an absolutely fantastic sprint race of the weekend. We're almost set to go. And I must apologise, we'll try and bring in as much track noise as possible, but it seems that whether it be Sky Sports F1 or Formula 1 TV themselves, for some reason the commentary's only coming out one side of the speaker. So a bit of a shocking poor performance from their commentary box, really. But we will keep going and hope it gets fixed. Alongside me in the commentary box is Omi and Tom Gans as well. Omi, going to be an interesting race, but James Wharton on pole position as well as we get ready for the lights out in a few moments' time.
Yeah, absolutely. We have Sandro Giusti starting in second place. The Williams Jr., who is going to be looking to try and move forward after he started on pole in Monaco. Lost the lead there. Let's see what he can do from second place. And around Austria, Formula 3 racing can be quite good. And you've also, as JB mentioned, got Tom Kent in the commentary box as well. And Tom, we had an absolutely extraordinary Formula 3 race here last year. And we always do every year. We come here and we're looking forward to more of the same with a new generation of car.
The Red Bull Ring never disappoints when Formula 3 is in town, as we've got 30 Formula 3 cars on the grid, ready to go for this first of two races that they'll be doing this weekend. There we see Rafa Kamara on the grid, the championship leader, 26 points ahead in the lead, or may have been 24 now, because Nicholas Solov got the points for pole position. But he needs a strong race, really, just to give himself a little bit of comfort going into the feature race tomorrow. Ugo Ogachukwu, who has struggled so far this season, having a better qualifying than he has done throughout most of this season, in 5th place. Let's see what he can do from here as we run down on today's grid.
Yeah, absolutely. Ugo Ogachukwu is one to watch. He had a spin at the end of his flying lap at the final corner. He had a chance to go for it, but it was all taken away from him. So he starts in 5th today, but let's find out where the rest of them do. On debut, Nikita Johnson goes from 30th, and it's Gerard G in 29th alongside him as well. Marin Angeli and James Headley, the AIXs, share the row in 28th and 27th position. And then we get Ivan Dominguez in 26th. He, of course, won our last sprint contest in Formula 3. Zagazdeta will go from 25th place on the grid. Jesse Carrasqueda only in his second weekend of the category. Roman Belinsky found himself with a poor qualifying in 23rd by his standards. Christian Ho in 22nd. Lawrence Van Hoopen still not being able to find everything that he wanted in the ART. Louis Sharp and Tuka Tappinen, same applies to them. They would have wanted to be higher today, but they are going from 20th and 19th. Terry O'Neill is in 18th, and then it's Tim Traminitz. A big disappointment when it came to qualifying for the Red Bull Junior, considering he contended at the front so much in that session. And then it's Santiago Ramos, one of our winners from earlier on in the season. He's alongside Martini Estenstrom. Mary Boyer will go from 14th, part of the Aston Martin Academy now, of course, and he's alongside Noah Leon in Prema, for Prema. Nicolas Solov, our pole sitter for tomorrow, is reversed down to 12th today. Brilliant job by Brad Benavides. Let's see what he can do from 11th, though. Noah Stromstead is in 10th. Bruno Del Pino starts in 9th position, does the Spanish driver. And then we've got Sanapol Interpruvzak, who goes from 8th. Callum Woisen is in 7th place for Rodin Motorsport. And then we get Rafa Kamara, as he looks to finally have a sprint race that he can remember this season. Ugo Ogachukwu goes from P5. Brandon Badoa is in 4th. And then it's Charlie Wirtz, who goes from P3. And our front row is shared by Sandro Giusti and James Wharton in the ART. Let's see whether he's going to be able to take the race victory. Of course, this is the shorter of the two races that we run by a couple of laps, and also we dish out sprint race points compared to Grand Prix points. So it's a bit of a different race, but it does mean that the drivers still absolutely go on the attack and they still give it their all, and sprint racing can sometimes always be some of the best that we get. We're underway then for the formation lap, and Wharton is going to be now thinking and having a huge goal ahead of him now, as we've got a staller on the grid. That's Bruno Del Pino, so he's not got anywhere.
No, and that's him stalled on the grid, which means he'll have to start from the pit lane unless he can get going again from there. That's a terrible shame. The man starting 9th on the grid, the Spaniard, after a brilliant qualifying. He qualified 4th, hence why he's starting 9th. But yeah, he will be pushed to the pit. Although actually, he gets going. So he gets going, and because he got going before the last car went past him, he will be able to reclaim his 9th position on the grid. A lucky, lucky man indeed.
Yep, lucky man, considering we have James Wharton slowing the whole field up quite a lot. It should be quite easy to get himself back to the correct grid spot as well. So that is great. We thought it all faded away for Bruno Delpino, but he was able to get it back, Joshua Birch, as we now hear from our top 3.
I mean, it's a track where it's easy to overtake, but you have to play the DRS game as well, and there is degradation with these soft tires. So it'll be a race about managing everything around you, and in the end, I think the smartest driver will probably come out on top with playing these DRS games.
Yeah, we'll be starting from P2 tomorrow, so yeah, I expect a good start. Trying to go for P1 soon and try to stay P1. I mean, it's easy to say like this, but harder on the track. Yeah, there will be as well with choice with tire of what someone can put new or not. So that will be in a discussion after with the team.
Yeah, for me, starting from pole, you can show people in this paddock, but in the paddock beside us in Formula 1, that what you can do in front, what you can do in the lead is a very different story to fighting in P12, where I have been for the rest of the season. So going at the front, being on the front row for the first time in Formula 3 is going to be something special, and yeah, I just can't wait to get started tomorrow and hopefully have a good start, as you said, and hopefully lead every race, every lap.
We'll do our best to bring you track noise throughout the race. Hopefully, how I've adjusted it means that we will hear the noise more than the commentators behind. It's not our problem, it's not our fault. We'll try our best. But sometimes these situations do come to challenge us. Kamara leads though on 105 points to Solov on 79. Solov has the pole for tomorrow, Omi, and that is going to be key because he needs to start clawing back those points. Kamara's been running away with the F3 Championship so far.
He has, but this is the chance as we enter the second half of the season for Solov to try and come up with something. Right, let's take a look at a replay. Bruno Delpino making his way back up to through the field as he was overtaking the cars, and it was very nearly contact as everyone's weaving, of course.
I mean, that's Padoa again who's causing more issues, but Tom, I think that was just, it was him. Bruno Delpino could just do what he likes. He had to get back to his good position. The last car had not passed him.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, you know, Brando Padoa just needed to be on his toes. I don't know whether his race engineer told him that Bruno Delpino needed to be coming back through and he needed to be on his guard, and he just didn't notice that Delpino was behind him. So very luckily they didn't cause a collision there, otherwise that would have been very, very disastrous. We're just waiting for the last set of cars to head to the grid now, and we can get going for the first bit of racing here at the Red Bull Ring this weekend.
F3 and F2 have their sprint races today. Practice 3 and qualifying for Formula 1 as well. We'll also have the Porsche Carrera Cup the Porsche Super Cup qualifying session coming your way later on tonight. Medical car at the back, green flag is ready. Rebecca Lee will press the button, and it's all eyes to the 5 red lights. 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights, and in the Spielberg Mountains we're underway. It's a good start from our pole sitter, James Wharton. He'll easily come alongside Gusti down towards 2-1. Charlie Vert's in a bit of a bother though. He's having to go to the extreme inside line, and coming round the outside comes Ugo, but he's backed out of it, so here comes Padoa back into it. Ugo Gachiwa is up into about 3rd position. Padoa's backed off, and look now, Gusti's got a big run up towards turn 3 Remus. Can he go for an inside line? Ugo Gachiwa was trying to look round the outside line of Charlie Verts into the braking zone. This is where the old Constantino off goes Ugachiru. Padoa will come back along, have to avoid him, but now down to Socha's Gold. I mean, it's a perfect start. They've all made it through cleanly. That's unusual for F3 in Austria.
Yep, Traminator's on the grass behind as we see GSD. Look left, look right, can't find a way through. And around the outside goes Ugo Gachuku, but Tim Traminich forced on the grass further back as he was battling with Stenshorn. But they've all made their way through, and GSD cannot fight ahead and has to still maintain 2nd place.
Perfect start though, Tom, as well, as now we're seeing them all jostle for position. The F3 cars are small enough that we can go 3 wide, and we're seeing that further back as well.
Yeah, and it was a good getaway from Watson, but I've just seen him move across more than once on the straights when he was defending from Giuristi. Padoa got a really tardy start though off the line, and now we're looking at the Road and Motorsport car. That has to be, who's that? That's Callum Voisin. No, sorry, that's not Voisin. That has to be I've
No,
lost
I
count
think
of where
it is.
we are.
I think it's kind of buzzing
It
down.
is
Yeah,
voicing.
he's moved up big time. So
Yeah, well, Voice is in P7. It was just waiting for the timing tower to update, so that's sorted out. But what a start from Watson. It's staying in the lead for the time being, but GST just keeping up and remaining within DRS range. The DRS is now enabled after one lap, so they all should start using the DRS right now, providing they're within 1 second of the car in front. One driver's had a really torrid start. Is Noel Leon down in 23rd position.
that's a bit of a mess down there. Oh, contact! There's someone lost a front wing. 2 cars off. And one of the AAX is also without a front wing on the run down towards turn number 4. So that's Tuukka Tappinen who's got a problem at the top of the hill, turn 3 as well. And trying to have a look and see who else is down and involved in the order. He's fallen back down. I think Gerard Z's been in there, but Tappen's definitely dropped back. Let's take a look at the replay, Amy, because it all happened further back with the DRS continuing up to turn 3.
Yep, it was a big crunch point as well, down into the braking zone as they all got that one slowed down. And yeah, we're going to have the Dams Lucas all down the inside. Tuukka Tappanen's going to get involved as he finds himself then coming straight to a halt. So yeah, that's exactly what happened down there. Carrasquedo dropped down to 29th. He had to take avoiding action as you got the safety car out.
So lap 2 of 21, the safety car will come out. That'll neutralise the field. It's a 40-minute race. Got 36 minutes to go so far. And now we will halt behind the pace car and get going once again. It's the Mercedes AMG safety car here, this one, but that's because Tuukka Tappinen, the Ferrari Driver Academy, is stopped at the top of the hill at Remus. Tom, if you could just message... I sent you a DM, by the way, if you can just check your messages coming through. As into the pit lane now does come James Headley, and Louis Sharp apparently is also running slowly or stopped on the circuit only. So 3 cars involved in that little contact.
Yeah, absolutely. So a few cars involved, but it is Formula 3 Austria. 30 cars all attacking into one corner. But to be fair, this looks easy compared to what I had last week, where Italian F4 had 40 cars at Monza, heading down into turn 1, as there's Louis Sharp, who has stopped as well. But yeah, quite a lot of carnage expected, and quite a lot of carnage taking place out there on the circuit. Not at the front of the field. Wharton doing exactly what he needs to, as we do see Ho returned back to the pit lane. I mentioned that we had a Dams Lucas also. He's the car who was diving to the inside 100% there, and I think, yeah, that makes sense. So he was the car who sent it like a madman, basically, diving down the inside at turn 3.
So 4 cars interrupting that. 1, 2, 3, yeah, 4 cars. That is Tuukka Tappinen, James Headley, Louis Sharp and Christian Ho, who have all been involved in that contact so far. Whilst under the pace car, let's head down to the World Free. Oh, Omi, talk us to the start.
Yeah, let's go back to the race start then and review what happened. Ugo Gatruku gets away well. Brando Badella chops across. So they're side by side. Ugo Gatruku finds the momentum, sends it around the outside of Austrian's Charlie Wurz as well, the home favourite, as they all made their way through. Turn number 1, as we take a look, some drivers having to go to the runoff area. We arrived into the braking zone. A couple of lockups on the brakes. That was into Pruvzak, who went into the back as well. So he was super late on the brakes and made a little bit of contact down there into the braking zone. As we watch them all now make their way through on this replay, and we had a few AIX cars running off wide, of course. At the back, Carrasquedo and Headley were battling their way through. This is what I mentioned with Tim Traminitz. He's going to get forced off the road by Stenchel a little bit on the grass, which is what I identified earlier on. So he has to back out of it at this stage. He still goes for the move around the outside, very nearly loses it, and does lose it off the road, and he has to go through the runoff.
Constantino effect then approaches up at turn 3. This is Solov's start. Started 12th, up into 8th position. Superb getaway. Really was launching up towards turn number 1 with the... I'm going to turn that off because they're too loud while on the replays. But yeah, sort of really to get a great getaway. And then he just sort of looked into everybody else running off the circuit around him.
Yeah, that is exactly what happened. And then we take a look at lap number 2. So Ho sends it down the inside. That is far too late arriving into the corner and slamming into the side.
I've been hit.
There's Sharp's radio. Says, I've been hit, and broken rear suspension puts him out. My goodness me, my door just slammed. I know you heard that as well, because you looked. Yeah, I'm going to open it.
Yep. that JB's door completely slamming as Christian Ho watches on, the Singaporean driver, with not the start to his sprint race that he would have wanted. Right, okay. So Solov's gained 4 positions. Brad Benavides has gained 2. Stenchon's gained 3 as well. Boyer's gained 1. The safety car's ending at the end of this lap, but it's quite surprising to see that most of the field maintaining positions at the front of the field, not usually something that we see. As with the graphic we're about to get back to the green flags, with Wharton bringing us to the end of this final sector, and we will go on to lap number 5 and the race will resume once more.
Let's also not forget that there is a safety car mandated restart zone here this weekend, so there are slight differences as to when they can hit that green flag. And look at how much Wharton is backing them up coming to the Woods curve. That is not really smart at all. Safety cars officially in, green flags will be out. Wharton's hit the pedal as well, but he's going to allow Gusti and Wirtz to come with him. Badoa and Ugachiwu, the 2 teammates now. Badoa's back ahead of Ugo Ugachiwu. So that's happened on the way up towards turn 3 on the safety car beforehand. We're racing, though, again on lap 5 of 21. And, okay, Wharton's actually controlled that restart perfectly. As to the inside line, going to see Solov trying to make a move on Callum Voslin into turn 1. Does so beautifully, but Callum got the better exit. He's going to try and get the switch back on the inside line for turn 3. And I think he'll have the pace as well, Omi, because it's an inside run. If he can just keep it wheel to wheel, which he has done, that's a superb comeback from Callum Voslin. Didn't panic at all. Meantime, further behind, Bruno Del Pino and Brian Benavides having a bit of a problem, but still, Solov has kept the position against Kamara.
Yeah, very well done there from Solov. Able to get past. Woisen tried to fight back, could not do it as we arrive down into the braking zone as Bruno Del Pino is having a look as he tries to get past. Brad Benavides, who starts on the front row. Tomorrow is right now running in 9th place at the moment, but it looks to be clean and that's exactly what we wanted.
So still in a battle, Tom, as they fly back through, as we now take a look to Martin Estancho as well, who's running in 14th position, ironically enough. So he's running in 12th position for number 14. I was about to say that's ironically enough, but he's moved up 2 places on that restart.
Yeah, so a good restart from Wharton at the head of the field. He needed that, and he's managed to pull away from GSD, but he's not quite out of DRS territory just yet. Charlie Wirtz, who's having the best race of his season so far on home turf as well, the man who's going for his first podium in the series, and now they will head over the line and DRS is being enabled once more. So let's see if we can see some drivers making some moves on this side. There are 3 DRS zones on the circuit. Really, Brando Badoa getting on the curbs.
Yeah, and that's going to leave him vulnerable to Ugo Ugachiwu, who's going to pull to the outside with the DRS. He gets it through now, having to defend from Rafael Kamara, who stails through on the outside line up into Remus. And, I thought Kamara was going to have a go at Ugo. But Badoa comes in all too late, and that was the championship leader, Kamara, seeing everything unfold and avoiding action. He knew that Badoa would come in completely out of sync. He's now going to hold the outside. Badoa needs to be careful here. He's already got a few more penalty points on his license. He can't afford to get too many, as Solov now having to defend from Callum Voslin, who's coming back through, and Brad Benavides looking around the outside line to turn 3. Oh, there he goes on the inside. That's a bit tight.
Yeah, very nearly 3 wide. Brad Benavides is having a look, isn't he?
Oh, I thought he was going to have a go there, but still, Solov holds the position. Voslin's trying to go around the outside, puts it through. Solov's taking the position against Callum Voslin. Benavides can't get back through. Fabulous couple of corners, Omi.
Yeah, that was extraordinary. They were all going for it, left, right and centre. Now we finally get to single file at the front of the field at least. Further back, Stromsted's lost the place. Up goes Tim Traminitz. He's promoted himself up. Wharton's trying to pull away the best he can, but it's the mid-pack that are delivering all of the action at this stage. But now with the DRS and GSD closing in, there will definitely be a chance at the front of the field.
Benavides trying to launch up the inside of Callum Voslin. Voslin doesn't know he's there. There's very nearly contact. They just realised at the last moment, and now that's going to allow Bruno Del Pino to get the DRS and maybe bring in Tanasipol into Pruvazak as well as they come up in towards turn number 4. Voslin is side by side, and he's almost getting forced off the circuit into the braking zone. Voslin's going to come outside, and there's a little bit of contact. There is big contact there, and that is Bruno Del Pino hitting the side of Brad Benavides, and Del Pino's front wing has exploded in the top of Remus. Meantime, in the front, we've got a battle for the leaders. Guisti trying to get through on Wharton, and Wharton's still holding off. Will we need at least a virtual safety car to clean that debris up? Look at the mess in the middle sector, Tom. This is all getting a bit nuts now. We'll have a big one here.
this will have to be a virtual safety car at the very minimum because there's so much debris over at turn 3, and Delpino he'll be needing a new front wing. He'll be heading back to the pits, and Benavides, he's lucky actually survived it, but he's losing places as we see as he goes off the circuit.
That's dangerous because he's got no control when he rejoins, and he's alongside Bruno Delpino as he comes back through. Cars left, right, and centre trying to dive through. That's the inside line, so that is going to be that's Roman Belinsky as well, trying to dive through on the inside line of Santiago Ramos. Still not doing too much. Walton is by 0.3 of a second as they come over the line. Into the pit lane comes Brad Benavides and Bruno Delpino, and now a flat spot front tyre is punctured presumably as well for Brad Benavides. They're into the pits. Front right puncher, yeah, he was.
Yep. We need to look to the front though shortly because GSD is going to have a chance, and he is looking left and right at the moment as Delpino gets his front wing changed. So yeah, it was shattered absolutely left, right and centre at the moment, but this is the chance for GSD down towards turn 4.
GSD's going to pull to the outside line. Wharton has the inside, but the outside is so strong here. And Soch just gone. Put your foot down mid-corner. It gets you the better exit. Hasn't worked out, but Charlie Wirtz has found something as he comes up towards Pirelli at turn 6. Can he get the slipstream? No. I tell you what, this is, a 7-car fight? Round the outside, Ugo Gachiwu. He's on the gravel. Car control of a brilliance as well. This is why we were all saying he could be a champion in the future. Winner of Macau last year. He's got such great car control, even when he's off the track. Well, this
drive around the outside, kind of like what we saw in 2023 as well for Montoya and Iwasa, respectively in F3 and F2. Even Dominguez is in the pit.
Oh.
That doesn't look like a healthy tyre, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, that is not going to be returning to the race as well. I'm surprised they get it off. Box to retire the car. Brad Benavides is going to be out of the race then as they come through. Gusti's going to have a little run on Wharton, then down in towards turn 3 at Remus. A little bit of a slipstream. There's the MotoGP chicane that they added in for the bikes. Don't use it in single-seaters. Up we go again on the inside line. I love this camera angle with the crane. Some great shots down the ears as we now see Brandon Bedoya trying to have a go at his teammate. He's going to be very careful there. If Bedoya takes out his teammate, he may as well kiss goodbye to the Prema team. They would sack him in an instant. They're not exactly... they've already cleared him once this year as well as they come through. And now, unfortunately, that's Kamar getting past on the inside line. Solo's coming through to get through for 6th position as well. But to be fair, Kamar is blocking him as much as he can.
Yeah. Absolutely. Solo is going to drive all the way around the outside though, and he could get by. Momentarily touches the gravel, and he does.
Okay, that was impressive. That was seriously impressive from Solov. That was exactly what Ugo Gachiwu tried to do the last lap and failed, but now Tom Kamara's right on the back here. He's right with his championship contender Solov. Solov's gaining points at this time in the championship as well, and Kamara needed to sort of stop him in the sprint before he's got pole tomorrow for the feature race.
Yeah, and you can just see the field coming down the pit straight. They're now on lap 10 as Wharton still continues to lead, but there's still debris over at turn 3 as Benavides in the pits again, and he's out this time is the American. It's a shame for him. Delpino's still going in 25th place. He is on the lead lap, is the Spaniard, but he's going to have to hope for a safety car to get back into this and salvage anything. And now we're seeing the McLaren Junjos. Bedoya goes for it on Ugo Chugru into turn 3. Still no way through just yet, and Kamara looking to the outside of Solov. Will he keep that place because he was off the track when he made that move?
He's trying to, they're side by side at the moment, the two championship protagonists. Got Stenshaw in there, Omi, which one is it? I can't remember. Stenshaw, thank you. Couldn't remember, so I thought, stop, but off goes Kamara, Solov forces him wide! The two championship protagonists running each other, absolutely ragged. Well, unfortunately, that was always going to happen when they try and go side by side. But now that's put Sullivan into Privazak 6th and 7th, and Prema 4-5 with Ugachiwu and Bedoya. And Bedoya was trying to have a look on the inside of Ugachiwu, as Tom said, and I was shaking my head at the time because I was like, that's not the position to go for. Here it is again, though. I mean, and this is going to be where Kamar's going to try and think on the outside, but he was sort of forced into it. He had nowhere to go.
Yep, absolutely. He gets Solov up the inside line as well. Kamara just is up there, and he finds himself off the road, so that's disappointment for him, and he's going to have to gain so many more positions. But yeah, Solov sends a lunge down the inside, and Kamara out wide he goes, momentarily into the gravel with 2 of his tyres, and then rejoins with absolutely no momentum as we now look back to live pictures and back to the battle at the front and everywhere else in the field.
This is quite exciting, actually, for the Formula 3. It's very unusual for it to be this good as we come up in towards the braking zone. At Austria, we're usually either rained and red flagged, aren't we, on a Saturday morning? And this is giving us a nice wake-up call. Although the heat could die down a bit. I've put this shirt on, thinking, and I'm wearing shorts as well. And I thought, oh, I'll be nice and cool in this commentary box. No, I might have to change my shirt already. So it's going to be a very hot day as we see a bit of a move down into the back. Nothing going on there as well. That's one of the Tridents. It's not Kamara. I think it was Kamara. Yeah, try to get past on Stenshaw as well coming through. Yeah, it's difficult because there's Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and then Stenshaw, but also there's been a Steinshaw in motorcycle racing as well. So it's quite hard when you're trying to throw the words out exactly who's who. Lap 11 of 21 though. Ugachuru is just had a new personal best lap time. So is Badoa, Solov and Kamara and Van Hopen as well. So tyres aren't going to be a factor for going off in this stage of the race. They've had laps behind the safety car. If anything, they're getting into the sweet spot. But can James Wharton really keep control at the front of the field for this long? Saying that though, Tom, 19 cars inside DRS zones.
Yeah. There is GCC thinking about a move on Wharton this time around. Now, they seem to be rather conservative at this stage, really. They're not like making any genuine overtakes because they don't want to lose ground to the car ahead and having to use up tyres to make up the ground. GST's now on the tail of Wharton again as they head towards turn number 4. He's going to the inside this time! And Wharton just about shuts the door on entry to the Schlossgold. And I have to say, that was probably the closest GST's come to passing Wharton for the lead, but it really, really is hotting up now as we reach the second half of the race.
I think, Omi, as well, that was the old... He tried to set up a dummy, but it was perfect in defending from James Wharton. I was quite impressed with that.
Yeah, absolutely. It was perfect, selling the dummy from GST and great defense from Wharton. But if it gets closer than that, then we could be heading to contact territory. So they've both got to be careful, because, you know, Wharton's desperate to defend it. GST just wants to try and fake it everywhere to try and make this move. Try and pull off one of the most greatest moves. So yeah, he does need to... So they just have to be careful that they are judging it to perfection. No point taking a major risk at this stage where it could lead to contact. That's what those two have to make sure, that they don't end up taking each other out like we saw in the F3 sprint in Spain last time out, where the leaders took themselves out of the front in the opening few corners of that race as well. As here we go then, here's going to be the chance for GST to try and make the move.
Goes on the inside line at turn number 3, gets an okay. What's Badoa doing? Oh, he takes out Vance! Badoa, you absolute moron! Hothead again from Brandon Badoa, and there's debris getting flown up everywhere on the run down towards Socha's goal. And now, Giusy trying to have a look on the inside of James Wharton. Hasn't worked out the way he was thinking. He's backed out of that one. But what was Badoa thinking? So stupid in that position. I'm sorry, but why is Badoa still in a Formula 3 car? Week after week, he's getting... Well, to be fair, Lecorte, he makes Lecorte look competitive. That's how bad Badoa is at the moment. That was so stupid. What do you make of it, Tom?
Well, we're going to see a replay of it as Badoa goes to turn 3. Yeah, he was just too far back. That was really clumsy from Badoa, and I expect a hefty penalty coming in the way, because that really could have caused problems for those behind, and Wirtz did nothing wrong but to take he took the line as he was entitled to do, and Badoa, well, that's about as clumsy as you're going to get in this series. And
Wirtz is out of the race. Sorry to cut across you there, Tom, but safety car's out. So,
yeah, but that's a terrible shame, because Wirtz was having the best race of his season, and Badoa has just gone and ruined it.
Oh, this is a late call from the stewards to put the safety car out. We're at turn 3 now, and the safety car gets called right that moment because the car's still there. That was very late from race control there. But Omi, out goes Charlie Wirtz, and surely Badoa's in the pit lane. Does he deserve a race ban? He's clearly not educated enough. I know his father was someone similar. Yeah, it's called not a competitive right foot. Amy, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, we looked at his CV yesterday. It would suggest that, okay, can be. And with what I saw last year in Freca, I would say, yeah, he should be here. But when he is here, he's not delivering. And my word, that was absolutely ridiculous. And poor Charlie Wurst, having the best race of the season, as Tom mentioned, and it's his home race as well. Yeah. Today's the chance. He starts in third. It's his home race. The Austrian driver looking to try get a home win. And it just gets spoiled like that. And remember, he's at this phase. Words is at this phase where he's sitting back, letting GSD, letting Wharton just battle it out. He's making sure that he's calm, collected, and wait to pick up the pieces later on. And in the end, he just gets hit due to no fault of his own from behind.
This is, look, from Badoa, it's such a late move. That would never have worked. He's made the move inside the braking zone. So, that is such a daft manoeuvre. And, oh, I tell you what, these put gravel all over the circuit as well, so that's not the greatest. That's not, by the way, they framed that there as Charlie Verge is pointing, saying, you! No, he was pointing to the marshal to say, am I right over there? Cool. Because he has to have permission to cross the circuit, and he did get permission. So I can see a digger at the top of the screen there. It's not a digger, is it? It's a crane. I don't know why everyone always calls them a digger. Because sometimes there are. If a car's buried in the gravel trap, they have to dig their way out a little bit. That's happened a couple of times. In fact, most famously at Thruxton in 2012, in the British Touring Car Championship, it rained so heavily that we had to red flag, I think, race 2, because it could have been race 1, I can't quite remember this time, but one of the races, a car span off and literally just got beached in the grass. Literally as big as that grass is there, if you're watching on with us, at the side of an Armco barrier, it just got beached because it just sank. So they brought a tractor onto the circuit, and the tractor got stuck. So they had to red flag the race because they had to bring out a tractor to rescue the tractor to rescue the car. It was hilarious, and they had to red flag the race because it got stuck. So, yeah, at that point, Thruxton invested a bit more in drainage after that 2012 race. But we've had a couple of wet ones there as well over the years. So, lap 15 of 21. There is safety car driver Bert Mylander, who has competed in so many Formula 1 races now, hasn't he? It's unbelievable how many he's done. Did go on a run though, didn't we, with no safety car?
Yeah, we did.
When was the last time the safety car was deployed? We had, Canada. Never mind. Essential.
Watson and Justy with my farm, I think. So be ready to jump because everything will happen in the last 5 laps.
Well, yeah.
And that's exactly what Charlie Wurz was doing.
Yeah.
And he just gets taken out.
Could you be on for a victory here?
Yeah, I mean, he's in third, but I think Solo's going to be attacking. Everyone's going to be really charging, as we see coming into the pit lane, Noah Stromstead.
Broken front wing. Where's he got that from? He wasn't caught up in that accident. So, yeah. Well, perfect time to replace the wing on the safety car. And he was outside the points anyway in 16th place. He won't drop that many places down. He's gone through the grass, it looks like. So, that's an unusual one under the safety car. My money is on Solov to do the double here, you know, this weekend. I think he's looking very strong to win both sprint and feature. And here is Solov now. This is up to turn 4, so he's looking ahead, and he's looked into third position. 3 cars go, well, fourth effective, isn't it? But Ugo had to go off the circuit, and he says, thank you very much. I think, would that be, that's definitely going to be a grid penalty for tomorrow, isn't it, for Badoa?
Yeah, but definitely have to assume.
I mean, he'll get the time penalty at the very, very minimum because he's still in the race, is Badoa.
24.
Yeah, and there'll be penalty points.
Just the amount of people we've lost in this race alone. Wirtz, Benedives, Dominguez as well. Ho, Sharp, Tappanen. Tappanen was out of the race. That was a surprise. Duke Tappanen, we were all tipping to be the championship contender this year. hasn't exactly had the greatest launch into Formula 3 that we were expecting.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of cars out. Welcome back to Formula 3, JB. I know you've had some time away.
What was the last one I covered? I think it's been one off, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. I mean, even in the Spain feature, Badou actually made contact as well. So it's like he's constantly involved in contact. So he's had too many of those as well. But yeah, I think it's been one off for you.
It's the way the season's going, unfortunately, with touring cars taking precedence and other series. Hopefully, we're getting into. Well, touring cars are on a break now, so all is good for the British Grand Prix weekend. I'm really looking forward to that, actually. I'm on everything bar Formula 4, but I might go to the pit lane for that. I don't know. I'll see how I can do it. Ideally, I'd like... Go on.
Not might. You will go to the pit lane.
I
for
will.
British F1.
I will go to the pit lane. Right,
Yes.
We've got an outside studio set up, by the way, ready for this one. So we're going to be in for a very interesting... Sullivan Kamara has been noted for causing a collision. So that's a such as gold. So keep an eye on that one. But yeah, we've got a big plan for the British Grand Prix weekend as well. So all will be revealed in a press release on the socials. It's going to be really fun, actually. I can't wait to see it. Safety car is ending. So we're in this lap. We will go back to green flag running, this time by 36, 17, 18, 24 laps. Yeah. Might just make it, but I hope Megan remembers how to stop and start the stream. Because I'm not... well, she should. But she's doing the MotoGP. As soon as this is over, I think I take over for qualifying 2 of the MotoGP. So James Morton, for the second time today, will back up the pack. I can still hear the drone noise. Don't know what's going on with F1's audio this weekend for the support series. I wonder if F1 TV is the same as well. We'll have to double check. Green flag has been given, so Wharton will hit the pedal. There he goes. That's too early, in my opinion, because you're going to get the run through the last 2 corners. Should have done it the last one, because now look, actually Uguchiro could have a good run here, and Augusti as well coming through. First corner, and Solov's ready to go, Amy. As we go back to green flag running, Solov's right in the back, and he's only got a couple of laps to make these charge up. We're racing again.
Yeah, by Formula 3 standards, it has actually worked out, to be fair, for Wharton. He's got a decent advantage, but GSD is going to be looking in his mirrors. Talking about looking in his mirrors, Ugo Gachuka has Solov to the inside.
Oh, he goes off the circuit. Solov has to give him room, and now Gachuka is forcing Solov onto the grass. That's not allowed, Ugo. You've got to give him room. You can't force him off, but here comes Tenasipol into Pruvazak. He's being ganged up on here by the 2. Into the braking zone. Into Pruvazak's going to go around the outside. Now he's past Solov, and now he's gone wide. Solov has to lift off, and what was Uguchiro doing? As Solov now gets whacked slightly by into Pruvazak, but that was I don't agree with that from Ugo. That was aggressive defending. That could almost lead him a penalty, forcing 2 drivers off the track to defend 3rd position. That's not on. Yeah,
his tyres are dead as well. I think Ugo Gachuka's tyres are dead, and he's completely trying to defend for his life. As Kamara right now is side by side as he tries to also defend from Boya.
Slips on the inside line, so through goes Kamara. No further action for Sullivan Kamara for that little run off the circuit as Kamara goes right round the outside of the Volts curve. Oh, that was spectacular! Getting through on Stenshire, that was brilliant for Kamara. He knows no fear, the man who's leading this Formula 3 championship. Meantime, the leaders have got 2 seconds to Ugo Gachuka. Ugo Gachuka, you're right, I mean, his tyres are dead, but absolutely Solov needs to get through quickly, because this is getting ridiculous now. They've already added DRS, so that's it. All Solov can do now is 3rd place, unless the leaders take each other out. What have you made of that restart, Tom?
It was relatively sweet so far from Wharton ahead of Juristi, like he has done time and time again. But yeah, well, there was a little bit too much from Gachuka, both with Solov and with Infopuvasak over at turn 3. And I wouldn't be at all surprised to see the stewards get involved in that, because that was a little bit too much from the American. And now he's going to have to go defensive with Solov very, very soon again. And we see the field heading through. There is the 23 of Callum Voisin having to defend from Tim Chudnitz, who has not had the best of races so far in this, but at least he's still on course for a championship point. And we'll look to see how... There is Voisin. Oh, that's one of the promos. That's Mary Boyer defending.
I think Boyer's got a damaged front wing. It just looks like on the left side, it's down a bit. Let's take a look. Look at the yeah, he's got a broken front wing.
Yeah.
So where on earth has he picked that up from on the chaos of the restart? Ugochiwu, I think, is going to hold on for third position. I don't think Solo's going to have the advantage. DRS is enabled next time by. Well, this it was this time by, and he hasn't made the move. Now it's been enabled. Right, okay, so it's only just flashed up on the screens. As on the inside line, Tim Tremlett's trying to pass Callum Vosin into the Jochen curve through Rebel Mobile, and that is a little bit of a slide coming through there as well from Stenshore. Just couldn't get it quite right as they run up in towards turn 1 at Nicky Lauda curve. And we've got 2 laps remaining only. And now it's just a battle to see who can hold off first. But Martin Stenshore going to have to hold off Kamara because those tyres are dead.
Yep, Walton has critically got a 1 second gap, but the battle is for third position, where Ugo Gachuka is defending at the moment, and he is going to try to defend cleanly as it's absolute chaos behind. Kamara trying to get past Stenshore. He's
gone off the circuit as well. Stenshore's going to have to give him room to come back on, and there Kamara as well going to pull to the outside. Mari Boyer is now side by side with him, so Stenshore's going to lose out to that one as well. As now we see Solov trying to go around the outside. Vosin has passed as well. That's 3 into 1, does go 5 into 1. How about that? As they come through, and somehow Stenshore still holds that position. Boy is now side by side with Callum Vosin. Tramlin's coming through. Kamara's dropped about 3 places in this little mess that come through into Pirelli. Kamara's trying to go around the outside, not working out that time. Ugachu is still holding off Solov further ahead, but the battle 6th down is blowing up for the final points paying position, and it will be 1 lap to go in this melee. And Kamara's having to defend now as well on the inside line, and that's coming from TFR now.
Kamara lost like 4 places in 1 corner. That's absolutely ridiculous.
It's great stuff for Solov, though, in the championship, isn't it? Because more points are closing his way. In fact, Kamara's outside the points-paying positions. 1 to 8 in the sprint. He's now 10th, so he's out of the points. So this is brilliant news for Solov, who starts on pole tomorrow. This is the last lap of the race, and this is going to be TFR now on the inside. Gets ahead of Kamara into turn 1. Goes a bit too wide, bounced over the curve. And Kamara's trying to switch back round the outside line. And now, Noel Leon's coming through as well. And still, Solov can't get through. And it's all chaos as we're 3 wide, 2 rows deep, coming into turn 3. As Callum Vosin goes a bit too deep on the brakes as well. Stenshore's going to have to side by side with Tim Tramnitz. Tramnitz has to back out before he gets on the grass. He pulls to the outside line, down to turn 4. He's on the grass again. He has to literally bully Solov out of the way. And Murray Boyer goes through on the inside. Fabulous couple of corners as Boyer with a damaged front wing moves up into 6th position. And it's all happening further behind as Kamara now gets through Nolion. He's back into 10th position. Voss is trying to get through on the inside line as well of Stenshore. That hasn't worked out the way you're thinking as they try and come through the Voss curve. But James Wharton is going to take victory here in the sprint race in Austria as he'll come out of the last corner. Red Bull Mobile, the checkered flag is waiting from pole position. 2 safety cars. A brilliant race. James Wharton wins in Austria. Ugachu will hold on for 3rd position as well. That was an impressive run, and off the track, I think that is looking further. Well, who's lost place in the line? Roman Belinsky goes wide. Where did Kamara finish that? 10th. Stenshore did hold off for the last point. What a cracking F3 sprint. That was brilliant, Omi. I'll hand to you.
I thought that Tim Tramadich was going to do his best Artem Markolo impression at turn number 3 by overtaking them all and being able to take the position, but that was extraordinary. And, well, Tom, somehow after all of that one, we end with James Wharton winning the race, defended where he needed to, and pulled the gap critically on the restart.
That was a super driving one, a very mature one as well by his standards. He'll be a very happy man, Team Radio. Although I think JB's gone away, so
yeah.
But I think we can envisage what he's going to say on the radio anyway. It'll be a very, very delighted man. A very good result for ART. I think that is the first win this season. I can't remember if 2 could happen as actually season.
Yeah, definitely.
That is ART's first win this season.
Yeah, absolutely. Tuka Tappanen's got close, but it's not been as great as what we've seen today. Wharton finishes in 1st. Good 2nd place for GST as well. He'll be disappointed to have not been able to take the lead, but he gave it some good attempts, and he did definitely try. Didn't have enough on the restart, but to be fair, he was separated only 3 tenths across the line, which showed how if there was 1 more lap, then Wharton could have been under major pressure. So GST saved the tyres, and I think he can definitely take a positive from that. And we have to remember, Tom, if this was to happen in a feature race, then there's more laps coming into play, so this could help help GSD tomorrow in terms of if he knows how he's able to manage the tyres while running at a decent pace.
And Ugochukwu, another man who will be over the moon with this. I think he's gone into the paddock, hasn't he? Because he's into the support paddock. He's supposed to be coming down the pit straight like GSD and Wharton. He's actually gone back into the support paddock as so yeah, he may need to do a little bit of a run over to Parc Ferme, will Ugo.
Yeah, might just need to, as he's not found his way to where the location that James Wharton is pushing his way through, along with GSD as well. Delighted moments for those two. GSD, the driver who finds himself 7th in the championship, he'll be quite happy with that one. James Wharton, I mean, this is only the second time he's in the top 10. That's the type of season that James Wharton has had. He's found himself outside the top 20 on numerous occasions. But like we saw last time out with Ivan Dominguez, getting his opportunity, getting his chance to fight at the front and be able to take his first point podium and win, it's a big opportunity there for him today, James Wharton, to score quite a lot of points, and he's absolutely taken it as well. Also in Formula 2, which I hope you'll join us for later on, we're going to have the same opportunity for a Van Amersfoort driver like we saw in Formula 3 in Spain, for someone to do their first point, podium and win of the season. John Bennett, that's exactly what he'll be attempting from pole position later on, so we hope you join us for that. And we've also of course got Formula 1 in between that with FP3. MotoGP's on right now at the same time with its practice and qualifying session. The Porsche Super Cup you'll be able to find later on. So an action-packed day, I think is the best way to summarize that. Lots of things to watch and to keep on top of here in the world of motorsport. And Formula 3's feature race, main race, will be held tomorrow, and they will start where they qualified yesterday on that Friday, which has Nikola Solov starting on pole position. Another big opportunity for Solov to try and gain championship points over his rival. And I think if anyone was doubting what we were saying yesterday, I think it's fair to say championship is absolutely back on.
James Wharton, who only picked up 3 points coming into this race, is now on 13 in total after this one. A very, very good drive indeed for the man from Australia. And you see him take the checker flag in first place, his first win in the series. Sandro Giusti finishes in the points for the 9th consecutive race. He's had a really good season so far as the Williams Academy driver, proving he has the consistency to take the fight to the top guns in this championship so far this season. I mean, Kamara, who's only picked up what is his 7th point in a sprint race. So 120 of his 127 points have come from feature races, including the pole position points, which he's already achieved. But yeah, it is game on. Solov's 4th position has given him 7 championship points, which moves him to within what will be 17 points now, because he got the pole position points yesterday. So he is very much in the fight for this cycle.
Opportunities for new winners and new podium finishes, and as we kicked off here at the Red Bull Ring for round 6, it was quick to take prisoners as drivers pushed to get themselves up the grid as we started the second half of the season. Bruno Del Pino in the MP Motorsport car, trying to push his way through the order, found himself into a collision, but out in 4 years as James Wharton went to the podium and straight to the top of it for the first time.
Hello everybody and welcome to all of the action here for the FIA Formula 3 feature race, coming to you from the Red Bull Ring in Spielberg, Austria. We're underway with the feature race, a 45-minute race getting underway shortly, and I think, Omi, it's going to be another classic event we've got coming up here today.
Yep, yesterday was absolutely extraordinary in terms of racing and also in terms of chaos, and I think we're going to get more of the same as well. Big day today for Nikola Solov and the driver directly alongside him for Brad Benavides, and a big day for Kamara in a different way as he tries to make his way up to the field to try keep and maintain his championship lead at the front of the field.
Tom, battles all the way throughout yesterday in the sprint race. The feature shouldn't be any different. Still no pit stops, but a lot more quick going at the line.
with all the drag races and all the wheel-to-wheel battles, what we saw yesterday, I think we could be in for more of that. Maybe even an unpredictable result, maybe even new winner if Brad Benavides and co can help the situation.
Let's check in then with the world feeders to get ready for the starting grid.
So yeah, it's going to be an action-packed race, and as you say, for my opinion, Rafa Kamara needs to show that he can overtake, because yesterday he struggled to make his way forward.
He really did, and that found himself a little down the order. We did have some penalties as well. Let's pick those up in just a second. But first of all, let's go through the grid. So this is our feature race, full Grand Prix points available, and this is how they qualified on Friday. 30 cars getting ready to go racing. This is how they'll line up. Makes his debut in Formula 3 this weekend. Nikita Johnson will go from 30th but finished 18th yesterday. He's alongside Gerard Sheep. Christian Ho takes a 5-place grid penalty for the collision he had down at turn 3. He's alongside Nicola Marinangeli. James Headley back after an injury at Monaco. He's alongside Ivan Dominguez. And then we have Matias Zagazeta and Jesse Galasquedo in for his second weekend in FIA Formula 3. Lawrence Van Hoopen is next along. Louis Sharp had his first DNF of the season yesterday. He's been very consistent. Let's see if he can keep that consistency back going today. Tuka Tapanen is next, was involved in that turn 3 collision yesterday. He's alongside Teofil Nile. And then we have Roman Belinsky on row 9, back to where he started off, serving a grid penalty yesterday alongside Tim Tramnitz. Santiago Ramos and Martinius Stegchon are next on row 8. And then is Mary Boyer, who moved forward to 5th place yesterday. Noel Leon is alongside him on row 7. Row 6, our winner yesterday, his first podium and his first win. Alessandro Giusti now on to 5th place in the championship after 9 consecutive points finishes and 2 podiums in a row. The Austrian, Charlie Wirtz, is going to be on row 5 with the driver who collided into him yesterday, Brando Badoer. Ugo Ugochukwu lost his podium yesterday with a penalty. He's alongside current championship leader Rafa Kamara. And then we have Callum Boys in next, and Sanapol Inchapuvizak for Campos Racing. Bruno Del Pino got a podium at Imola in the sprint race. Can he go back there for the first time in a feature race? Can Noah Stromstead get his first win? Can Brad Benavides do the same? He's put AIX Racing on the front row in FIA Formula 3 for the first time. Our last American winner was Jack Crawford here 3 years ago.
And we're getting ready now for the formation lap, Omi, as away we go. And a sunny morning here. Track temperature 35.8 degrees, air temperature 20.3. And everyone off the grid smoothly today, which is the better news. No one going into the pit lane.
Yep, no one heading into the pit lane, which is always nice to see. And let's hope they'll all be able to make their way round as well off the line further back. And it appears like we have all got the 30 cars through as they prepare for this feature race, which of course there is still no mandatory pit stop in Formula 3, so they will need to try and nurse this home for a few extra laps than they did yesterday.
What is going to happen in this race, Tom?
I think Solov will get off to a decent start. It's just whether Benavides and that will keep up with him. But Solov has been the man banging form at the moment, especially in both feature and sprint races. But it is Rafa Kamara who has the advantage. But this is a chance for Solov to change just that. We've got interviews.
We didn't really look for toe, especially the first set, and then put it all together on the second one with a little bit of toe. So yeah, it's been on pole probably for the 2 most important races this year, home of Red Bull, and I mean Monaco is always a great feeling, so I'm looking to add up to it as well. I have an advantage that I saved the new tire setting quali. So again, long race, easy to overtake, so I wouldn't be too worried if there's a lead loss, but ideally I would want to lead all the way.
Some Solov as well, who today, Omi, has a good advantage to try and close another championship lead as well on Kamara.
He very much does, and if Kamara gets caught up in the mid-pack, Solov just needs to make sure he maintains the advantage at the front of the field, and if he can do so, then he's going to get a huge opportunity as well, will Nicholas Solov. And he's going to try to do what James Wharton did yesterday, and that's lead all the way, but it's Kamara Solov and Tim Traminitz who starts all the way down in 17th position today. And then we've got Stromstead and Giusti completing our top 5 when it comes to our Formula 3 Championship. We've already completed the halfway mark. We're in round 6 out of 10, and it's the feature race on Grand Prix Sunday, so all still yet to play for, and it's the big one where we can see huge swings, especially to the championship battle we were just telling you about.
Onto the grid then we come. Fingers crossed it's going to be a smooth run down towards turn number 1. 45 minutes ahead of us then for this one. That's good stuff. After yesterday's shenanigans in the sprint, we need a good, clean race to get going. They line up 2 by 2. Down towards the first corner is going to be a very key factor as well. Solov will be on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, Brad Benedives, that's the inside in towards turn number 1. They've extended the grid here, back 10 years ago from when they rolled in. Now waiting for the green lights to come on. It takes an eternity, I mean, when there's 30 cars in the field. They literally do not move.
Yeah, they're all taking a while to get themselves into position with it being 30 cars, but they will do so in a few moments' time, and we'll get ready to go racing here in Spielberg.
Nikita Johnson lines up along the back in 30th position alongside Jerez. We are ready then for the feature for FIA Formula 3 to get underway. Green flag at the back. 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights. Lights out, very quick as well. It's a stall on the grid coming as well from Tanasa Bolli to Primozac. Very slow to get going, and also slow to get going as well. Was that Bruno Delpino? Can't quite tell from the angle. Into turn 1 we go. Everyone's got through cleanly so far. No, little bit of wing damage coming through as they head down towards turn 3. So into the lead has gone Solov. He's kept the lead from Brad Benedives, Noah Stromstead. Then Ugo Gachiru, Brandon Badoa up into 5th position as well. Yellow flag still out there at the line, Omi.
Yeah, we lost Bruno Delpino quite early on from P4, so he did not get off the line very, very well, but it is still Solov leading, but Brad Benavides giving him chases. Kamara is just squeezing out Brandon Badoa further back and is taking that position.
Yeah, and Tom as well. Everyone did very well. 3 cars slow away from the grid, and everyone avoided it with such precision. It was brilliant.
If the Provosite was one of the other ones to have been slow getting away, so that's a real body blow there for Eva Provosite, down to 15th position as they come round to complete the second sector of the lap of this 26-lap race. It's going to come down to who looks after the tyre. Who looks after the tyres the most before the end of the race. That's going to be a key factor, especially with this soft compound of which the F3 cars are running.
So into Rin, as we now see Bruno Delpino trying to gain up a couple more positions as well from where he is. My Boya in 9th. We've got green flag conditions, so they've all got out the start line better. They wouldn't have to put out the safety car, which is what we've seen here in previous years. Uphill in towards turn number 1 then. The Niki Lauda curve. Solov leads, Benedives, Stromstead, Ugachiru, Kamara, Badoa, Vozin, and Ramos Omi into the pits.
Yep, Santiago Ramos comes into the pit lane, does the Mexican driver. Talking about another Mexican driver, Leon was trying to make a move further back. He's not the only one. You've got Badoa, who is just defending from Callum Woyton. He's getting some great traction off the corner. You've got Delpino versus Carrasquedo versus G as well, as Noah Stromstead tries to attack Brad Benavides for 2nd place.
Outside line down towards Sochi's goal. Got to be very careful as well. Benavides will give him enough room, but he's on the outside line. He takes on a little bit of the gravel, and Stromstead will still battle his way at the outside into Prelic. No, he's got it, so Stromstead has to back out of it. Kind of see that coming, but there's several positions that can come through on the inside. Through the Woods curve then as well. Up towards turn 9 at the rink curve. And Stromstead still battling in hard. Yeah, he's backed out of it. Solov though, 1:25.503. He's got the fastest lap.
Yeah. Benavidez just making his way wide, and it's going to give Stromstead the momentum, not only to wait till turn 3 Remus, he might even be able to get it into turn 1.
Outside manoeuvre, nothing. So they'll have to rethink that. And DRS now active, Tom, so several overtakes about to happen.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot here. Stromstead going through, and watch over Ugachuga, who's probably going to go to the right-hand side of Benavidez, but he's following through the same path as what the Trident has done. Ugachuga to the outside, into the Remus curve. He gets the car slowed down. He goes through as well as Stromstead, and someone's gone off in the background there. One of the Red Bull Junior cars, I think it might be Tim Trumnitz, who's gone off the road. But we're looking at Ugachuga, who's going for a move on Stromstead for second place into the Shosgold corner. Stromstead will have to get his elbows out, and does so as we look at Rafa Kamara, who runs out onto the gravel a little bit as he goes after Benavidez.
Bosnia's in there too, having to lift off. He's in a side-by-side battle right now as well. Rafael Kamara, he has to back out of that one. Nearly gets onto the gravel at the exit of Pirelli as they come through the Woods curve. So Solov leads, Benavidez moves down the position. So it's Stromstead up into second. Ugachu up 5 places, Kamara up 4. And Benavidez down now to 7th place after being in second. So massive upset, Omi, as soon as the DRS gets activated.
Yep, he finds himself dropping down quite a lot there. Solov absolutely loving life. Due to the battling that there was between Benavidez and Stromstead, he's pulled a gap to 2 seconds, and now Stromstead will be under pressure from Ugo Ugachuku on the podium yesterday, trying to become on the podium today as well. We were discussing earlier on about how Benavidez could become the first American in a few years to get on the top step of the podium. It could be heading Ugo Ugachuku's way, as meanwhile, Giusti attacks Benavidez, Central attacks Boyer into turn number 3. Inside
line again. Oh, and just a little bit over the curb as well. From the MP. Is that a broken rear suspension? Ugachu, I think, has got a problem as well. He's now having to defend the inside line. He's backed off quickly, but I think it's that. Well, it could be Zagazet, I didn't see, but one of the blue, he's stopped at the top of the hill, got over the curb, and then it's gone. The engine's gone. No sign of the yellow flags though.
Wait and see soon enough as they come through turn 7 and 8 here. The Formula 3 cars, Ugachuga into second place, making up for the disappointment of yesterday when he was penalised for leaving the track and gaining an advantage when he was passing another driver. Ugachuga, who sits 25th in the championship standings, he needs a strong result here in what's been a disappointing season for both him and for Prema.
TFL now has moved up into 11th position. Traminet's still in 10th as they come across the line. Bruno Delpino down now, battling for Belinsky.
Yep, those are some of the overtakes that we've had on the previous lap, and now on lap number 5 out of 26, it is time to get some more. Ugo Ugachuku with the fastest lap of the race as he tries to close back in the gap, but is bringing a whole train with him as they arrive up down to Remus, and on the brakes we're going to go in a few moments time, thinking about the late lunge, and that is going to be the McLaren Junior. Ugo Ugachuku further back is ahead. Then you've got Stenchel trying to make some moves, and Bedoya in there as well. So into Pruvazak, Bruno Delpino got nowhere, as we all mentioned off the line. It was Bruno Delpino who really got the terrible start. He really bogged down all the way to the back of the field. Into Pruvazak was still able to recover to P15, so all was okay with that one, Tom, as we watched them make their way through the exit of turn 1.
Yeah, there was a car spinning. I think it might have been James Hadley who was spun around in the IX, and a bit of debris being flicked up there. One of that's from Rafa Kamara's car. Doesn't seem to be affecting him so far. This is Rafa Kamara's on board. So he goes round into Pubasak and through past Delpino. So good, well done there to Kamara for avoiding those two. And he might just get a little bit of contact on the exit of turn 1 here, where he slides wide over the sausage curve as he comes out of the Niki Lauda curve. And he lost a couple of the positions as a consequence, but he's been able to make up for that in due course. Brando Bedoya, who has yet to score so far this season, he's going for his first points finish of the campaign after a disappointing day yesterday.
Yeah, I can just inform the viewers, Kamara has moved up to 3rd position. So there we go. Now we're back to live pictures, so we're able to see that. Kamara moves up then to P3. He was able to get ahead of Stromstead. Meanwhile, Benavidez having to look in the mirrors because he's got Mari Boyer thinking about the inside line, but not able to make the move and get there. He'll get another chance down towards turn 4 as Leon gets P13.
Still side by side into the braking zone as they try and swing it back. You can see already Prema in a bit of a ding-dong as well. Oh, and there we go. That's Bradbury Dimas getting everything pushed off him as well, coming through turn 4. And losing out to Chamnitz, Tiofanel and Wirtz, going down in his 12th position now. Just trying to see where the Premas were, as we have Noah Strom said.
Maximum respect between the two teammates. Maximum respect between the two teammates.
Well, that was kind of expected, really, wasn't it, as well? You've got to respect your teammate. There's Kamara now. This is that battle down to turn 4 with Strom said.
This is what I was telling you about. We missed it when the replays were going on. Kamara's going to send it around the outside. Strom says late on the brakes. And Kamara will just use the outside line, stand on the power, keeps it within the white lines, and goes the long way round on his teammate Noah Stromstead. So Kamara is able to take that position. And now he'll go and hunt down Ugo Gachuku. And he'll also want to then go hunt down his championship rival. But Kamara recovering well. And let's see whether he can get to work immediately down towards Remus.
Uphill into the inside line. And he's got ahead of Ugo Gachuku. Locked up though, goes too deep. And Gachuku comes back at him on the inside line. Puts the pedal down, and yeah, is that going to allow anything to come back in from Noah Stromstead? So the two teammates, Tom, still battling out as well over 3rd and 4th, and Ugo Chua just getting in the way. Oh, and he'll switch away on the inside.
Dive bombing.
That's good, go on.
Great. Yeah, dive bombing his way through there, Rafa Kamara. Nicely done. Ugo Chua might come back on the inside if he thinks about the switcheroo, but Kamara preempts that and holds his line into turn 6. Nicely done there from Kamara. Up into 2nd place he goes. The next man ahead of him is his nearest championship rival, Nicholas Solov.
There we go. Yeah, lap 7 of 26 points coming lap 8. Solov leading with a comfortable margin of 1.7 seconds.
Yeah, I could hear the crowd even cheering a little bit when Kamara made that move. It's not often that you get a cheer like that in a feeder series race, but you've got Kamara on the charge, you've got Kamara on the attack, and we could be about to see the two title contenders in a couple of lap time battle their way through. The fastest lap now belongs to P8 Mary Boyer, the Campos driver pushing on. The two McLaren Juniors of Badoa and Stenshorn are not separated by anything as well, those two drivers. The only ones who are contesting that McLaren livery, of course, with Brandon Badoa, with Ugo Gachuku rather, using a black liveried carbon car as we arrive down to the braking zone and continue to see the battle as we see Boyer try to see whether he can move up.
Yeah, Boyer's still stranded as well after earlier on in the race. To see Callum Vosin directly ahead as well in 5th position, and this is Ugo Chua getting overtaken around the outside line by Noah Stromstead for 3rd position. So the two Tridents now running 2nd and 3rd, Tom, and Ugo Chua, well, we saw his tyres. Oh, there's Kamara.
Rafa, you must drive very, very clean with the steering wheel. Drive clean and pay attention to the beacon braking, okay?
Just be careful with tyres then, basically, as well, coming through. Yeah, and Tom, it's a shame for Gachuku because he's got the talent, but the pace has not been in that car this weekend at a fast circuit. He doesn't fit well.
No, and, you know, there was something that was going around yesterday of that he's gone for a black livery to help with the weight distribution with the car, and it seems to have somewhat of an effect on the machine. I don't know if that's genuinely the case, but it has been better this weekend compared to the previous, and now we're seeing the two McLaren juniors of Badoa and Stenshon going into a combat of their own. Let's hope that they can actually keep it clean between the pair of them, particularly Badoa, who has been on the receiving end of criticism of late as he goes to the inside to defend from the Norwegian. Locked up. Does he leave him enough room? He does so. Get through the corner together. Stenshon goes past.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is collide. They're not teammates in this one, but they are still part of the McLaren Driver Academy. And Badoa, so far this weekend, Omi has been, well, everyone's been questioning, does he really deserve to be in Formula 3? Several silly mistakes and causing accidents. We now look at Tim Traminitz having a go on Boyer.
Yeah, here we go, dipping a tyre onto the grass, feeling brave. You'll back out of that one, and you'll let Boyer run in deep. You'll try to get a better traction. Great traction of the corner, but it won't be great traction that gets him ahead. Boyer just able to come over and cut across him as well. So the Red Bull Junior has to stay in behind for a couple of corners more as he still closes in. Is the chance going to be there into turn 9? He's really forcing Boyer to go on the defensive, and it's also meaning that Boyer is offline through these parts of the circuit as he'll try get a strong toe. They'll all have DRS due to how close they are to the cars ahead, but if he can try and get his rival offline and go for the move then there could be a great opportunity as we're on lap number 10 out of 26 of this FIA Formula 3 feature race, and that's all over the road as Boyer now also tries to make a move of his own as he tries to get past Bedoya.
Tries to look on the inside line. Not going to go out, so choose the outside. And, you know, that's a bit tight as well. And out of absolutely nowhere, Boyer's come in. But he's got a bit too wide. Travinet's going to do the old switch back on the inside, 3 wide. Gets the inside traction only down towards Socha's Gold. And now it's just foot to the floor action.
Double overtake for Tim Traminette. He says thank you very much as Boyer and Bedoya ran each other out wide. Boyer doesn't want to give it up. He's trying to fight deep late on the brakes. He can't do it though.
Dominguez.
And they're back to single file as we make our way to Woisen, just staying ahead of Stenstrom as well.
Dominguez has dropped a couple of places as well, so he's gone wide, I think, coming out of turn 3. Fast first sector for Traminette's 20.8 as well, Tom. Now he's making the way through. Those who have saved the tyres can now pretty much start pushing hard.
Yeah. I wonder how much of the tyres Solov has taken out of, because he's been able to manage the gap so far on Kamara. It's Kamara who's now out of DRS range from Stromstead, which will give the Brazilian the opportunity to just pull away. We just saw an overtake from Wirtz on Bedoya now. Bedoya out of the points as he really is struggling on his tyres.
Shame maybe at the moment, isn't it? Go on.
Yeah, Bedoya is really struggling with his tyres. He has cooked it basically at the moment as Benavides, who's had struggles of his own today, wants to get by into Niki Lauda curve, and he's going to do so, and it was tight on the way in, and it means on the way out the teammates are wheel to wheel, and Noah Leon will stand on the power and will surely take the position, but you're also going to see Lawrence Van Hoopen there for company as well.
That's going to be tight into the braking zone. So close to contact between all of them as they come in. And surely it will be. But still, somehow, Lawrence Van Hoopen will go side by side with Noel Leon down towards Socha's Gold, and coming around the outside line comes Brandon Bedoya. That's not an opportunity to go 3 wide. The outside line is the least effective. He has to back out of it. And through. Oh, there's contact there as well. Wing damage to Bedoya.
Yeah, that is surely going to be damage on the McLaren Junior car. We'll have a look at the state of his front wing as they go through Pirelli corner. Yeah, he's lost another place there, has Bedoya. He's going from bad to worse. I think the front wing is broken. I think slightly askew is that that Prema there. Yeah, he's dropping back all the time there. The car is not going through the corners as sweetly as normal. And now he's going to be under attack here from Carrasquedo and what looks like Lewis Sharp that's gone through.
Slow.
Yes, he's got a puncher.
Yeah, Bedoya slow coming into the pit lane. Suspension damage, as you called, so he's out of the race.
Yeah, he went into the back of his teammate Noel Leon there as well, as they were all battling their way through this part of the circuit. We've got Zagazeta up against Louis Sharp, a driver who we saw in the Race of Champions earlier this year as well. Made a name for himself there as we continue the racing and continue the battling. Tim Traminette up the outside. He'll try get past Callum Woisen, having a decent race today. Traminette can't do so. He'll try get the cut back, but you're also then going to see Boyer slipstreaming, and we could be in for another 3 wide moment if these lot aren't careful. If Tim Traminette cannot make the move very, very quickly, and he's going to go tight to the inside. He's looking to the inside, looking to the outside. Neither way works for him, and the Red Bull Junior still is going to have to sit in behind unless he can try something inventive later on in the lap.
There's the suspension damage for Brandon Bedoya. So he is out of the race. They can't fix that so quickly in the race, and the stewards won't allow him, so out he goes. And this is how it happened, Tom. As you said, just a small little touch.
This is going to be over. So this is contact actually, or with the Van Amersfoort racing car, and also partly maybe down to the fact he went over the sausage curb at turn 3, which can do the suspension all the more damage. I mean, these cars are not designed to really ride over those sausage curves very well. Not to mention Alex Peroni in 2019 at Monza, but the race is on still for probably the podium positions, because Ugo Truku, believe it or not, is got within DRS range of Stromstead, and we could well see an overtake from him in the near future as we see Traminette go through on Voisin for 6th position, and Boyer fancies a go with it on the road in motorsport, pushes him out wide, and that's going to allow Teofil Noel to also get involved in this. This is absolutely brilliant overtaken. Brilliant battling all the way through the field as we see Ugachu go to the inside of Stromstead.
And he touches the rear of the bike as well, so that's a little bit more of an issue. And off goes Callum Lawson as well at turn 4, Omi. All getting forced out wide. Bit of hot heads there.
Yep, absolutely. That was really, really tight. Ugo Gachukwu tried to make the move, so it is Solo at the front, then Kamara. Then we get to this battle with Stromstead, Ugo Gachukwu, and Martinia Stenshorn. So the two McLaren Juniors in 4th and 5th at the moment, and they will also be bringing the Red Bull Junior of Tim Traminit, who is in his 2nd season of the FIA Formula 3 category. We go through turn number 9. We arrive to the Red Bull Mobile, and we arrive to it with Noah Stromstead dipping a rear tyre into the gravel, and it means that you can see how much that he is pushing on, and he's a driver who's been close to the win on so many occasions. He's on a podium position for the moment, but for how much longer? Because Ugo Gachukwu wants to make it a double of podiums from this weekend, and Stenshorn will want to get back there as well. And then you've got Traminit and Boyer, along with Niall, Wers, and Voisin, and Van Hopen. They are the entire train that are there, and now Ugo Gachukwu attacks on the brakes around the outside.
Trying to go for it, can't get a move in, opens the door up as well to the inside line and makes the move stick. Martin Steinshaw going in well. Now he'll chose in to the outside line of Noah Stromstead. He's done that with ease actually, and Ugachu trying to find a way through around the outside of the pair of them down at Soldiers Gold. Can't find a way through, so Steinshaw going to fight with Ugachu now for what is 4th and 5th positions.
Stenshorn's come through the field rather nicely, hasn't he? Because he was well outside the top 10, I think, at the start, and now he's up into 3rd position is the Norwegian, coming through the field very, very nicely indeed. But Ugachu is now in a fight with Tim Traminit, who's slowly but surely coming through the field as well. The man who is high up in the championship coming into this, he was 3rd coming into this race on a run of good form as well. And there's still plenty more racing to come in these final 12 laps here in Austria.
Still pushing hard as on board with Tim Traminit. Oh, and the rear sliding over the curb as well. And that's also my Boyer going a bit too wide, Omi.
Yeah. Let's see, what are we going to get this time around? Ugo Gachukwu will surely need to look in the left and the right mirror now, because Tim Traminit is going to be late on the brakes, arriving up to Remus. He'll try to get the better traction off the corner and make this a battle down towards turn number 4. He'll be tucking in the slipstream. They've both got DRS, but Traminit has an intent to make the move this time by. Leon gets up to 13th and gets past James Wharton, and on the brakes we go. Traminit can't get there. Further back it is going to be Teofil Noel versus Mary Boyer, and Mary Boyer will hold on to the position, but Tim Traminit has got much better traction, and he may get the chance into turn 6 to try and make this move.
Oh, that's very tight from the Traminit on the outside line. Should be able to get the traction and does so. So moves ahead. Finally. But look at the state of the tyres, Tom, already after 15 laps. They're starting to get shredded like cheese graters.
Yeah, but that's the thing with this circuit. It does actually degrade the tyres quite massively. They are using the soft compound, so it is designed for this particular circuit to help promote some overtaking opportunities, some wheel-to-wheel battling, but they are coming through now. This is Stromstead, who's at the head of this. He's got Traminit behind, and he's out of DRS range as well as Stromstead, which will make it even more difficult for him to defend. But also watch out for Ugachu, who has been at it all weekend, really, with the standards of his driving. But now he's looking to get through on Traminit as he heads towards Remus again.
This has been very brave on the brakes on the inside. Nope, not going to be there, unfortunately. Okay, Amy, back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. As we make our way down towards turn 4, let's see what we're going to get this time around. So Traminit's getting by. Ugo Gachukwu, though, wants to take the place immediately. He's been a driver who's come alive this weekend, and he doesn't want to give it up. He's not the only one. Charlie Wers, the Austrian, up against Van Hopen, who's gained 12 places since he started the race. Same applies to Stenshorn. Same applies to Tim Traminit, who's come all the way from 17th up to 5th. You've got Boyer ahead of Ugo Gachukwu, who was trying to go 1 forward. He's gone 1 back, and it is going to be Ugo Gachukwu who retakes that place. So all is okay. He's back to the place where he was initially. So after all of that, we end up with Traminit in 5th. Ugo Gachukwu is in 6th, and it's Boyer in 7th. Niall is in 8th. Then it's Wers and Lawrence Van Hopen is in 10th place. All of this continuing to change lap after lap, but that's what Formula 3 at Austria delivers us with.
Absolutely, it's just a continual charge throughout the field, which is always nice to see. And I think also the feature a little bit more action-packed on than what the sprint was yesterday, to be fair, because this time they're all getting through okay.
4 drivers have made up 12 positions from their starting places. Stenshon's one of them. He's up to 4th place so far from third place, I should say, from 15th. I think Niall's another one who's made up 12 places. Lauren van Herpen, another one as well. And Callum Voisin. So 4 drivers have made up that many places from their starting spot. When we're seeing a battle here going on between Carrasquedo and James Watson, yesterday's race winner. Carrasquedo, who's only in his 2nd race weekend in this championship, having a better time of it here. He did so in Barcelona. And he's up to 14th place.
Let's take a replay of this battle then. So on the inside line is Tim Traminitz, Ugo Gachuru on the outside, down to turn 4. Traminitz gets a little bit of a slide and knocks into Gachuru. I don't know, that's a racing incident in my book. It was just a tiny little knot, wasn't it, Omi?
Absolutely. As the gravel gets kicked up by these Dallara built FIA Formula 3 cars. Still have Formula 2, the Porsche Super Cup, along with F1 to come here at the Red Bull Ring circuit on an action-packed day. And of course we've also got MotoGP action coming up, so there's quite a lot going on today.
Thanks for reminding
as well
me.
in terms of motorsport. Yeah, there's your reminder as we make our way through turn number 1 and wait and see who's going to be dishing out the overtakes this time by. Stenshorn up against the championship leader, so we could see Kamara head backwards in a few moments time, because Stenshorn looks like a driver who wants to go on the attack. And talking about the attack, that's exactly what we're getting by Tim Traminitz, who makes his way through turn 3, tries to get the better traction and see whether he can attack. He's 2 tenths away from Noah Stromstead.
Still a lot of battle as we come down to the braking zone. So this is Stenshorn battling with Kamara, as now further back. Finally, the move is done on the inside line. Noah Stromstead gets ahead of Tim Traminitz, and now Traminitz under pressure from Ugo Churu, who's trying to look around the outside into turn 6 and into the woods curve. Nothing is going to be on a battle for that one, but yeah, Tom is just swapping positions now, saving the tyres to the end of the race, 18 and 26.
Yeah, and Kamara is under attack here from Stenshorn, who's been absolutely sensational in this race. So Kamara needs to be on his toes during the course of it. He may have to just play it safe and let Stenshorn go, because if he gets into a battle with him, as Stromstead runs wide on the exit, and that's easy picking for Traminitz.
Yeah, well, that's a mistake you can make, Omi, and Ugo Churu is going left and right. He's going to try and sing around the outside, but he's using up more of his tyres to try and get through. But he'll get a better exit out of turn 1 on the run up towards Remus. This should be easy, but is that also going to bring in Murray Boyer? Yes, it does, with the DRS as well. So Stromsted's really under pressure now as they go 3 wide into the braking zone. Lead and change as well, further ahead as well for 2nd, 3rd position, as we see again, unfortunately, getting pushed out wide. So Stenshorn's taking 2nd position away from Kamara.
Yeah, absolutely. Kamara drops down. Go on, Tom.
Yeah, I was just going to say Stenshorn's being allowed through by Kamara. I don't think Kamara is going to fight on this occasion because he knows he's got a big gap behind. But Ugo Churu is on the attack on Stromstead, who continues to struggle. And Boyer is about to go through on the pair with them.
Fabulous move from Murray Boyer. Is Ugo Churu going to let this one stand? He's got the inside line coming into turn 6. He will go through, but he's locked up. He takes them both wide. Stromsted's going to come back on the inside line, down towards turn 7. Almost goes wheel to wheel and almost takes his front wing off Omi.
Stromstead having to back out of that one late 2nd. Had it been slightly different, that could have been both of them out of the race at that moment. And now Noah Stromstead immediately having to look to the mirrors, because surely Teofil Niall's going to be there as we approach turn number 9. And Stromstead stays ahead, and Niall tried his absolute best to get there, and he couldn't do so. But the momentum really fluctuating between these drivers depending on who's running wide. Talking about running wide, that wasn't the best exit for Charlie Wurz. Laurent van Hoopen's going to be there as we send it across the line. And here's the chance for Niall into turn number 1. Nicky Lauderkirk, can he take the place? As further back we see Charlie Wurz get up there, and it is going to be Niall just ahead. He runs in deep though, and it means we're going to battle still down to turn number 3 on this circuit, so this one isn't done yet.
Side by side on the inside line. Van Hopen losing out a couple more places, and Ugachu is, yeah, he's done. He's done. 3 wide off the track as well. So running out wide was TFL now, and that's put him under pressure from Brad Benavides. That's a shame. Oh, don't go on the... No, Leon's trying to go through on the inside line as well. Go on, Tom.
Yeah, Leon's going through as Niall goes through the gravel, continuing to drop back, and we are seeing Belinsky go through on what looks like Lawrence Van Herpen for position as well. That's for... Oh, that's Callum Voisin. My apologies. That's him going through on Van Herpen for position as the ART goes through the gravel. Stenshon's now 5 seconds off the lead, so Solov can afford to take it easy. He's got to hope there's no safety car at some point. But with there being only 6 laps to go, I don't think we're going to be seeing a safety car unless we see something totally dramatic in the closing stages here at the Red Bull Ring.
You've done it now, haven't you?
Jinxed it.
Well done, Tom. Oh, God. Okay, here we go. Well, they've behaved themselves so far. Let's see whether that will continue all the way till the end as we go into turn 1 once more. A deciding part of the circuit. It dictates your run that you get, and it looks like it's a good run for home favourite Charlie Wurst, who was taken out at the corner that we're approaching yesterday. Today he tries to make his way by further up the road. That is Ugo Gachuku just staying ahead of Mari Boyer as we rotate our way through, but Mari Boyer is going to surely get it on the way out though with DRS, and he's going to be waving up his hand as well to some degree as he gets past Ugo Gachuku into the braking zone.
Oh, outbraking himself, though, coming out of it, and that's allowed Vossen to go through. Van Hopen late on the brakes, and through goes Callum Vossen now up into 9th position. There's a replay of that move, Tom. This is a lap ago.
This is on Voisin and Van Herpen at turn 6, and I wonder if the stewards will look at that, because it looked to me like Voisin pushed Van Herpen out onto the gravel. And there have been penalties dished out this weekend for drivers forcing another one off the track or leaving the track and gaining advantage. This is Teofil Niall riding over the curbs there, which had really upset the car's balance, hence why he lost so many places coming out of that. So it's been another weekend to forget, unfortunately, for Teofil Niall. And Stenshon isn't exactly getting the gap down. Kamara just staying in touch. I think he wants to stay within DRS range just so that he can stay ahead of Tramnitz, who is really closing in on Kamara at this moment in time. But watch out for Boyer and Ugachuku, who are about to go into combat again, I think, JB.
Yep, as they come into it again, side by side. Little bit of being forced into it and off the circuit, unfortunately, Omi. Having to take a couple of emergency positions, and now we see as well Charlie Wurst taking Noah Stromstead.
Yep. Absolutely. Let's see whether he's going to be able to do it as we arrive on the brakes into turn 4, and we're going to also at the same time see Van Hoopen versus Callum Boyd, who runs in deep. He's not the only one running in deep as Charlie Wurst is going to have to lose the position momentarily. He doesn't want to give it up. Who gives an inch into turn number 6, which Trident will appear in front. It's still neck and neck, and it's Charlie Wurst who's ahead of his teammate, and that will definitely be getting a cheer in the grandstand. He was trying to make history yesterday, was Charlie Wurst. He was cruelly denied by Brando Badoa, but today he wants redemption, and today he's absolutely chasing it. So he moves over to 7, Stromstead in 8, then it's Voisin, and then it's Van Hoopen who's in 10th position. It's Solov in the lead by 5.3 seconds, and critically, Tom, Kamara has lost the 1 second, so if Tramnitz has some pace, he has to give it now.
Yeah, he's got to unleash it. They haven't got long to go, so this is going to come down to who's been able to preserve the tyres the most. As Van Herpen runs very wide on the curb there in his combat with Voisin for 9th position. Benavides is waiting in the wings, as is Noel Leon for the final points-paying positions. And Van Herpen and Voisin wheels to wheels. They enter Remus again here. Benavides still there. Benavides going to the inside. Van Herpen will have the high ground on the exit, taking a slightly wider line, and that's going to put him in the slipstream of the road in front. Now, which way is he going to go here, Van Herpen? He's probably too far back as Benavides heads to the outside, but Van Herpen's got that one covered.
He has indeed. So that's a position that has been secured. But Brad Benavides back in Formula 3, of course. Had a stint in Formula 2. Had a stint in Euro Formula in between that as well. And he was very nearly slotting himself up the inside into turn 6. That was late on the brakes, but he sits in behind. He was trying his best Dirksen impression, who's also part of that AIX team, which you can watch in a little bit in FIA Formula 2 as it holds its feature race as that approaches its halfway mark of the season. Nikola Solov about to get the 25 points for the victory, and he's going to be savouring them 100% as he's about to extend that record, the all-time win record. He's about to extend it in this Formula 3 category, and he is going to look to also use that to try challenge, as you've got one Red Bull Junior who's contesting Kamara in the championship. You've got one contesting him right now on the racetrack, as Tim Traminitz is closing in, thinking about the lunge, down the inside, late on the brakes, and Tim Traminitz will take the final spot on the podium as Kamara will drop down to P4, and that was tidy stuff. He was doubting it for a second, was Tim Traminitz, Tom, but he went for it in the end.
He's got to defend though, because Kamara will be in the slipstream even without DRS. The right rear tyre of Rafa Kamara's car tells you everything you need to know about how his race is going. He's got to hope that that doesn't fall into a complete major issue for him. Mario Boyer, who has been able to preserve his tyres better in my opinion, is now on the tail. This is all playing into the hands of Nikola Solov's championship hopes as well. He went into this 18 points off Rafa Kamara in the championship. So if he can hold on as Boyer goes past Kamara with only a couple of laps remaining here, and Kamara's just got to hope the Checovo comes out soon enough here, because he really is not going anywhere right now.
No, he's not, and it's literally just been a backwards manoeuvre throughout this entire race so far. Solov, though, by 5.6 seconds can lead. Stenchur in second. Then we get Tramnitz, Boyer, Kamara, Ugachiru, Vert, Stromstead, Vozin, and Lawrence Van Hope in the last points pay position. There's a car wide, top of the hill. I can't see who it is, Omi, from this far back, but taking avoiding action, so we'll see who drops back. It's certainly outside the top 10 paying positions.
Yeah, absolutely. As we arrive down into Remus, and we're going to do so with a bit of a battle as Van Hoopen tries to see whether he can get past Callum Boysen, and he can do so on the exit as well. Kamara might be about to lose another place, because you've got directly in behind Ugo Ugachuku at the moment, and like we saw in Imola, Kamara's tyres are faded away at the end, and they're fading away in a big way for him, and it's really costing him as we continue the battle. And Ugo Ugachuku to the inside, that might even be a contest. Kamara knows he can't fight it, and he just needs to try and get this one to the end with one more lap remaining to try and minimize the damage that he will be getting from this race, with Solov gaining a big chunk into the championship lead.
Coming over then to what will be the last lap of the race. Fingers crossed that Solov is going to take the victory as well. It'll be quite an interesting run. Black and white flag for TFL now for track limits has come into effect as well. Solov 6.1 seconds coming through. A little bit wide of the exit curb. Not a bad feature race, actually. It's been quite quick. 45 minutes. We've done it in 35. So superb without a safety car intervention either. Here is Solov on course for a critical race win, isn't it, Omi?
Yep, critical race win to really get his championship battle going for proper as well, and he is entering himself into the conversation with every single session that we do at this stage, as meanwhile Mari Boyer is right on the back of Tim Traminitz. He might run out of opportunities unless Tim Traminitz's tyres fade away right at the end, but this is for the final spot on the podium.
And Tom, even now, he said that Solov would have a weekend which was great. We didn't expect Stenchur or Tramnitz to come in and be this competitive.
Yeah, and at this stage of the season, it'll be 3 wins apiece for both Solov and Kamara, and they'll be very, very close in the championship standings after this one.
Nikola Solov will exit the last corner and be greeted by the checkered flag for the 3rd time this season. From pole position to checkered flag, Solov dominates in Spielberg. Stenchur in 2nd, Tramnitz 3rd, Boyer 4th, Ugachiru will come home in 5th. And Omi, a great battle throughout this entire race. F3 delivered on the morning.
Yep, they have started Grand Prix Sunday off in absolute style as well. And they started it with a drag race to the line, and Tappinen beats Dominguez to 22nd as well. Well, that was absolutely fantastic. Box office stuff all the way from start to finish, and a great Formula 3 contest, which is won by Nicholas Solov.
Let's head down to the world feed.
Boy. Good on, boys. Good one. We keep going better, guys. That's how we want it. Let's keep going. Good job, team. Very proud.
Previously on FIA Formula 3.
Into round 7 of the FIA Formula 3 Championship, and it was 4-2 in terms of qualifying between the top 2 in the championship. Rafa Kamara ahead of Nicholas Solov. The pair had dominated the qualifying sessions. It was now a case of could anyone else go and take a pole position. The drivers pushing the limits around one of the most dominating tracks in FIA Formula 3, but Nicholas Solov would go and take a pole position.
And this is how it lines up coming in to round 7 of the Formula 3 Championship. It's overcast here at Silverstone, but dry as we begin the action for today's sprint race. Hello everybody, welcome up to the commentary box. I'm Joshua Birch, alongside me is Omi, and well, we knew it was coming in. It's just the start at the moment, Omi, of the cloud cover with the potential rain today. But Formula 3 at Silverstone, this time we will get a sprint race on Saturday morning, and we're all set for what is going to be a classic day of racing as Tanasapol into Pruvazak starts on pole position.
Yep, going to be exciting stuff. An interesting qualifying yesterday leads us with an interesting race, and we have no European driver starting inside the top 3 in this race, which is I think the first time since 2022 when Crawford, Collar and Correa were the top 3 drivers. So it's been a while since we've had that, where we've not had a European driver inside the top 3. So yeah, quite interesting and great to see these drivers all doing well for our sprint race. And as you mentioned, it's great to have it on Saturday morning, unlike last year.
Yes, it got pushed to the latest Formula 3 since Russia in 2021. It got pushed to 6:30 UK time due to all the delays and the rain we had. I had to leave the commentary box, actually. I was busy. Omi ended up leading that one as well, as he so often does these days, with a dual lead commentary role across the support series this season, with us covering 30 different championships. And with that, I'm going to throw him completely under the bus and ask him to take us through the starting grid, because it's so long here, Omi. They're actually at Club Corner as well. All 30 cars lines up on the grid slots. So the last corner, you can't even see it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great thing that we have always at Silverstone. Not so for our 2 at the back. That is the AIX drivers of James Headley and Marin Angeli, who will go from 29th position on the grid. Gerard G is at 28th, and then it's Lecorte returning after his race ban. He goes from 27th place. Does the Alpine Junior. Nikita Johnson, well, another F3 round, a new team. He's with High Tech and he's in 26th. It's Callum Moysin in 25th. Dagazetta is in 24th, and it's Louis Sharp in 23rd position for Rodin Motorsport, who of course won here on circuit with Callum Moysin and then had it taken away from them last year in the feature race. Bruno Delpino is in 22nd, Ivan Dominguez starts in 21st. It is the ARTs of James Wharton. He's alongside Flying Finn, Chuka Tappinen, who's in 19th place. And then we get Santiago Ramos, the Mexican driver, starting alongside Sandro Giusti, who comes into this round with a penalty as well. It's Roman Bielinski and then Brandon Bedoa, who of course finds himself still struggling within that Prema car. Moves up though, 1 place from where he qualified due to the penalty for Giusti. Noah Stromstead is in 14th. Brad Benavides would have been disappointed to miss out on this top 12. It would have meant that he would be reversed to the front. And being reversed to 12th today is Solov due to his pole position yesterday. Ugo Gatriku alongside. It is Kamara in 10th. And then we have Mary Boyer starting a 9th. Great job from him, the Aston Martin Junior. And then the Red Bull Junior. Tim Framinitz will start in 8th. Charlie Wurz is in 7th position on the grid. We get Sten Shorn starting in 6th. Lawrence Van Hoopen trying to get his season properly on track this year. He'll go from P5. And then it's Teofil Nal in 4th. Noah Leon is the driver who starts in 3rd position for Prema Racing. Great chance to attack the top 2 of Christian Ho and Tanasapol into Pruvazak, who is on pole position for the FIA Formula 3 sprint race.
It's strange that you say that, Omi, really, isn't it? It's like we don't expect him to have the pole position, and yet here he is, time after time as well. taking us in with an interesting one. Just charging up our wireless microphone as Ian Birch will be with us later on for qualifying and the race. And TFL now slow away from 4th position on the grid. Now they do have a set of repeaters here at Silverstone. There's the main start lights. There's the start lights just at eye level for the front row. Then there is another set of lights at row number 6 in order for the drivers behind to see. But on that curve, you can't actually see the lights. So what they do is they activate the LED board and it goes red, and then when it goes out, that's when the restart procedure is underway. So it may look like if you spot it there's a red flag, but it's not. It's just an emergency repeater light as dry ice from Tenasipol into Purizak blows down the Wellington Straight. It's a long circuit here, Romy, one of the longest on the Formula 3 calendar, sub 2 minutes just about, but here it's all about tyre wear. The surface may be billiard smooth, but it is incredibly hard on the fronts.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Meeting the drivers have to manage, and we're going to hear from them now about how they do it.
So tomorrow is going to be interesting with the weather. Let's see how it's looking, and I think so the best is to go for it in the first laps, because after that maybe we have a lot of safety cars.
I'd say the pace is not too bad. I'm not sure. I've never been here, and also I think it's the team's first time here in F3 as well. So not sure where we're at with race pace, but hopefully it's as good as qualifying, and hopefully we can fight for some points.
Hopefully we can nail the start, get a good start, and hopefully pull away in the first few laps, so I can manage a bit of a gap for the end of the race. But yeah, anything can happen. We're really looking at into the start with the team, because obviously in Red Bull Ring had a problem with that, but hopefully it all gets sorted.
As Commander Shaw and Stingray would say, anything can happen in the next half hour. Jake Sanderson would be very much prepared for that one as well. Kamara leads on 117 points to Chamnitz on 93, Solov on 89, Stenshaw on 67, Stromstead 62 in the top 5, Boyer 58, Rusti on 54, Tappan on 51, Vozin 48, Ramos 45. It's an incredibly close championship, bar Kamara. Kamara wasn't in it, we were saying everyone was in it. He's just taken off in the championship this year, Kamara, with some solid, decent results. He's been consistent, and that's the key.
But he's, yeah, and it's been all done in qualifying and the feature races. Sprint races, he's been cursed this season, has Kamara as well. So he's going to look to try turn that around. And I'm just taking a look. His best result in the sprint race is only 7th. That was on the streets of Monaco. So for Kamara, a driver who doesn't usually go well in the sprint races, he needs to try turn that around. I think that's the only thing that's costing him at the moment. Solov would have brought the gap down to 1 point this round and would have taken the championship lead after getting his 2 points from pole yesterday coming into this, had he not been disqualified. But he was disqualified from his victory in the feature race last time out, and that is what means that his exam questions got quite a lot harder, and he needs to try go again basically and claw the gap back, which he basically did the last time, but he has to repeat the same trick.
Big red F, wasn't it, as well, coming through with that one. And not F for failed, F for something else that unfortunately got bleeped, and Mohammed Ben Salam now as well would be asking for $10,000. Just news on that front as well, that Teddy Mayer, well, Tim Mayer, Teddy's his father, Tim is standing for FIA president. That has now been confirmed. So we will have a battle for the general election of the FIA president. Right now, though, you can see, I was mentioning yesterday about how the red flag button gained a flip switch after Charlie Whiting accidentally pressed the red flag button here in 1999. Now, it's all going through. Lando stands watching on. The grid forming up, and Omi, this is the real tense time now, because you're sitting on the grid for someone 30 seconds.
Yeah, you're waiting for them to all get themselves into position further back, and when they do so, then finally they can get going. And for the top 7, these are drivers who mostly aren't usually in contention, so a big race coming up for them, and they know they have to get this right.
One of the shortest runs down to the first corner on the calendar as well. A fast right-hander at Abbey leads into the sweep at Farm and the first heavy braking spot at Village in the stadium sector. Right at the back, James Headley lines up in 30th position. He tries to get his best position to see those lights. Green flag is at the back. ready and steady. Build on the revs then, put it around about 9,000 RPM. Watch the lights, don't steer, drop the clutch, let's go. Good start coming in as well from the back of Lawrence Van Hopen. Bad start coming in from Charlie Verge. Great start, Tassaboy to Pruvazak. He leads Christian Ho towards turn number 1. The Promos from the back as well, trying their best not to have contact, and little touch of the grass there. Coming in from Charlie Verge into the braking zone, and Tassaboy to Pruvazak really having to hold off Christian Ho, who's almost off the track. He's got TFL now, who's come back round into 3rd position. Noel Leon's dropped back. Yellow flags are waving as one of the Red Bull liveried cars have gone sideways coming out of the loop. Down the Wellington Straight for the first time. Slipstream will be key here. TFO now trying to go right round the outside of Christian Ho. Down towards Brooklands. It's a tricky move, but it's made it stick. Won't go in too deep. Fabulous start, Omi, as they get through. But will we need a safety car? As running wide goes Noel Leon.
Yeah, Leon all out of shape. It was a brilliant move. Coming in from Teofionales, Ho got caught up, trying to battle with our race leader to stand up on into Pruvazak. Tim Traminich with cars ahead, to the side, and also behind as well as we go down towards Cops Corner.
Into Cops then, it's hard side by side as well. Ugo Gachuru nearly taking out the back there. Again, of the slow starting Charlie Verge, who again is forced wide. No sign of the safety car. It's a long lap here though. They might just get away with it. A side by side into Maggots and Beckett's. The 2 Tridents cannot do that. They'll have to back off. Coming into Chapel, they're still side by side, and off the track coming through Chapel, kicks up the dust from Rafael Kamara. The 3 Tridents are side by side down the hangar straight as Tenasable to Pruvazak is under pressure from TFR now, and they're still side by side. It's 3 wide. The Tridents don't blink into Stowe. Back down a bit now. Has, however, come Noah Stromstead, but still side by side with the inside line. Kamara lifts off, and the virtual safety car's out just to at least try and stop these Tridents. Wow!
Yep, I think Brandon Bedoya has had some issues, as normal, unfortunately for him. Into Pruvazak, Niall and Ho, our top 3. What on earth happened at the start? And the Tridents were absolutely going for it. And they end with Wirtz ahead of Kamara, ahead of Noah Stromstead, as everyone has to back out. And there is Brandon Bedoya, beast in the gravel.
Bedoya out again then. You really do have to question if he is racing material. His father raced for Ferrari and Lotus and several other teams in the late 90s. But that is a bad start from Solov, down to 29th position on that opening lap. He must have had contact with Bedoya. Here's the start then, Omi, as the lights went out.
Yep, 5 lights went out. Leon didn't get away well as well. He had to be avoided by Lawrence Van Hopen further back, who had to take avoiding action as we threw it down into Abbey Corner. Always does get tight at this part of the circuit. Charlie Worth sent it around the outside as well of Leon at the moment, and then Christian Ho's going to fancy his chance around the outside, and then he'll kind of use the momentum, but he'll get taken right to the white line. That'll give Teofional the run, going through Aintree and then the loop, and then down the Wellington Straight. He's able to get the momentum. We're looking further back, and there we have the contact between the Red Bull Livery Machine and also Brandon Bedoya. So it was Nicolas Solov who was involved as he was battling his way through. This is the reason why you mentioned the Red Bull Livery car was backwards, and it was Solov as he was side by side with Bedoya, and the contact was made.
How was Solov kept in this race? Bedoya went right to his side pod.
I got hit.
He got hit so much, he's ended up at the previous corner, and Bedoya has beached himself at the gravel through the loop before Aintree. This is Callum Vozin's on board. He switches to the outside line. Now he's dropped 18th position at the moment, runs a little bit wide. What does he do going to the braking zone? So he sees all that action happen just ahead of him. Oh, and he narrowly avoids it, and narrowly avoids getting a bit of McLaren winglet in his face.
Yeah, that was Ivan Dominguez who ran over it as well at the same time as Warden was going for it. Yeah, safety cars deployed, so they've upgraded that due to they need to get recovery going of that Kramer car. So disappointment for him. But yeah, it's good that Solov's still in this race, but you have to feel for him. He qualified on pole yesterday, started in 12th. He was going for the championship. Rounds are running out, and it might just be a story of this being Nicolas Solov's year, but being really just a bit too unfortunate. And loads of people do bring up a 3-season thing of him being in F3 now for a 3rd season, but I'd argue that his single-seater experience, you can say to some degree, was limited before Formula 3 as well. So Kamara had a lot of single-seater experience. Solov's kind of had to do all of the learning in this mostly, and then also try 5 of the titles. So while Kamara, absolutely, I'd say still, you can say definitely had more potential, but you definitely cannot count out Solov and just undermine him at all due to it being his 3rd year.
Cloud covers are approaching the circuit here at Silverstone. There is a high chance of rain today that will affect qualifying. There's a higher chance tomorrow, and that's going to be very difficult for everybody to deal with as they come through. Glenn says, hi guys, excellent start for sure. Lewis Sharp up 6 places.
10th. Let's hear from him.
Charlie, be sensible at the restart, please, and do not fight with Kamara. He's fighting for the championship, please. It's really important, okay?
The Tridents then, Omi, are getting told, look, come on guys, that was silly. 3 wide and he didn't make contact. And Kamara is fighting for the title, but he's so far ahead, I'd argue, screw it. Let's go for it.
Yeah, I think the Trident are thinking about how it came down to 1 point last time, even though we went into the weekend with a similar gap of 24 points. So I think that's what they're thinking about, our Trident. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether we're going to get a Sullivan. Brando Beddoes has been noted the collision at turn 4. They're just going to they're just going to get rid of some of the debris down there as well, and the Brave Marshal will come out on the circuit to do that. But yeah, it's a very interesting championship, and Kamara is going to be hoping that he can just try overtake his teammate and get on with his job. But let's just hope that it basically doesn't end up like what we had in 2021, where we had the Formula 3 Trident drivers making a mess of it in the finale, and Jack Doohan saying those famous words, "I drive for myself."
So Taskpoint's Privisak still on top then as this goes on. Should be an interesting run around, shouldn't it, this one?
It should, and the safety car should be in very soon, hopefully. Maybe one more lap will go behind it, and then we'll be able to get it back in as well. But Kamara, the driver who started in 10th, it currently finds himself in 11th, but he'll try to see if he can get into the points. It won't be too much loss at the moment if Kamara cannot get into points and Solov doesn't get it either. It will basically be, we'll go into tomorrow as normal, but any extra points that Solov could have grabbed over Kamara would definitely have been helpful. Noah Leon will be a feisty driver on the restart 100%. He was a driver in contention last year in the Formula 3 sprint race around the circuit. This year, he has had a terrible start from 36, so he'll hopefully be fired up and try and attack. And check from worse?
Yeah, I understand, Jack. Please, if he's fighting with you, lose a position, you have the 2 teammates behind, and we go ahead. The race is still long, but I don't want to have any crash between teammates.
So,
I'll try to know what it feels like to have crashes between teammates, so they just want to make sure that they basically just get rid of any chance. But to be fair, us fans, JB, we're going to be upset because we were loving that battle of them going 3 wide down the Wellington Straight as well. That was quite a lot of fun.
It was indeed.
4 out of 18. Of course, we've got the Papaya safety car, which of course is orange, but loads of people just refer to it as Papaya because of the McLaren that we've got. Right, let's take a look at the replay. This was Leon fighting his way by. Ugo Gachuku going round the outside. That was off Charlie Wurz. Leon will be ahead. So that was an interesting start. Then you had Tim Traminit in the mix as well. We were approaching down towards Cops Corner. Quite a lot happened on this start. And then Leon defended. Boyer sent it around the outside. And then they went back into single file. Charlie Wurz went off the road through Cops Corner, which I found quite interesting as well momentarily. Then we see Kamara be super brave up against Wurz. He just gets the momentum, sends it in, uses how Meggett and Beckett works to try and get alongside, and then finds himself ahead. And they continued their battle, and then Charlie Wurz was able to leave ahead. Kamara then was in behind, and then you had also Noah Stomstead, who just had to slot himself into play as they all continued on as we make our way through Maggots and Beckett, and then the Chapel Cove, and we're about to get this FIA Formula 3 sprint race back going as it's now over to Tassanopol into Pruvzak to back the whole field up, and he'll be the one who will take us to the green flag in a couple of moments time as well, and they will of course head into Club Corner and then onto the Hamilton Straight, and it'll be interesting to see how he's going to get on.
Safety car coming. Oh, computer's got a bit funny there. Sorry everybody, stream's not ending. Safety car is coming in. Tried to press the safety car button, it went there. So, when Wilton Aspel into Pruvzak hit the ground running through the last couple of corners. At Stowe, Vale would be an option. He's gone early. Down towards the braking zone in Vale. And Christian Ho looking back for the second position on TFL now. Can't really find the option. Into Privazak gets a little bit of a slide in the rear, and we are racing again here at Silverstone in the Formula 3 Championship as they head down the Hamilton Straight in towards Abbey at turn number 1, and nobody thinking about a move early on, or to try to warm their tyres up and make sure it's a good restart as they fly down once more. Into Privazak now. Ho, Stenshaw, Van Hopen, Nolion in 6th. Boyer, Tramnitz, and already on the inside line as well. Stenshaw was not going to wait around. He gets through on the inside of Christian Ho.
Takes the opportunity and posts it down the inside there. Does Stenshaw, and now there's a chance for Lawrence Van Hoopen to go on the attack on the Singaporean driver as we approach the next corner. Kamara is going to battle with his teammate. How hard does Charlie Wurz make this? Let's find out.
Kamara around the outside line, picks up the throttle on the inside, coming into left field, still on the outside line though, coming through, he's going to take 2 into 1, surely, as Ugo Gachuru went a little bit wide, but can't get that through as the racing continues through Woodcut and down towards Copse Corner. So everyone now starting to slowly make the moves in the tyres back up to full temperature, but Charlie Wurz did not let Kamara be stuck behind him for too long. Tiafoe now might just win this, and that's going to prove at the rear of the Campos, just looking completely unstable as they come out. Look, he's sliding so far away from the apex, coming through the exit of Beckett, and there's another car that's cut the corner at Chapel. Who was that? It's one of the area exits, so it must be Brad Benedivez who went a little bit wide as well, as we head down the back straight in towards the braking zone for Stone.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a very interesting safety car restart. Quite a lot taking place. The Trident switching positions, and Charlie Wurz was able to get Kamara by on him, and that's how the Tridents now find themselves lining up 10th, 11th, and 12th as well. Marin Angeli and Solov were battling their way through, and it's Solov who's directly in behind. But yeah, Teofil Nal has got the confidence. You would expect him to be stuck behind to all of these corners, but he's really going for it. And he's really getting closer and closer and closer. And he's placing the car on the outside for the move for the lead, possibly.
And he's forcing off the circuit as well. Transport Rivers, that's going to have to let that one go. He'll say that TFL now pushed off the circuit, so this should be TFL having to get the position back. He's gone to the inside line not to do so. I think it should be just about okay.
We'll have to find out. Does Interpruvazak send it back for a move? No. There will be single file and it will be Teofil Nal, the driver who has the fastest lap for a race, fastest lap of the race, now has the race lead as well. Lecourte and Headley have been noted for a virtual safety car infringement. Of course, we had a virtual safety car, then it became the full safety car as well. Stromsted's looking very rapid, and just look at these gaps in a Formula 3 race. No cars outside 1 second of each other. Everyone is so close. They're all pushing their way through around the Silverstone circuit on lap number 6, a circuit that demands so much but has all of these Formula 3 cars all glued to the back of one another, and a decision has to be made, and the FIA and Van Amersfoort will definitely be discussing about possibly what they need to do, and I wonder whether Niall will be told to give that place back just to be safe, because he's got so much pace.
A little bit of braking zone coming down then as well. DRS chicken into the brakes, and everyone now sensible down the hangar straight. Lap 6 of 18 then. Rafael Kamara is now in front of his teammate, but he still is outside the points paying positions. He needs to get overhead of Ugo Gachuru and Tim Tramnitz, who runs in 8th position, to start getting back in. So it's a good challenge so far, but that safety car did not help matters as we approach coming up for the half race distance of this race.
Yeah, absolutely flying by is this race as well. As we make our way through the corner, Ho's going to be under major pressure in a couple of moments' time, because the experienced Lawrence Van Hoopen directly will be tucking in and then trying to use that DRS to power away by, as we look once again at a replay. Niall all the way around the outside, and Interpruvazak takes him right over to the white line and beyond, and Niall then is able to get that inside part of the circuit with DRS as well for the following Wellington straight, which means he's able to maintain that place.
As they stand sure they're watching all that go on, I don't know if Tanasco Interpruvazak forced TFL off the circuit, or if TFL is just cut the corner. I don't know how the stewards will see that, but either way, TFL now has got the lead of this race by 0.7 of a second to Tinaspool into Zach Stenshaws in third. So this from the DRS train, they've left Christian Ho behind. He's now 1 second back. Van Hopen also is just in the DRS range of him, but they're starting to separate. Here's TFL.
Okay, we might have to give the position back. We are reviewed.
We might or we do.
Stand by, we might have to.
With that, I'd check with the race director, wouldn't you? Because
Yeah.
that was borderline.
Yeah, that's what I suggested in terms of they'll hopefully be discussing. Okay, there we go. Niall and into Zach has been noted, as we are side by side of that is going to be Mary Boyer getting past Noah Leon and taking 6th place.
So and James Wharton gets ahead as well of Louis Sharp, so moves up, and now Sharp gets back ahead of him as well for 17th place. So they're swapping around. There's a bit of a slide there as well coming from Noah Leon, who started 3rd, dropped down to 7th place at a poor start. Now he's sort of held up in the queue behind Mary Boyer. I don't know. It's how would you read this one? It's so hard. The stewards have noted it, but they're not investigating it. So surely the note would be that you'd have to give the position back, because the stewards said, "Oh, we'll just note it. We'll see if they want to investigate it." This is the difference these days between noted and investigated. It's such a bizarre procedure that we now face ourselves in after what happened in 2021 with the stewarding panels.
Yeah, definitely quite a lot to keep an eye on as well, as we see Tuka Tappen and get past Bruno Delpino. If you are synced up with us, we go on board with Tim Tramnitz, the driver running in 8th position, getting rid of a tear off. Don't call Megan into the commentary box at the moment, as we throw it down into Cop's corner, does the Red Bull Junior, and he's currently going to try and see whether he can get past Leon, who's ahead, and then you've got Boyer, who's in 6th. Those three have lost the DRS. They're 1.7 seconds away from Van Hoopen, and then it's 1.6 as well to the top 3 between them and Christian Ho as well. So a few gaps now starting to form after everyone running so closely. Let's see whether Van Hoopen can make the move.
Can't send it round the outside. He will try though. Christian Ho defends on inside line. And again, Van Hoopen is attached to the back of the dams. He's going to send it up the inside though. That's very late into the Vale chicane, but makes it stick. That was a bit late, but he picked up the position perfectly. Great car control there for Lawrence Van Hoopen actually as well. We should note that down for future reference as well. He can take it so late on the brakes and just drift it in.
Yeah, absolutely. Headley's improved to 27, Johnson's in 28. Marin Angeli was trying to make a move as well. No further investigation for Lecorte, and Headley as well for a virtual safety car infringement. Probably a good idea that Lecorte, after serving his race ban, doesn't get any more penalties and penalty points and stuff like that, considering he's already got 6 to his name because he got the race ban with 18 penalty points in total.
I don't know how he still could get another 6 and get another race ban in the same season. We're running out of races though in the Formula 3 Championship as well. That's how funny this whole situation is. Right now, we've got Spa coming up though. That's going to be a lot of fun. Is it 2 weeks or 3 weeks? 3 weeks time.
Yeah.
Bengals hungry. We don't race in the Netherlands anymore. Italy will be our finale. Before next year it's Madrid, and you don't like that.
Oh god, Madrid. As a Formula 2 finale, I don't want to end with behind a red flag once again. Definitely not what we want. But yeah, most of all, we need a circuit where the drivers can overtake and where we can battle like we did last year for the Formula 3 title, where it went down all the way till the last corner. And around Madrid, we don't know what it will be.
Just wait for the right time, then execute.
Ugo Gachu trying to go right round the outside of Tim Chaminitz, and Chaminitz nearly takes up the front wing of Ugachu as well as they come out of Stowe into the Vale chicane, and Ugachu stays behind. Yeah, so Diva now starting to struggle. Zach will try and save his tyres as best he can. He's inside the DRS range, but TFL dropping back has also brought Stenshaw back into the mix, but Van Hoopen, with that battle with Christian Ho, now dropped 3 seconds back from the lead of this race. Surprising.
So now we get into the phase where everyone just tries to manage after a crazy start to the contest. It's a phase where everyone's now beginning to start to manage, and then we'll see what happens in the remaining laps. Giusti has got past Brad Benavides, who drops down to P15 at the moment as well. Dominguez is trying to attack Louis Sharp and Callum Voisin, and then you've got Tappinen in that train as well as they bring the car through the field at the moment. Ugo Gachuku will try get the slingshot, he'll try get the run, but if he's not careful he will also then have Kamara in behind. Niall has been told to give back the position, so that's the critical thing happening at the front of the field, while at the same time we just saw Louis Sharp lose the position to Dominguez and Tappinen.
Well, unfortunately, it was borderline if it was legal or not, but he has now been told to give the position back, but he's got to do it in a way that Martin Stanchev does not get back ahead. They've both got the DRS down the hangar straight, and I think Stanchev will just appreciate that it has to be done. Gentleman racing there. That's what I like. Pass him when you have to, not because he's been told to. So now we've got a three-way fight for the race win with 8 laps remaining here at Silverstone. Bring it on. Glenn says not a good lap for Louis Sharp there. Where's he dropped down to 21st position?
Yeah. Lost position. Definitely not what he wanted. Ugo Gachuku gets past Tim Tramp. It's that surely bit of a move that came down out of the final few corners on the Hamilton straight. So definitely something brave there between those drivers. They were battling their way through further back, or would have been right at the end of the lap. Let's hear from Niall.
He is struggling with tyres, so let's try to get him straight away.
Well, they say they're both struggling with tyres, so who's believable here? They both look like they've got worse tyres compared to Stenchel as they come down into Brooklands. And it's TFL now going deep, and Stromsted's got the best tyres. I'd say Stromsted for the win. He's my pick here. I think he'll find a position through.
Yeah. Do we look at Charlie Wurz and Tim Kramnitz? But yeah, I think Stenchon's the one who has a good opportunity at the front of the field. Yeah, I think he's managing quite well. The driver running in 3rd position at the moment. He's managing quite well. If you take a look back to the Tridents battling their way through, Tim Kramnitz has dropped quite a few places, so he's not had a very good lap.
Lap 11 of 18. No, he hasn't had a good lap, no. Oh, hello. Why was Naspar just proves that going there? Incredibly defensive to the inside line, down the hangar straight, trying to break that DRS toe from TFL now, because his team, Naspar's team at Campos would have now informed him that TFL's been told to try and repass him ASAP. So it's just a gamesmanship now going on, and Sensual's just sitting back going, yeah, okay, let's see what's going to happen. Let's see what will develop here as they come out of club up to Abbey. And nothing still going on at the moment as we head down in towards turn number 1.
Yep, they make their way through that part of the circuit. Let's hear from Charlie Wurz.
Charlie, we advise Kamara to push now, so follow him. Do not fight at the moment, please.
It's on the nose, isn't it? Don't fight, but follow. I mean, is it wise to have these team orders in place?
Well, team's perspective, yes. Drivers, absolutely not. Because they all are here to fight for themselves and fight for their own type of race.
Let's take a look at the replay. This is Tim Kramnitz up the inside. That was Kamara. And, oh, hello. Kamara forced Kramnitz off the circuit. The championship leader might just be receiving a penalty from the stewards. Let's take a look at it on the inside line of the loop, Homie. Yeah, he'll get a penalty for that, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Centre rival wide and off the road as we take a look at some replays of Niall. It was all over the road through Chapel Curve there.
So we didn't see that, and that explains why it looked like National Interviews that went completely to the inside line aggressively. It was because TFL now had the off moment coming through Chapel. Overcast conditions here at Silverstone. Track temperature 23.5, air temperature 19.5. Into the braking zone they go. Lap 13 starts of 18 here at Silverstone for the sprint race of FIA at Formula 3. Tanasa Pollard Pruvazak leads, TFL now second, Martin Steinshaw is third, Lawrence Van Hopen fourth, Christian Ho in fifth position from Mauri Boyer. Noel Leon and Ugo Gachiru rounds out your current points paying positions. As again, we now see Noel Leon go defensive against Ugo Gachiru. The two Premers now doing battle.
Yep, well, we've already seen Framers make contact this year as well, earlier this year. So, it's probably a good idea if they can avoid it, but let's find out as Ugo Gachiru tucks in the slipstream of Noel Leon. And he's going to try and fight away by in a couple of moments' time. He pulls to try and make the move as well further back, but it looks like he's just slotting in behind unless it's a late dive for him. He had to slot in behind there. So he couldn't get by. He got really close, but I think he's going to try to set up the move and go for it later on in the lap.
What TV direction was that? Absolutely, they pull away and then make us look to the extreme background when there's a possible overtake to cut to the front three that are doing absolutely nothing. Honestly, that's a bit daft. But anyway, Gachiru, as you say, I mean, did not get back through as well. As the Cortes passed Z as well, so... and I think also Zagazetta's moved up into 23rd position. Yeah. Into Pruvazak then, leads by 1.1 seconds. He's broken the DRS train as they come down the hangar straight once more. Still now seeing Noel Leon having to go defensive as we pick up with this battle. Goes defensive on the inside line, down towards Stowe. It allows Gachiru to send it round the outside, keep on the racing line, get better traction. And that was Noel Leon just misjudging the defence. Stunning F3 feature so far. It's a lot of overtakes and a lot of battling with each other.
Yep, Delpino's got past Callum Voisin as well, so that's quite interesting further back. But laps are running out in this one. A very interesting day coming up, and also you can catch Frecka and GP3 on the JBMotorsports 2 channel with all of the changes that Hungary made as well. Quite interesting stuff as Mauri Boyer sends it up the inside, and he's going to try and fight away to Christian Ho, and Christian Ho's going to be off wide momentarily. He'll continue on, and yeah, he lost a lot of time there to say that we just had a Campos dive bombing, and then he's already found himself 9/10 away.
Stenshaw's right in the back of TFL now as they come into Brooklands round Luffield. Woodcock coming up as well. Aggressive inside run from Stenshaw, but getting better traction at the exit to tow up through Woodcock down towards Cops Corner once more. He'll get in the slipstream. I don't think it's going to be hanger straight at Stowe for Stenshaw if he can just keep in here, but he's too far back, 2 seconds now. As really off the circuit goes TFL now. His rear tyre snapping at the wrong point through Cops Corner, and Stenshaw now has a run through Maggots and Beckett's. Can he get something done down the hanger straight? That's going to be the key factor here. TFL now struggling to control the car. Here comes Stenshaw with the DRS open down the hanger straight. Inside or out? It'll be the inside manoeuvre, and it's taking candy from a baby. Stenshaw to second. Nothing at all TFL now could do with that one, Omi. Tyres are gone.
Yep, he pushed very early on, which, I mean, some would suggest that it wasn't really needed, considering he had to give the place back anyway. He pushed so hard when he had the lead, was always going to have to give the place back, and then he dropped behind and then had nothing to respond with, and it's had nothing to now maintain second place with either, and now has to be careful because you're going to have Lawrence Van Hopen putting his final spot on the podium under threat.
Hard on the brakes then, and let's take a replay. This is down out the loop, a couple of laps ago. What are we witnessing here? This is Mauri Boyer on the inside line of Christian Ho, and Ho going off the circuit now. Was that a forced off the track from Mauri Boyer? It's a bit on the nose, that one. I'd say that one's okay. Stenshaw then, this is how he got to second. Wonderful move on the inside line. And takes it into Stowe. And a lock up there from Stenshaw's own second down at Vale.
Indeed. Looks like we're heading to a first Formula 3 win for him to Pruvazak as Van Amersfoort watch on. And unfortunately watch their driver dropping in behind with a 1.2, 1.1 and getting closer as we speak second gap as we see the ART close in and get closer and closer to the Van Amersfoort driver that is directly ahead, and you also got Mary Boyer coming as well. So you're going to have a great fight coming up for the final spot on the podium as well later on. By the way, to update, I know there wasn't any coverage of British F4 at all when it comes to qualifying. It was Theo McLaughlin who's been able to put it on hold. That took place directly before this Formula 3 race. So the Red Bull Junior will be leading us away later on. He'll be leading us away tomorrow, rather, and then it's the second qualifying times that get taken for today's grid.
Eyes in front, let's go get him for the podium. See you, Kobe.
Just seeing if we've got a full grid released by them, because we don't even have live timings to look at.
Yeah, it's a weird situation right now as Christian Ho is under pressure, this time from Ugo Gachu over 6th position. As they come down the back straight, 3 laps to go. And yeah, very late dive bomb from Ugo on the inside, textbook. Absolutely textbook.
Yep, absolutely. And I've just quickly been able to have a look at Salim Hanna on pole for the race later. So yeah, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff for the race that is to come. And Thomas Behrman qualified in 5th. It'll be interesting to see where he starts the race later on today, because we don't have updates on the second times. So we're going to have to wait and see what they will produce with that. But he will be 5th starting tomorrow, so a decent position for him as the fans try to cheer him on. But yeah, Salim Hanna, on one of the weekends, went over to the British F4 Championship. You were there, trackside, for one of them. He went over, on debut, won in British F4.
Just a shocker, really. We were talking about it actually at the time in the commentary box, how crazy it was. As you now see TFL now getting off the circuit, pushed by Lawrence Van Hopen, who will come over and defend the position hard. And that's going to be TFL now going way too deep into the Vale chicane. He's going to lose traction here as well. And guess what? Through goes Murray Boyer. It's exactly the same situation as Perez, Leclerc and Hamilton. A few years ago, it was a repeat happening in Formula 3 in front of our eyes. And now, Murray Boyer is on to a podium spot. Well, that was a repeat. Throwback.
Throwback time. And are we going to get more throwbacks with some possible dive bombs here later on in the lap? Van Hopen decides to sit in behind. Niall in 4th. Boyer's pulling away. And it could be 2 Campuses making their way onto the podium. We're on the penultimate lap of this race at the moment, but it's 1.1 second. Does Stenchon have anything left to close in on him to prove Zach? It's going to take a lot for him to close in that gap and then also make the move with time running out. But this battle for 3rd, what will most likely become 4th at the moment, with Niall dropping in behind, is going to become very interesting, and it will definitely be some fight to keep an eye on all the way till the checkered flag.
Van Hopen will close in. He needs only now 4th position. Murray Boyer is looking at his rearview mirror down towards Cops Corner just to make sure that he's not going to be overtaken. He's pulled out a gap here. This is how it happened then, Omi, as well. It all started, guess what? Just like the Perez, Leclerc, Hamilton, down at Stowe.
Bit of a squeeze from Niall. Van Hopen still found the gap. Niall got forced off wide, and then we brought it down towards rail corner, and they were going side by side, neck and neck. Boyer will place the car perfectly to get the cut back as well, and then let's hear from Lawrence Van Hopen.
He hit me, but that's not fair.
Murray Boyer, that was exactly the same. Somebody better get a clip of what happened in 22 and compare it to what happened now in F3 in 25. That was textbook similar. Last lap time. Into Puvazak leads by 1.1 second to Martin Estenschel as the racing action continues on. Into Puvazak.
3.
If you have some pin left, it's time to deploy. Leave me alone now.
He knows what he's doing.
Yep, and he's on his way to his first victory in Formula 3 as well. It's Susanna for Linktree. What a moment it will be for him as you see the dust and gravel kicked off further back as they were all battling their way through. But Stenchon's trying to deploy everything he has, but unless there's a mistake from here for him to prove Zach, it should be all okay right till the checkered flag. but it will be the battle for fourth, as I mentioned. That'll be the interesting one. Niall having to look at his mirrors to the left, to the right. He's got an ART getting closer and closer, and this is going to get very interesting. We'll go to Cops. You'll have to maintain the gap. You'll have to make sure that it's still close, and then do Maggots and Beckett, and the hanger straight will be the opportunity all the way right to the checkered flag. Let's see whether it could be a drag race between these two as well, as it's going to be definitely close. Bedinsky's got past 10 minutes. That's for 11.
So outside of points, it goes down to 8th. That's going to be where we're watching the battle with Kamaz. Omi's been telling us about as well, if he can break through and just get a single point. But Tanasapol into Pruvazak is heading down the hanger straight now towards Stowe. He is looking in the rearview mirrors to see when Stenshaw is, and he is so far back. It's 1.5 seconds. The fans then have made their way in this morning here in Silverstone, and they will witness a first-time winner in FIA Formula 3 out of the last corner at Club. A short squirt to the line. Tanasapol into Pruvazak is a Formula 3 winner here at Silverstone. His first ever win in the campaign after a stunning drive. Stenshaw in second. Boyer takes third. TFL now, Lawrence Van Hopen, Ugo Agachuru in 6th. Christian Ho, Noel Leon does round out the last points paying position. A stunning sprint race, Omi. That was fantastic.
Yep, absolutely extraordinary stuff there. What a brilliant FIA Formula 3 race, and Tanasapol into Pruvazak finally gets his chance after finishing second in the sprint race in Budapest last year, missing out on a chance to fight for the win. He's been able to do the job brilliantly here at Silverstone. A tricky race to manage, but a tricky race he did manage, and he finds himself going to the top step, and he'll be enjoying that one 100%.
Absolutely, and Glenn, thank you very much for your kind words. Stenshaw finishes in second position. Yesterday in the FIA Formula 3 Championship, it was a close-fought race from lights out to checkered flag. Solov getting spun round by Badoa. Safety car was early on, but it was a cruel, hard race at a circuit that always delivers good racing. The feature race this morning is going to put everyone through their paces, as a damp track with on and off rain means we are going to be in for the unusual sight. Can Inter Pruvazak come through the field to make it a double? Welcome to the feature race for the FIA Formula 3 Championship in 2025. It is the British Grand Prix here at Silverstone. Overcast conditions, the cars only just arriving to the grid. We have a delayed start procedure into effect due to the conditions, and it's not even that bad, Omi. It was, as you said, it was raining slightly. It has now stopped, but the driver's late to the grid, which means the formation up will start in 10 minutes time.
Yep, rain starting, then stopping, then starting, then stopping. That'll be your story across the FIA Formula 3 feature race this morning. It's going to be a very, very interesting contest. Cannot wait for this one to begin. And last year, after we saw one of the best F3 races ever in the Silverstone feature race, I'm really excited for what we're going to have in store today as well. And well, I mean, the thumbnail showed you what happened in the feature race last year as well. I purposely put it in this one because I knew there was a chance of it raining, so there's a chance of some chaos like that to take place.
You see already the brollies are up on the grid, and they've brought the wet tyres out as well, and I can see rain, Omi. It's starting to come down very heavily. This is what the British weather is like. It was dry on the way to the grid, and now it's starting to rain. I'm about an hour away from Silverstone. Omi, you're a bit closer than me, and it was raining an hour ago, and here it goes at the circuit. An hour later, it's raining, so the wind's blowing incredibly quickly down to Northamptonshire, and this is going to be absolutely fantastic. Please do take us through this starting grid for today's race.
Absolutely, and it's going to be a starting grid that 100% will be changing quite a lot as well, but it will be James Headley and Marin Angeli starting in 30th and 29th position. The two AIX drivers still waiting and hoping to try get their season's kick started, and then we have Gerard G starting in 28th alongside Nikita Johnson, who is having his second ever feature race in the FIA Formula 3 Championship as the American driver as well, so it'll be interesting to see how he is going to get on. Lacorte then finds himself in 27th, and then it is Johnson, next to Poison, as I've already mentioned. And then we find ourselves with the Dams Lucas Oil driver of Zagazzetta, driver who was in contention last year in the sprint race around this place. Louis Sharp is in 23rd. He is the reigning GB3 champion. Bruno Del Pino, the Spanish driver, starts alongside Ivan Dominguez, who is going from 21st place on the grid. James Walton is in 20th. Brandon Badoa with another moment in FIA Formula 3 2025 yesterday, where he retired. Tuka Tappinen goes from 18th. That's not the place that the Ferrari Academy driver wants to be in. Sandro Giusti starts in P17, and then the Mexican Santiago Ramos, one of our winners from earlier this season, is in 16th. Roman Belinsky became the first Polish driver to be on the podium. That happened at the start of the year. Let's see whether he can get back there again. Noah Stronstedt has also been on the podium this season. Brad Benavides started second last feature race. Today, he's in 13th. Inter Pruvizak was our winner in the race that we had yesterday, the sprint race, and he is going to be starting alongside Christian Ho. Noah Leon starts in 10th. Teofil Nile was very disappointed to get a penalty. We saw him fade out of the points. He's in 9th, and then it's Lawrence Van Hoopen in 8th. Martini Estencio, the McLaren Jr., is in 7th, and then it's Charlie Wirtz in 6th. The Tridents were all really going for it yesterday. Then you've got Tim Trammon starting in 5th. Mari Boya, who recently has joined the Aston Martin Academy as of last week. He's alongside the championship leader Rafa Kamara. Ugo Gatruku starts in 2nd place. The carbon livery helping his momentum this season. And Nikola Solov finds himself starting on pole after his incident yesterday being taken out by Badoa. Today's a big day in the championship to try and capitalise, but these conditions, as they continue to come down, are going to be making it harder and harder.
This is very similar to what we had at Alton Park, actually, a couple of weeks ago in the Formula 4, where they rolled into the assembly area. It started raining heavily. They changed it to wet tyres. Then it stopped. They put the wet tyres back off, put the dries on, and then it rained again. On went the wets, and then we went out with half the field on dries, half the field on wets, and they changed them on the grid, and they had a delayed start. But it is really coming down now here at Silverstone, and I'm delighted to tell you that this weather is due to continue all day long, because there is thunderstorms predicted for the F2 race, and also we have got the situation where for the F1, thundering and lightning.
It's going to be crazy. It's going to be really exciting. We're looking forward to this one. But yeah, the rain coming down. Ooh. And first it was you can make it around in the slicks that was about 5 minutes ago. Now the rain's properly come down. Now it's wet's guaranteed. Now it's safety car driving around the circuit and spray being kicked up in the air. This is how quickly it can change. Oh, I'm so excited for the British Grand Prix. We're going to be seeing like so many pit stops if it goes from dry to wet to dry to wet. It's going to be ridiculous.
Finally, the British Grand Prix is going into leather. This is going to be another great year, and it's going to be a great Formula 3 race when we get started. Track temperature, when we came on, was at 20.9. It has dropped to 16.3. The rain is cooling that track incredibly quickly. So, some are going to try on dries. Charlie Wirtz is going to stay on dries.
Here we go. It's time now for the gamble city of seeing cars spinning before we even get going. This is going to be fun. I don't even know when this is going to start, to be fair, if cars go out there on slicks and spin, because surely they're not going to keep it pointing in the right direction. Considering Bader has had his season in the way that he has, he's definitely not going to be having the best of starts. I think it is fair to say. Teofil Nile finds himself starting in 9th position as well as the Van Amersfoort driver. But yeah, Badoa starts all the way in 19th. So let's see what he's going to be able to do in this race. But considering the season he's had, it's going to be quite tricky.
Yes, it is, as we get the confirmation that the formation lap starts at 09:35. Should we check in with Chris McCarthy and Joe Porter and see what they are making of the action out there?
To move around to overtake, and obviously once the cars get going, the easy way to spot the difference in tyres, the blue writing of the wet Pirelli versus the white of the slick.
Wets.
So we'll be able to keep an eye on that, and Giusti here on a wet tyre. The teams are allowed 2 sets of wets for the weekend, so this isn't part of their 4 sets of tyre allocation they're given. And I just think, looking at the radar as well, we're only going to get more rain coming in. This is a brave call. I feel the front part of the grid are going with safety in numbers. What are the majority doing? Whereas Niall and Van Hoopen there, that bit further back can make a braver call.
Well, Callum Voisin, starting towards the back, has decided he's going to stay on the slick tyres. We may see drivers coming into pit lane at the end of the formation lap, which is only 2 minutes away. If they've done a formation lap and feel, you know what, the conditions, this is not good enough for the tyre I'm on, they can come into pit lane and change that, and that's what we saw last year. But it looks like the three main championship contenders at this stage, Rafa Kamara, Tim Tramnitz, Nicholas Solov, they're split by 29 points on the inside of the front three rows, have all gone with the same tyre, and that's the slick. And it's not been wet around here all weekend.
Yeah, just looking down the grid, and they can't work on the car now. The 3-minute board has elapsed, so no one can touch the car, just the sole mechanic now left. They potentially were changing roll bar settings, trying to soften the car off there. You can see some of the dry ice to the side of the Trident car. But that 5-minute delay has hurt the slick tyres even further because they've been sat there cooling down. Those drivers now have got to really work it. But the rain stopped again by the looks of it on the straight. So it is a real mix of tyres down the field.
Yeah, it stopped raining again, Omi. This is someone slick, someone wet. This is exactly the same situation. What's going on here? We've got a yellow flag out for one of the marshals as they were covering one of the ice packs. Is that receiving outside assistance? I'm not entirely sure. Unsafe release of Noah Stromstead has been noted into the path.
Tramnitz.
Unsafe release, and I crashed into him.
That was earlier on in the day, Omi.
That was them all coming into the F1 pit lane, then being released to make their way onto the grid for their installation.
You probably will, Noah.
Yeah. You can blame your Trident team for that. Right, we're about to get going with the formation. I'm so excited. This was, as I mentioned, this was the best F3, possibly some would argue that this was the best F3 race around this circuit last year we've ever had in the Formula 3 Championship. The best ever race at Silverstone last year. The feature race was absolutely wild. And yeah, did have cars literally flying to the race last year. Let's hope it doesn't get to that level, but let's hope they all have some good racing and we get some brilliant Formula 3 racing across 45 minutes.
Just see the radar. My God. That looks bad. Being told that the FIA International feed on the pit walls are stuck on the F4 broadcast. So the pit wall can't even... Oh, it's raining again! It's raining heavily down the Wellington Straight. See, this is the Buckinghamshire area of the circuit. It's dry in Northamptonshire. It's wet in Buckinghamshire. Game, set, match. Surely those on the slicks are going to have to come in for full wets. I'm trying to see who's on slicks and who's on wets. Not really actually changing it around. Okay, Omi, this is going to be the weekend from hell. Look how wet it is down into Cops.
Yeah, I think we've been having a really good momentum the last 4 rounds, and I'm looking to keep going with that. Obviously, double in a row, pole position. So, yeah, let's see. Races in Silverstone are always interesting, you know, with conditions. So it's going to be a fun race. Try to look at myself, try to have the best out I can, and then see what I can do to pull away, because obviously with the wind it's going to be difficult to keep Ugo behind with the tow and the DRS. So, which is good for overtaking, but ideally I would like to pull away and not be in that mess.
That's our pole sitter, Solov, who got taken out of the race yesterday. Well, teeth will be gritted. It's dry down the Hanger Straight. This is ridiculous.
I wonder how many drivers come into the pit lane as Nick DeFries watches on. I wonder whether we get a 2021 Hungary situation again where so many drivers are in the pit lane as well, and we only have a few on the grid. It'll be interesting. I cannot wait to see. Let's see who's coming into the pit lane or if anyone's joining us in there. Was everyone going to go round once again? This is going to be wild. Rafa Kamara leading the championship. Looks like most are electing to stay out there. They are trusting their strategy. This is going to be ridiculous at the start. Oh my God. Good luck calling all of that.
I thought I aced it yesterday actually as well. Just,
let's listen to Boyer.
Big rating coming in around 15 to 20 minutes.
And if it is big, they will red flag the race. Let's not get that out of it. Maybe those who are starting on the slicks are banking on the track being raceable until that point when they have to come in for wets. And by that point, those on the wets will be driving bubblegum.
Oh, right, okay, here we go. Well, this is going to be some race.
Oh.
Zagazette's coming to the pit lane.
Yeah. So he's going to take the gamble early on. According to Belle, our Instagram mate as well, she says that the spray off the start line was impossible just to the formation lap where she's sitting in the main grandstand. And last lap Lucy also said it's raining harder. So this is going to be anybody's guess. It's like I said to go straight down to the end of the pit lane there, not to... It's raining on the start line! It's raining on the start line. The FIA panel has activated the rain lights. That's only detected when rain hits the surface. And Zagazeta is changing onto slicks. He's going off of the wet tyres and going onto slicks. Green flag at the back. Another unpredictable Formula 3 feature race. 1, 2, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights. Go! Good start. Tentative start for everybody, but Rafael Kamal's going to have to be bogged down the midfield. Coming up through on the inside line, though. Here we see from Mary Boyer taking the lead. Everybody is so off the throttle into Abbey. It's unbelievable. They are looking like they are Formula Drift cars as they head down to the first real braking opportunity. Into the loop. Anyone going to slide off the circuit? Yeah, a couple of them are as they go in too deep. Ukachuru's losing out a couple of places. Coming back on the inside line. Is that TFL now? I think it is. It's made up a couple of places. We're 5 wide coming into Aintree. This is unbelievable. How on earth they stand in this one? Kamara riding with now on the slick tyres is dancing around for grip. Everybody on the wet tyres in the first sector is having such a great run as it's raining now down towards Brooklands as it's Mary Boyer. TFL now has made it up into second position. Then it's Nicholas Solov. Then it's Noel Leon as they come through. Everyone on the wet's just cruising round the outside of those little drives. And we're going to car off already into the background of the exit coming in towards Laffield. Is that Mara and Kelly?
I'm sure they're all being able to managing to get by most of them at this stage. That was a ludicrous start, but a great start for Boyer. He knows nothing about it. Went straight up into the lead as we throw it down to the fast cops corner in these wet conditions.
Everyone on slicks is a liability. The wet tyre runners are making their way easily towards the front as well as the racing continues. Boyer in the lead as there we now see round the outside line. Christian Home making positions. Now into the danger point. Maggots and Beckett's fastest complex as well. And those on the wedge, look, they're having to lift off as we get a big snap coming in there from one of the VARs.
Yep. They're sliding all over the place at the moment as they try and race their way by. This is getting ridiculous stuff out there. And it's really turning into what we had last year with a dramatic and crazy start to a feature race is continuing here in 2025. Del Pino down the inside, and that's a position gained for Bruno Del Pino as he makes his way up.
This is the opening lap here at Silverstone for the F3 feature and everybody going side by side. This is unbelievable. Got a yellow flag coming into the start finished area. I don't know why that was activated on the light panel. It's not raining. It's just slippy as they throw it through into club. So there's the order, and I think everybody over me so far I can see certainly, yeah, I think down all the way to Louis Sharp. They're on dry, they're on wet. So I think at least the top 10, top 12 are on wet tyres.
Definitely does look that way. That was absolutely unbelievable though from the start. We're right on board with Nicholas Solov. The driver who started on pole position finds himself in 14. That's the kind of race start that he has had. So Solov really bogging down and going absolutely nowhere. GST trying to make his way through. He's of course a driver who is on those full wet compact tyres. There's Badoa overtaking and getting through on Solov as well. So that's a position gain for Badoa as we throw it down to Luffield. And are they all going to be able to get through? LeCourte and Johnson out of position at the safety car line has been noted as well. So there's everything going on at the moment in terms of on circuit and off the circuit.
It is rain. It is a rainy day, Adam, and we're staying in the commentary box all day long. We're not going out anywhere near there. As Gusti's moved up into 22nd position now as well, and this is now raining very hard at the exit of Luffield in towards Woodcote. Those on dry tyres are now going to have that horrible visibility. And Omi, this is ridiculous. How are you staying on with dry tyres and still being this competitive? They're all just going to slip off the circuit if they're not careful. They have to lift and go so much as we come through now into Copse Corner, and they're all going so slow.
Look at the positions gained. Boyer up 3, Nile up. 7th. Same for Leon into Puvzak up 8th. And then you've got Wharton up 12, Delfino up 13. It's been absolutely ridiculous as we have Kamara down 16. This has been absolutely wild stuff for the championship contenders as GST's passing absolutely everyone there. He's got those tyres applied, the wet compound of tyres, and he's absolutely using them to his advantage through this part of the circuit. P19.
The rain will stop in the middle of the race, mate, so you do your best.
Kamara's going to play the long game. They think it's going to stop raining in the middle of the race. We've got news coming that the rain's coming in about 10 minutes' time. So they've got no idea what's going on right now. I tell you what, as a Brit, I can tell you it's going to rain all day.
Yeah, I think that's probably the correct assumption there as we ride on board with GST and we get onto the back of Ugo Gachikru. We're going to pass Ugo Gachikru down onto the start-finish straight, getting all out of shape meanwhile, and yes, that is absolutely wild stuff. So GST overtaking and making its way through. No one knows how this feature race is going to play out. I'm just surprised they're all being able to keep this one on the road. The Formula 3 drivers doing absolutely well at the moment as we go back to what was a crazy race start where Solov went absolutely nowhere, and absolutely passing them was Mari Boya and Teofilo Nile, and they were able to accelerate up and forward. The AIX is at the back, of course, on the curved grid spots there due to how many cars that we have. But yeah, Solov just dropped down so many positions where by the time he got down into the first few corners, and they were all racing their way by. That was Stromstead nearly losing the car there.
It's unbelievable how slow they all went through. I think they've spent the footage here for the replay just a tiny little bit because they were so slow coming into the braking zone at Abbey and then into the village. Everybody was just drifting off wide as they tried to keep up with the pictures at the front. Mari Boya leads by 2 seconds, by the way. He has just taken off from the front. Inside line into Abbey, he's taken it. Now, this was the stupid bit, 5 wide coming through Aintree.
Don't know how they all survived that. That was unbelievable. Right, Leon goes around the outside, gets blocked by Ugo Gachikru. Kamara tries to get the power down.
I think he got a tap.
Ventron get by, and Kamara just passed by everyone.
I think he got a tap at the back as well, actually, from one of the high-techs coming through the corner, because I heard a crunch point. Right, what happened here? There's contact from the back, and that is how, I presume, Nikita Johnson got spun round. And Solov started first, now 17th. It's a repeat of what happened yesterday, but this time just with the wrong tyres.
Yeah, different scenario. This time he wasn't tagged round, luckily for him, as we went on board with GST. So we find ourselves with Stenchon to the side. Stenchon stays ahead there. GST gets the power down. Stenchon runs deep, and GST loses the car himself as he tries to get the power down. Well, we wondered why he wasn't able to just blast past people while they were struggling, and here's the reason why. So now he's actually been able to recover and gain all of those positions back now with the tyres.
Yeah, in the space of 1 lap, he's passed 17 drivers. That's insane. So it's basically Solov down who are on dry tyres. So that is 16 drivers on the wets right now. Half the field on, but more than half, what was it, 52% of the field are on wet tyres. Madness what we're seeing right now here as we have lap 4 of 22 we're on now. We've completed 3. Let's hear from TFL now.
Continue to look after the wet as much as you can. More rain is expected.
Is this basically Kamara being told from the Trident team, okay, we've made a mistake, you're going to have to live with it now?
Yeah, well, whatever strategy they've gone for, they're going to have to now deal with it and try hope that it works. And try hope that it goes in the favour. Which, knowing British weather, it is so unpredictable that, well, it's basically a bit of a lottery in terms of who gets it right. They all will be assessing the radar, but at points, you know it's going to rain, but you just don't know when it's going to rain, and that is what matters most as well for these drivers and teams as they try and get the decisions right. And those pit walls having to do extra work as we take a look at the radar.
We have a red coming in around about 20 miles. That's going to blow in quite quickly. A big red cell of rain that's going to directly hit the circuit. We are going to be in for an almighty end. And the F2 race, my goodness me. It's going to be thundering and lightning ready for the F1. A move on the inside. Lawrence Van Hopen makes a move on Tanasapol into Pruvazak. I did say could into Pruvazak make it a double. I didn't expect it to be true. And he's right up there now, but he's now being under pressure from Roman Belinsky as he comes over the Hamilton straight. Belinsky goes towards the pit wall. Already, they're trying to cool down those wet tyres. It stopped raining now, but the rain is coming in quite quick as we've seen. So this is what it's going to be a really difficult race. This is intermediate conditions, but they're stuck on the full wets because we don't have intermediates.
Yeah, absolutely. No intermediates in FIA Formula 3 or Formula 2, meaning you've got to go on the full wet, and your next jump is just going to be the slick. So you have to stay out there for as long as possible at the moment. Meanwhile, we've got Leon attacking, and they've still got DRS enabled as well at this time of the race. So they've still deployed that and allowed the drivers to use that to their advantage, and Leon is absolutely trying to do so. And the yellow flags are flying. I'm surprised that's the first time in the race that it's happened, these yellow flags.
Who is it? It's not being told just yet. No one's dropping down our timing screen on our picture end. Just a yellow. Oh, it's a stall on the start line.
Enemy does.
And, well, that's really unusual. But how's he done that? He's going to get going. I think he's spun. He's flat spotted the tyres. He's got going again. But Brad Bendivas then, I think he's caught up the exit curb and looped himself around. Let's take a look at it.
Right. Okay, we're battling with Stromstead as we fight our way by. We stand on the power, and Stromstead sends it around the outside. Onto the Hamilton straight we go.
Oh,
and
we've been strolled.
Basically. I was waiting to see whether there was contact or not.
Yes.
Yes. There we go. Finally got the answer.
Oh, that was on the racing line, and how lucky he was not to hit the pit wall. So that's going to be Stromstead. I don't know. I don't think Stromstead should receive a penalty for that. That's a racing incident in my book. If anything, it's on Brad Benedivez because he understeered into him. Stromstead did nothing there. That's not a penalty in my book. Then again, it is the steward, so that would be probably be a 10-second time penalty.
Yeah, they managed to give Mini a 10-second in F2 yesterday for absolutely no reason.
They were drunk.
For basically, for being pushed off the circuit. So, yeah. Basically, what we're learning is for Formula 1, from all of the support series racing we've had, if you are basically on the inside line, you can push anyone out.
Yeah, big win is so many in 4 or 5 laps. Big win is so many in 4 or 5 laps.
Oh, should I get the red flag? Should I get the game loaded up? Should I go? I'll go and get the controller if we go red flag, so we can play something. We probably will need it at this point as well. Would you like F1 97, GoldenEye, Nightfire, or some Max Payne as well? We'll do
so many options.
People
in the live chat let us know about that.
Yeah. I can even download a game in the time and we'll probably be under the red flag floor as well. Let's have a listen to it to prove his act.
Slicks still 8 seconds slower than West.
That's insane that the slicks are 8 seconds slower. And it is right, 2:03 for Boyer. Solov 2:11. Wow. Brad Bendivas coming to the pit lane. Just the question is, the wets are the right ones to be on, obviously. So this is going to be really insane.
Yeah. Right. Let's try and work this out.
I've just read your message that you sent me. Yeah. It took me a second as well, to correct myself. As we now see, around the outside, Roman Belinsky making the move on Lawrence Van Hopen into Stowe. And now on the inside line further, just a couple of places back as well. That is going to, that's Christian Ho passing that small into Bubizak.
Yeah, and then you've got Wharton in behind as well, waiting for his opportunity, and dive bombing straight away.
James Wharton is really impressing me. He's got some great moves coming up, hasn't he?
He has. Living up to the potential that he showed in Freca last year. Roman Belinsky sets the fastest lap of the race. And, well, I really want to see Belinsky in a race or something. What a story that would be, considering the road accident he had, and then the way he basically was told that he'll never be able to walk again, then never be able to drive again, and he proved both of those wrong. It was absolutely incredible from Roman Belinsky, the training, the work he did to get back in this position.
We need to box at the end of this lap and then hope that there will be a safety car in order to go back in the track.
Okay, so they want a safety car because they know that rain's coming. LA is trackside. I should really send her a message and say, go down and talk with Roman Belinsky. Her story as well with LA's accident is incredibly similar to that of Roman Belinsky. That would be a wonderful interview if she can get that done. So LA, if you're listening, find Roman Belinsky after the race.
Yeah.
Charlie Verts into the pit lane.
Yeah.
Joe, just quickly, for the British Grand Prix, it's insane how small the team is.
Yeah.
So I think it's only me, Megan, and Dad for the race because you've got Fucker.
Yeah, I'm doing, I think, one at the start and then one at the end of the Grand Prix. I missed the start and the end. But like yesterday, I'll have it on on my laptop as well.
But yeah, so this is going to be a really weird British Grand Prix. Usually we have multiple people. Everybody's busy on it being British Grand Prix. So yeah, it'd be me and Megan in the booth with JT in the pits from Wimbledon. I might actually bug JT and just say, just leave it to the box potential. I might just say, just leave the basic timer on and come to the British Grand Prix. So you can come to the British Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Especially as it's going to be all hell breaking loose. So, lap 8. We're all hanging about now, aren't we? This is the thing. We know that rain's coming in a few laps, and we're all just hanging around for it. The race has sort of paused.
It has. Kind of like stopped for a second, and then now we're back in the waiting phase to see what's going to happen. As we wait for something to happen or the weather to change dramatically. But Leon's trying to at least give us an overtake at the moment. Let's see whether we can take second place on the road as he tries to chase down Tailfield Null, who defends the middle of the road for the moment.
Got it nicely done in towards Brooklyn. It's round Luffield on the inside line. Again, they can use these Formula 3 cars. The brand new aerodynamics of them, they're so easy to move around. As Stenshaw has come into the pit lane, Leon has the toe down the national pit straight towards Copse Corner. Will he go to the inside line? He is going to think about it. Plunges through an overtake, but TFL now has defended it. So there's a little bit of rain. But now Stenshaw puts the slicks on. Benji vs. Strom said no further investigation. So they have got away with that one. I hope Behrman wins today. That would be amazing for Haas. And if Haas win at Silverstone, I think I'd eat my hat.
Okay. More rain coming. The rain is going to increase in the next 5 minutes. And it's going to be raining for 15 minutes more.
Right, here we go then. This is going to be the action point of the British Grand Prix weekend as well here. As it's raining in the Lando Grandstand, I can see already some umbrellas are starting to being put up. So it is starting again here as we come into Vale. Then Club Corner, TFL now. Look, Roman Blinsky's just done a 2:03.073 on me. Fast up of the race. Run open. 2:03.052. He too finding impressive times. Through turn 1. The red grass looks burnt now, because the rain soddened it. It looks a bit daft. Still, the grass needs it. It's good for the grass here. You can see it's so burnt out. I'm surprised they haven't painted it, really. I'm really surprised they didn't paint the grass here at Silverstone.
Would have been nice.
Didn't do it in MotoGP either. Kamar's going on the inside line on slick tyres. Managed to get through on Ugo Gachuru. He's sliding around. He might even have the pace to get ahead of Solov. The two championship rivals, as Solov was told to box, and he hasn't gone in. He hasn't gone in. So Kamara passes him, and Solov has not come into the pit lane. So he's ignored the box. Wow. Kamara's now faster than Solov. Chamnitz, Vozin, Z, all in. Here's Solov.
It's 2:03 at the front.
Wait one more lap. I think it's drying up.
Yeah.
Wait one more lap. I think it's drying up. But it's going to rain. Look, here it is now. It's raining now here at Silverstone as the wet tyres go on for the slick runners. Have they timed that to perfection? They're going to need a safety car to close back in, as that is side by side coming down along the back straight. This is
Mingus.
Yeah, Tukatapanen getting passed by Amanda Mingus, and Lacorte's just behind them. Oh right, here we go then.
Yeah, all of it taking place as we see Tappanen get by Dominguez. Is he going to be able to try fight back? He's definitely thinking about the inside, has to go to the outside line though.
Corte
is in behind and he's going to be the one dive bombing.
It's raining very hard now. The brollies are going up here. They're coming through cops on the inside. He needs to climb on the inside line. Lacorte's got out the room and he nearly lifts. He had to lift there, Lacorte, otherwise he would have taken out Dominguez. Raining hard at Silverstone for the F3 feature race, and anyone on slicks will now be a liability. This is a heavy, heavy rainstorm coming in for 15 minutes. It could even stop the race.
Yeah, absolutely. It is that type of moment in this race. There's cars absolutely everywhere. Chuka Tappanen getting up the inside, and he's going to be battling with Dominguez, and they all try race their way by, and all
That's
the
Johnson
while...
lap down.
Yeah, Nikita Johnson a lap down is in the mix as well in the high tech.
Yeah, so, and that was into Pruvazak moving up as well. It's raining heavier as they go around the circuit. Here we go, Lacorte trying to go around the outside. Dominguez, that's going to be the inside line coming into left field, but he can't get the traction on. Into Pruvazak, getting ahead there as well. Tappanen trying to go around the outside, not working out, but he's got such great drive. Whereas into Pruvazak is sliding, coming in towards Woodcote. Is Tappanen going to go for a move on the inside line? He's lining him up. He's thinking about it. They're going to dive on the inside line. And this is Solomon to the pits as it's really, really, really heavy rain now on the start-finish straight as Kamara comes in as well. And he's having to just coast in.
Yep, he's having to be careful, and that is what they're having to do.
It's ricocheting off the tarmac now. This is really heavy in Silverstone on lap 10. And look how hard it's coming. And it's lightning. It's lightning as well. It is thunder and lightning here at Silverstone. The rain is absolutely Noah's Ark level as they come into Vale. Surely we're going to need the safety car soon. They're going to be floating off the circuit. They can't get around Club. This is impossible conditions right now. And we've got a car off. Car off into the wall. Coming onto the start-finish straight. This is going to have to be a safety car now. There's the yellow flags.
Yeah, I don't see anything now.
Yeah, this is going to have to be a red flag, Omi. Visibility is now concerned. And yeah, there's into the wall. And out of the race. Unfortunately for Louis Sharp, I saw him go off that to the start-finish straight. I saw the exit curb. This will have to be red flag. Look, I saw the exit curb, the wash on the track. He gets on the exit curb, loses it around, and watch the wash, Omi, he leaves. There.
Yeah.
Aquaplaned. Just aquaplaned off. And look, it's raceable down at Brooklyn, Slotfield, Woodcote, but the Star Straight, it's just not raceable.
This is just ridiculous around this place. It's exactly what we're getting. Leon.
Well, where's the safety car?
The yellow flags are still flying. We'll need a safety car 100%. I don't know what they're waiting for. They're waiting
there we
for
go.
the moment. Safety car's in place. There we go.
That was a very late call. That should have been an instant safety car as well.
And you've got cars going around everywhere, so you can't really just let it run.
Look at how hard it's raining now into Maggots and Beck. Oh, this is red flag level. I'm not even kidding right now, this is a red flag level event. It is so heavy, the rain coming through Maggots and Beckett's right now. And that's very unusual for a British Grand Prix to have this amount of level of rain. It is Kuala Lumpur level of rain. Annoyingly, he probably could continue. He hasn't actually done any damage, but he's lost the engine and tackle plane.
Yeah. The recovery will go on. There's the safety car waiting. Great to see the fans out there in the grandstands already early morning, but oh god, they're having to battle with the conditions, aren't they?
People often say, why don't you ever do the British Grand Prix trackside? Why don't you? One is cost, two, this can happen.
We don't want our equipment getting wet.
Yeah, I'd probably be electrocuted knowing me. This has got to be... If I was the race director right now, this would be a red flag level. It has to be. You're cruising around, you've already had drivers reporting that they can't see visibility, they're aquaplaning off, even on the wet tyres. It has to be a stop event. I would not be surprised to. Go on, Emmy.
Yeah, the conditions are absolutely so tricky. It's just one of those. We had a brilliant race in the wet here last year, but the conditions are even worse this year, which is making it even trickier. So surely this one is going to either have so many laps behind the safety car or a red flag. What they might try to do is just let this run behind the safety car for a long time just to waste laps as well.
The lap wasters coming in. By the way, update for Franco Colapinto. He's going to start this race in the pit lane for Formula 1 later on. As an update for you.
Does Tsunoda fancy going to the pit lane as normal?
Probably. Yeah, his usual starting position this year. Out in Q2 that time.
Yeah.
So the safety car is leading the field around. This is weather similar to 1998 here at Silverstone, where it was a wet race all day, but it came down heavily in the middle of the race, and Mika Hakkinen flew off the circuit, and the safety car came out, and it ended, of course, with Michael Schumacher taking the race victory, but in the pit lane. He won it in the pits because he got served a time penalty. He was given a 10-second stop-go penalty, and Ferrari protested it, but they didn't serve it until the last lap. So he came into the pit lane, crossed the finish line, and served the penalty, and still won the race. They changed the rules after that, and Omi, this is now a red flag level event. This, you cannot even, I can't even see past the back of the leader on that Hangar Straight. This is a stoppage event. We'll have a red flag.
Yeah, we'll have a red flag, and that'll probably be it for the FIA Formula 3 race as well, as they're very clearly just wasting laps at the moment, or they would red flag it if they still wanted to get a bit more running in. But we have the FIA Formula 2 feature race to come, of course, after this, which hopefully we'll be able to see some great racing in as we review what happened in the pit lane as the tyres are being changed.
We have to get past half distance in order for full points to be allocated for this event, so maybe that's what they're trying to do. What are we looking at here in the pit lane? There's no unsafe releases. Oh wow, this is... It's Trident, it's... Kamara being held that going out, and then Stromstead was left in behind him. Look, this is dangerous now. We're on board with Mario Boya. I can't even see the safety car. Can you?
No, I only see a red light.
There is a lot of water. 11, 12 foot. Aquaplaning everywhere.
Yeah, they're aquaplaning under the safety car now. This has to... Yeah. We're on board with Mario Boya, who... Hang on a minute. Where's Boya? Boya's not leading this race. Lapped cars are overtaking the safety car. So the safety car hasn't even picked up the right leader.
Oh.
But the conditions are insane. Okay, Omi, I've now just witnessed... There's another bolt of lightning. Martin says it's not that hard, I'm here. I don't know what part of the track you're at, but in the first sector, it is lashing it down so hard that I believe some fans are now building an arc. It's not so bad in sectors 2 and 3, but the first sector, it's really thundering down. And Martin, wherever you are, if it's dry at the moment for you, it's not bad. You've got a big rain cell coming that'll cover the whole track. So advice, my friend, get yourself somewhere safe, because it is about you're going to get very, very drenched quite quickly. And of course, it might not be that bad for humans, but of course, the surface on a racetrack is incredibly different, isn't it? Because the tarmac is so smooth, the water just sits on top, and when the cars and the tyres can't displace the water, it floats. And at that point, you've got no control on your aquaplane.
Look at the rain as we take a look at the replays. At certain parts of the circuit, it is just ridiculous. As we take a look at some of those with the rain coming down. Basically what we saw in Australia earlier this year. Where we had the F2 race cancelled, the F2 feature race, the F3 feature was shortened by a couple of laps as well. They get the car recovered, but just
we've got puddles now off the line and club. Yeah, so it's sectors 3 and sector 1. That's the worst. Sector 2 is not too bad, but it's now starting to cover the whole circuit. And well, I know Martin's there, but I can see with my own 2 eyes here how hard it's raining on the track and how hard we are having to fight. 5-second penalty for car 7. as well of Lawrence Van Hopen for false start, moving before the lights go out signal. And, we've got cars having to dive out the way to find visibility. This is, that's one of the AIXs trying to move up the field.
So they're trying to unlap.
Look at the spray!
Without hitting anyone.
Look at the spray from the safety car only. This is daft from the stewards right now. This should be a red flag. If this was any other, I don't know why we haven't stopped the race, Omi. Look, look, the AIX is off the track. They're aquaplaning going through the gravel under safety car conditions. They are aquaplaning under, the AIX has got Marangeli has just gone straight off the circuit. And that's under safety car. They are crawling round. This is, I don't know what the stewards are on this weekend. But this is a red flag situation if ever I saw one. If this was any other racetrack, Omi, it would have been stopped way before this. This is daft.
Yeah, daft indeed. Well, we just get through this and hopefully deal with this.
Stencho went off too.
Yeah, he went off. I'm just making sure my laptop's charged.
Now we are going through a flood. Martin, I warned you. You're okay. Are you in sector 2, my friend? Because now you're going to get it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and there's a spin from Solov onto safety car. And look, he just aquaplaned off. I don't know how much more the stewards need to see. This is a red flag.
They clearly don't want you playing any games. I think that might be the reason.
Yeah. 14 minutes left on the clock. I think they're going to wait until you can't restart the race anymore. Like, we run out of time on the clock. But I'm worried about the F2. We might still have to play some games, because this is not going to clear quite quickly.
Yeah, and also with the FIA Formula 2 feature, we've already had a cancelled feature race there.
Yeah.
So we've lost that. So if we don't get today's one done, then we've lost basically 2 Grand Prix Sunday races.
50 points as well, lost on the board, that they can't make up anywhere else on the calendar. Kamara is, where is he? 22nd, has he gone off? Oh!
Oh my word.
Kamara's aquaplaning coming out of Chapel. Look, they're floating off the road. This is stupid. The entire Hanger Straight is a lake. He can't even get above 4th gear. He's still he's off!
Oh.
He's in the gravel! What are we waiting for?
What else do you need to see? What else do you need to see, FIA?
Red flag this race and red flag it now. Kamala's going to call for a red flag here. This is a danger to life now. We could have a big accident under the safety car. Because remember, they're still going about 70, 80 mile an hour. Just completely aquaplaned.
Yeah. Also, I don't really agree with this. Let this one run to get to a certain lap distance.
Yeah.
Because clearly then, if you're gonna just run this behind the safety car, it's the exact same as red flagging it. So clearly we don't deserve 50% points if we haven't actually done 50% of proper racing.
No,
so I don't know. I never agree with just filling laps in behind the safety car. Yeah, you should give the points.
Red flag.
Basically the amount of what we've done. Red flag finally out.
Yeah, they've stopped the race. Well, I think in my opinion, that's 5 laps too late. Session stops. Red flag's out. Yeah. I don't agree with the fact that it took so long to stop that race. That was dangerous and stupid from the stewards. Saturday very much is sprint day. As you mentioned, the first race here with Formula 3. Then in around about 2 hours' time, we've got the F1 sprint. Then about an hour later, we've got the F2 sprint. Then we get F1 qualifying. So it's a steady progression today. Omi's also got the action from the Porsche Super Cup qualifying coming later on tonight in our delayed coverage, thanks to Sky not showing it live. So Omi has to do some jiggery-pokery. But Omi, Freddie Slater, reverse grid pole position. The man who surprised us all in Bahrain. Now, could he surprise us again?
Yeah, he finished 10ths away from the win to Nicholas Solov that day. This is only his second Formula 3 weekend. He's doing Freca and GB3 this year is Freddie Slater. So it is a big moment for him. He's basically getting a few rounds before his permanent drive next year, and in both of them he's going to be a contender in the sprint because he's going from pole position today, and he finished second of course in round 2 as we mentioned in that sprint race. He had a retirement in the feature race though due to a mechanical issue that day, so we're hoping to avoid that tomorrow. But let's see what Slater does, and it's a circuit which he won here in Freca, and he also did a last to first in GB3 as well earlier this year.
See the grid alongside us on the screen. Freddie Slater for Noah Stromsted, Bruno Dapino in 3rd, Charlie Verts up to 4th, Tanas Pullin to Privazak in 5th, Nicholas Solov in 6th, Ugo Gachuru in 7th, Martin Estenshaw in 8th position, Roman Belinsky in 9th, Callum Vozin in the top 10. It's going to be Brad Benedivez who has pole position for the race tomorrow. There's Rebecca waiting to press the button as well alongside the F3 starters. Procedure for race directors. We are all set then for the first race of the weekend. Let's just hope and pray that we're going to get this one off to a good start, because I think the one thing, Jake, that we have is that the F3 guys, they're just a little bit nuts. Spa's not the place to be nuts at.
They're very eager on this particular circuit, and everybody wants to make good use of the start and wants to launch away pretty quickly. But hopefully everybody's had their Weetabix this morning and they're ready to charge down to the first corner in good stead. Let's find out how it goes.
Freddie Slater on pole position of the inside line. Noah Stromsted the outside down to turn 1. Green flag at the back. Eyes to the red lights then. 2, 3, 4, 5, pause, lights out, we're underway, it's a good start, actually coming again from the McLaren. Bruno Dapino's going to come up through the inside line, Brandon Bedoya further back as well, being blocked out by one of the positives of Brad Benedivez for tomorrow. Into turn 1, Freddie Slater's kept the lead, Noah Stromsted still in 2nd position, up to 3rd position, Bruno Dapino, right behind him as well, Charlie Verts and Tanas Pullin to prove up, it's side by side, coming up as well, Martin Estenshaw is going to have a real run side by side through a Rouge, up the hill to Raddy, on we go, and I just wince a little bit as the drivers go side by side. There's a little bit of a twitch coming mid-corner only, but everyone gets through safely. Yes, they do.
Absolutely, great start for Slater, able to maintain the advantage out in front, but can he keep the lead into Le Car?
Around the outside, that's going to be a little bit touch and go, but Freddie's made a bit of a twitch mid-corner, and there's going to be contact. How on earth did Stromsted avoid that one? That was going to be a big accident, but everybody gets around him, Jake, as they head down towards Rivage.
Just about kept themselves neat and tidy, but it's always very difficult as now drivers start to feel a little bit more confidence in the tyres. They want to try and go for that inside apex, try and dive in a little bit earlier. Everybody just about getting into the rhythm now, but it is a perfect start from Freddie Slater. Succumbed to the pressure in previous bouts in the early phases on this circuit, but after his run here in Freca and GB3, he's got the measure of the circuit. All he needed was confidence in the car, and after yesterday, he's got plenty of that. We might not see him challenged too many times now in this sprint.
One of the framers going a little bit wide on the outside line as well, coming back, I think, Jaraji alongside Alexandre Gusti as well, trying to get side by side. Lots of dust being kicked up down at Fania, side by side coming into Stavolo as well. Not the position as Tim Traminich tries to get ahead of Callum Vozin as they come now through the curve to Paul Frere. Now you put your foot down, don't lift until you get to the bus stop as you go through Blanchimont as well for the first time. They've all been pretty much status quo. I do not like, however, the look around the outside that Gusti's trying on Tim Traminitz as well. I never like seeing moves around the outside of Blanchimont. How Max Verstappen did it a couple of years ago, 10 years ago now, I will never ever know. Side by side to the bus stop there as well as the Road in Motorsport of Callum Vozin tries to move ahead of Rafael Kamara as they come across the line. Slater still leads, Kamara's up to 10th, Vozin to Brad Benedivez stays in 12th position, and now on the inside line, that's Tanas. Is that Tanas Pullin to Privazak? I think so on the outside line, can't see, getting ahead of Charlie Verts.
I think that's Boyer.
Oh, is it?
It's Boyer.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just sent it up the inside of Giusti. That was brave stuff in the background. Lecorte trying to defend. This is going to get tight into Rouge.
Bedoa's on the outside line, and this should be an okay position if he holds it. Yes, he does. Bedoa still in 17th. Lecorte can't get through. The two drivers you don't want to go side by side are now side by side. They've had the most accidents so far this year as Slater's under pressure, this time from Stromsted as well. Verts up to 3rd ahead of Bruno Dapino and Ugo Gachuru round the outside. Ostenshaw gets through, Jake. Fantastic! They are not holding anything back.
It's wonderful that we've had a completely clean lap for the first race, and everyone's starting to really settle in now. But there's confidence coming in spades on this circuit. Once you really start to feel what the car is doing, you can really start to attack. And one of the things that I've noted about the F3 car this year, one of the things I never liked about the previous iteration is it was so difficult to attack before you started to drop away and the back end started to get loose. This car has so much more bite to it. It's got so much more aggression to it. You can be a little bit more hungry in some of these corners. It's a much better, much stronger race car to learn your craft. And Freddie Slater under big pressure here from Stromstedt. This is going to be fascinating to see what he does with it, because Freddie is a very good driver under defense. He knows exactly where to place the car so that he can keep his opponents at bay. Stromstedt will probably get DRS next lap because he's within 0.6 of a second still. I don't see Slater getting too far away from that mark. So this is where it's going to be fascinating to see what will happen moving forward.
Run down the start-finish straight, run down the Kemmel straight. That's your 2 DRS zones, and Stromstedt's already getting so close into the bus stop that isn't the bus stop anymore. Into the right, into the left, uphill, now straight down. There's the DRS detection line as well, the exit of the corner. Contact! That's Brad Benavides just touching the front right suspension of Mari Boyer. Just a little bit of a knock as we've got one of the... Is that one of the... VAR's going a bit slow coming down the pit straight. I can't see it's one of the MPs. I think it's VAR could be. We'll check it in a minute because it was way back in the order. Meantime, this is going to be side by side as Boyer defends again from Brad Benavides. Yep, fall back into line. You can't go side by side up the hill there. Badoa right behind you. And here comes Stromstedt. He's going to go for it. Slater defends the inside line. Stromstedt holds the line straight, cuts off the inside. Brilliant bit of racing between these two. That was textbook. And now Noah Stromstedt takes the lead of the race.
Nice stuff there. And Slater, while he would have wanted to defend, the overspeed was too much with the DRS there for Stromstedt as he was able to go on by. It's getting tight. Leon up the inside of Lacorte and he's able to get by.
Yeah, he was wild, wasn't he? And he's still side by side with Lacorte doing battles. No, Leon's not exactly holding this one up. He's going to go wide. I think, Jake, he was sideways coming out of Lacorte. He was off the track at Malmedy. He was wide at Lavage.
Yeah, he was desperately trying to keep his foot in. Look at him, he's all over the shop though, Leon. I wonder if he just overcooked the tyres on the way into the first apex of Les Combes, because the rest of the lap, he's basically been trying to salvage himself. He's been trying to save his bacon in every single apex since that point. He got loose on the second part of Les Combes, got wide on the third part, kicked up the dust, tried to hold his position round the outside, went wide onto the marbles. So he's basically been trying to back himself up and save a little bit of the problems that he gave himself early. Let's have a look again at the start. Very nice on the second row of the grid. Nice tuck in on the inside line there, I think, from Ugochukwu, managing to finish off the line for third position initially. But it was so tidy. That's one of the things I'm really impressed with in F3. You mentioned earlier that it can get a little bit wild. Well, the first 3 laps, it's been about proper racing. These drivers have clearly listened to the race director. They've done their homework. They've learned after the fog from yesterday. They've had a chance to take a little bit of a breath. Anything that happens after this point is pretty much fair game, as Rafael Kamara had to take avoiding action on the end of Les Combes. That's the championship leader. He's got a big cushion though, so he doesn't have to panic quite so much in this race. He can just try and consolidate, get as much from this race as you possibly can. This is a championship of percentages. It's not just about what you do when you're winning, it's about what you do when you don't. How close did this get as well for Benavides and Mari Boyer? He actually got airtime.
Yeah, we didn't see that from the above angle. I just saw the contact as now they're still going side by side, as well as Charlie Verts to the inside line. And Ugochukwu holding it strong around the outside, but he's got a bit too deep. He kept it on the black stuff, which is good news. But we've got Charlie Verts, who knows this track very, very well, Omi, compared to Ugochukwu, who doesn't that well.
Yeah, absolutely. Charlie Verts, who's, of course, done Formula 3 machinery around this place. Let's hear from
The tire looks very strong. Take a look.
Yeah, that's important. DRS is going to play a major part in this, so if you can just maintain that 1 second, you will have opportunities come this race later on as well. Bruno Del Pino started in 3rd, now is in 5th position, but Ugochukwu looking to try go on the charge, and he will try get in the DRS as well of our top 2 as we go to a replay down the Kemmel Straight of some of the battling, and this was Bruno Del Pino coming on the thread, and Tasana Polenta Pruvzak trying to overtake him.
And into Pruvazak, straight on the grass, and I don't like that. Was that forced off, Jake, or was that just him going on the grass of his own accord?
I think that was Taz getting in the draft, pulling out to the left, and then just going a little bit too far left. I think he knew he was going to have to make a big move to get alongside, and it was just a little bit too much of a move with the wheel. He ended up on the grass, and the problem is at that speed, once you get one wheel on the grass, it's a bit like a slot car. It just sends you to that grass verge. So it was the slightest of errors there from Taz with the Vivazet. But the problem is, unless you get out of the throttle, you're not getting off that grass verge. So that really cost him. And it's the slightest little error, but it's dropped him down to 7th now in front of Solov and Kamara.
So it's all status quo for this lap time by for the top 10. Roman Belinsky running in 10th, as you mentioned yesterday, Omi, as well. After his road traffic accident to come back in, he's going to start, was it 3rd on the grid for tomorrow's feature race as well. It's such an impressive run he's got. And he's showing us all this year, actually, exactly what he can do with road to recovery.
Yeah, absolutely. After that accident that he had last year, he's been on the road to recovery and he's been trying his absolute best, and to be in this position is absolutely extraordinary. His Boyer is absolutely going to raw pass down this straight. There we go. Easy stuff, but it might not be as easy behind though. It is going to be Delpino wheel to wheel there, and he's going to be up against Stenchon, who can't get ahead.
Yep, so that's unfortunate, coming through as well, staying into position. As I'm just looking where Brandon Badeau is at the moment in 15th place. He was on the attack of Jerez, but has not got any traction so far. And watch out, because I think Badeau has caused the most safety cars this year so far. Okay, I'll see you waiting for jump in there.
Well, Delpino wanting to give MP a really good result here is making good progress up into 5th position. And this is obviously a very poignant week for MP Motorsport. It's been 2 years now since we rather sadly lost one of their star talents on this very circuit. And there's a big opportunity, of course, for MP Motorsport to salvage something from this first race with Bruno Delpino, who's a very emotional chap himself. And I know a lot of people have Delano Van Toff in their minds, along with Antoine Hubert this weekend. There was a really nice work that was done by Pierre Gasly and the rest of the drivers doing a jog around the Spa circuit on Thursday, and there were a lot of drivers from this paddock as well as from F2 and F1 that were involved in that, particularly a lot of the members of the MP Motorsport team. So it's been a very poignant one, and here comes Bruno Delpino. He's got a chance here on Wirtz. Wirtz is going to try and squeeze in to lock him out there in the braking zone, make sure that he's not going to have another opportunity in through the bus stop chicane, but he'll have another chance here down the main straight if he can get a run into La Source. He may get an opportunity, but he's under threat himself here from Martinius Stenzorn. The Norwegian has an opportunity. So what Delpino's got to be thinking about now is the apex of Eau Rouge. He's got to be on the bumper of Wirtz as he comes up the top of Radion, and Stenzorn's going to have a better run than Delpino is on Wirtz.
Can he get the nice traction then up the hill into the top of Radion and down the Kettle straight? The DRS activation zone's coming, but I think he got a better exit anyway as well to come onto the back straight as well. Come on, flick to the inside line. Central should get ahead here if he can just keep the traction, but they are also bringing in Tanasapol into Pruvazak and Solov. The two are coming together along the outside line, but through has gone. Martin Estencio up into 5th position. We ride with Solov now. Just want to pick up actually Omi as well. Brad Benitibes, he's dropped down to 16th place. Lost 4 places on that last lap alone. And there was an investigation that was noted between him and Callum Vozin, which has been given no further action.
Yeah, unfortunate stuff there for Brad Benavides. Kamara currently finds himself in 9th at the moment, if you're wondering where he is as well. And we have Solov directly ahead in P8. He's also on this back of this train that we do get from 5th place downwards, which was for P4. Charlie Wurster trying to make his escape as Delpino and Stenchel went battling as we make our way through this middle sector. Already lap 6 out of 12. This race absolutely flying by.
Halfway, and I suppose good. Actually, by the way, Jake Sanson, I've got a bit of a sore throat, a bit of a bad tooth. And Sanson, your honey and tea, by the way, great idea, because it's actually helping. Every time I take a sip of it, it's like a breath of niceness. So yeah. So also,
honestly, honey lemon tea is the 2nd best effective treatment I have ever found as a commentator for bringing back vocal cords. The number 1, by the way, for anybody who's interested, it can be found right here in Belgium. It's those beautiful heart mints. I used to commentate very regularly with Guillaume Alvarez, who is a Belgian national, and he brought the bag of heart mints with me to every commentary we did together. I do not know what they put in those things. Honestly, it probably isn't legal, but it's so good at bringing back the vocal cords. If you've lost your voice as a commentator, 1 or 2 of those and you are right back to full strength. It is absolutely incredible. This is going to be a really tasty battle. I'm really impressed actually with Taz Bubazak, who's been able to bring himself back into this battle despite running off the road in that way. He's clearly been able to nurse the tyres for that half lap. Right, we've got Ugochukwu. He's going after Slater. They're going to go wheel to wheel. Down the camel straight up towards Coombe, and no problem at all. As through goes Ugochukwu. Slater not even fighting it. He's been able to get it working, and here's the Bubazak on the inside of Del Pino. No contest. On the inside, Kamara being brave as he tries to stick it to the inside of Column. Del Pino squeezed by Indra Bubazak. So Del Pino falls back into the clutches of Kamara. That was close.
If I was Kamara, I'd back off now because you're going to be completely under the attack because you've got 3 cars ahead that are angry with each other. Kamara's not in that fight. He did lift off as well and let him back through. Boyer's now just sitting down in 10th position going, well, I'm 2 places away from the points here. Let's take another look at it. This is Mari Boyer down at Pouan.
Oh, he just twitched in the middle.
It's exactly what he did yesterday in qualifying.
Yeah, he had his lap time deleted for that as well. Yesterday, as we look back to a replay of the field who were navigating their way through, and Fairfield Nile dipping some tyres into the gravel there.
It's so easily done, that's the thing. Once the back end starts to kick, it really starts to drift. This was brave to try and stick this round the outside. I mean, most drivers would have bailed out at that point, and obviously he's now got to concede at least one of those places, if not 2 if he's not careful. That's Slater trying to get away now, as Ugochukwu is now in 2nd place trying to close up to Stromstead, but Slater's in danger of being caught here by Charlie Wirtz. So Wirtz looking very comfortable in the attack for the podium, and they've still got 5 laps to go at the end of this one. Meanwhile, Wirtz's teammate Kamara is getting back into this hunt on Del Pino.
So back we come again over the line. There is Rafael Kamara in 9th position with the as well with the DRS open. He's not going to go to the inside of the McLaren livery with MP Motorsport. As they come back through on the inside line. Nice actually that it matches the MP's livery in total. But yeah, let's just see. We said, what was it, 3 different McLaren drivers here in Formula 3, and none of them took pole position to make it a nice little trio of pole effects so far from McLaren, because of course we've got F2 pole positions coming through. Slater's under pressure this time from Charlie Wirtz and goes down to the inside line, down into Lecombe. Wirtz goes into 3rd place, battle further behind as well, as Kamara gets ahead of Bruno Delpino, and Mari Boy is going to try and send it round the outside as well into Lecombe, and that is a Schumacher-esque move as well. That was perfect round the outside, judged it to absolute perfection.
Wow.
Do you know what? I was having an amazing conversation with Mari Boyer after Silverstone on Instagram. We've talked a lot, me and Mari, since his days in karting. He's such a lovely, lovely guy, and he was really, really fired up after Silverstone. He feels, right, I really figure I know what to do with this car now. I know how to get the best out of myself. It's not going to be easy when you're in such a competitive field, but I've got so much more confidence in myself now. I can really dig deep and deliver something. And this is better from Boyer. The consistency of running in the top 10 is what you need if you're going to move forward. Aston Martin think he's the real deal. That's not a huge surprise when you consider that Marty Boyer has been floating around Oviedo for quite some time now, under the radar of Fernando Alonso's watch camp. So it's a big opportunity for him to be picked up by Aston Martin. That clearly feels that there's potential here for Marty Boyer. Aston Martin have not really gone for young drivers in the past, so the fact that he's the first, it showcases their statement of intent, and they see something in him that notes him out for ability, especially when you consider that Mari Boyer is not the most well-funded man in the category. He doesn't have a lot of funds to carry with him. So again, that's not nepotism. That's not money that he's brought to the table. That's Aston Martin looking at him going, no, this boy's got something we need.
Bit of a move further back as well. We've got 3 wide. That's a bit dangerous on the inside line, as Dominguez, who had a black and white flag track limits warning, is now being given a 5-second time penalty as well. Moving up the pace, and then Freddie Slater's really in trouble as someone going to go 3 wide down to Rouge. Do not do that. Slater has to literally lift up. He's on Twitch. Slater Twitch mid corner. Did he get through? No, he's off the track. They're both off the track.
Yeah, Slater's got a real tyre problem. He's got a massive tyre problem here. I think it went in the first 4 laps. He was pushing so hard to try and get away from Stromstad that the tyres are just baked. And as a result, he's a sitting target for everybody else. Here comes Solov now in behind Stenzorn. Kamara's in the mix there as well. Look, Slater's gone off again. Something's really, really wrong with those tyres. As Solov desperately trying to find that move on Stenzorn. Stenzorn is all over the road trying to keep it back. And all this has really benefited Kamara. This is smart driving from the Brazilian. That's why he's the championship leader. Look, he's back into P6. He's right back in this now.
It was P10 a couple of laps ago. How much can he do? He doesn't look into it. As you said, he's a smart driver. Just holds back and waits for everybody else to make the mistakes as well. As they fly through Puongomi, and now they come back through. Yeah, Freddie, you've seen him in the other categories as well, where he can dominate, but this is a whole different kettle of fish to where he's been in the GB3s, the Fracos, everywhere, even Italian F4 a couple of years ago. It's a different kettle of fish, this car to drive. As I said earlier, its rear downforce, it's low, but the brakes and tyre wear is very high.
Yeah, absolutely. But he will definitely take this as a learning experience, and everything helps before a full-time season next year, and what plans he decides to do with that. As Stenshorn has Solov all over the back. Solov is going to be getting closer and closer as we approach Blanchimont corner, and then he'll be tucked up right behind into the bus stop chicane as well. Will the Red Bull Junior doesn't even look for a move.
Inside line, I knew that was coming. Late on the brakes and he's through. Beautiful move. So Solov up to 4th.
Stenzorn could really have seen that coming a little bit earlier. I mean, he kind of left the door open there, ultimately, for Solov to storm through. And that's not really something that you want to be doing at this point. Now he's going to have to go defensive to Kamara. I wonder if Stenzorn's nursing some tyre issues now as well.
I mean, if I could see that coming, and I don't even race then and point, and he was going to do it, then he should be able to do it. The mirrors work in both the directions, and so does the throttle. He should have put it down.
Slater's woes can be put down to one word: Pirelli. These are a very different type of tyre to what he's used to in the past. He's having to learn a car that he's fairly comfortable with, but tyres that he's not yet. He's still learning the language and the code of these Pirellis. Side by side again, this is going to be Kamara around the outside of Stenzorn. Gorgeous move. That is exactly what you want to be doing, and these are the points that you pick up to win a championship.
I wonder if Solov might...
their way to the field in the late stages.
You can do it. We all trust in you. Come on.
A little bit of words of wisdom there for Charlie Bird, staying in 3rd position. He's got 3 seconds on Solov at the moment. I wonder if Solov might just be given just a little bit of a warning there from race control, because he did move 3 times on that back stretch as well. So you're not allowed to weave. You're allowed to move once to defend and once to regain your original position. Any more than that, and it's a penalty from race control. Introduced, of course, after... well, it's always been the rule, hasn't it, Jay? But it was really Hamilton in Malaysia where they knuckled down with it.
Oh my word, that's how difficult the tyres are for Slater. Sorry to change subject, but Del Pino round the outside into the Fania. I mean, that is how difficult Slater's finding these tyres at the moment. But you're absolutely right, that one move to defend, one move to regain, it's such a fine line, and drivers will try and flirt with that as much as they possibly can, and they will argue, well, that wasn't a move. Oh no, Boyer's got a penalty.
It's a 5-second time penalty, the same as Dominguez. Now, Boyer in 8th, trying to work out that will push him down to 15th place.
Yeah. No points for Boyer. That is devastating. I mean, he really ran the gauntlet there for track limits, but, well, it's just a little bit too far. But we saw, didn't we, those little snaps of oversteer that you've got to try and correct. It's so easy to find those little biting points as well when you're at the limit. These cars, all it takes is the slightest little, sort of the car equivalent of a myoclonic jerk. It just snaps away just the tiniest bit, and you've got to counteract it, otherwise the whole thing will go. A lot of drivers from Formula 1 down have been complaining about the crosswinds here. How has Stromstad got that far ahead of Ugochukwu? That is insane.
He saved his tyres, he saved his... He's a tyre whisperer. I didn't expect this today from
He is, yeah.
Oh, and then again, more defensive driving coming through.
Taz, what are you doing on the grass?
Oh my God, and now he's going to have Murray Boyer around the outside, and Boyer's got that penalty, yes, but he's going to want as many positions as possible. Tenasco to prove his out, putting himself everywhere. Brilliant defending as well, coming through from Stenchel, but that's just not going to happen.
Well, he's putting himself on the grass. That's the problem. He needs to stay off the green stuff. Taz has twice now trying to go for overtaking moves, and rather than bail out, he's taken to the grass. It's like, dude, you're going to keep your tyres much longer in lifespan if you stay off the greenery.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to keep it on the road if you want to be getting positions and keeping them as well. Terrafield Null has been given a black and white flag that is for track limits. We saw Boyer just get a penalty for that a couple of moments ago. But now, Delpino looking to attack Boyer on the circuit. But of course, he'll be more trying to get up to into Pruvzak and Stenshorn to see whether he can make that move. But 7 seconds for Noah Stromstead on his way for a first victory in Formula 3. He's been twice on 2 occasions. So this is going to be a big moment for him as he's about to go on to the final lap of the race.
7 kilometers.
Amazing.
A long way, isn't it, to get through? But this battle is still going to brew. This is a replay on board with Martin Stenshorn, and there, Tanasa pulling to Pruvzak. He should have backed out of that one.
See, why is he still committing at that point? He knows that Stenshorn isn't going to give him a lot of space. He knows that he's running out of opportunities. So why risk sticking it on the inside line when you've got absolutely no chance of having 4 wheels on the circuit? That's the point for me, is that, look, if you just feather the throttle, get back on his wing, you've got a better chance at the inside when he's got to take a slightly wider trajectory to get round the radius of the corner. If you're committing down the straight and putting a wheel on the grass, that's lunacy.
And now Murray Boyer will know that he's going to do it again, because he's going to have the run up through Aruj and Turani on the Kemmel Straight with the DRS. So he's going to be on the attack. This could be a very big accident if they're not careful. As here we go again, look. In the background, just take a look. Stenshorn's going to go defensive, yet pulls to the inside line. Taspon into Pruvzak keeps it. Murray Boyer does go for the attack. He tried to hack it in, and it's not working out this time. And through has gone to Taspon into Pruvzak, but he's gone wide. Murray Boyer's going to try and take 2 into 1. Jumps over the curbs twice. And he's downshifting desperately, but that's bringing back in Bruno Delpino's board in Badoa, and all of a sudden the 3 McLaren drivers are all running together.
That was a nice idea in principle from Murray Boyer. I knew exactly what he was trying to do, but he just got a little bit too far on the curb. He just took a little bit too tight a line. If he were able to come a little bit more onto the curb itself, I think he might have made that.
I thought too as well, because it is a raised curb, but you can get traction on it quite easily with that super grippy black. It's not even tarmac. It's sort of like the asphalt you get in a school playground that they put down there this weekend as well. So to be fair there, if you fall on it, you're not going to graze your knee, unless you're Megan and somehow she managed to she ripped a ligament in the leg. Literally comes into the commentary box with boot on her foot for 6 races. It was ridiculous. Anyway, coming up to the line, 6 seconds ahead will be Noah Stromstead for his 3rd Formula 3 victory. He hasn't just dominated, he's absolutely destroyed the competition today as they come through. There he is, out of the bus stop. He's still giving it plenty. The checker flag falls, and he's a 3-time winner in Formula 3. Stromstead wins in fine fashion. Ugo Gachuru in 2nd, and Charlie Verts holds on for 3rd. Solov 4th, and Rafael Kamara comes into 5th and holds off then to Nassabon to Pruvzak and Stenshorn. Boyer with a penalty drops down, and he gets 15th place.
Wow, what a shame for Boyer, but Delpino gets a point for MP. Trident absolutely overjoyed and well deserved as well. Noah Stromstead just driving out of his skin. It was almost as if he was in an F2 car and everybody else was in F3. Absolutely phenomenal drive from Noah Stromstead. Just calm, patient, conserved. Excellent.
Super race, mate. Bravo. Good job. Yeah, thank you, man. Car was a rocket ship today. It was very nice to drive.
He's such a quiet, he's such a quiet, calm man, Josh. He's such really, really reserved. He's not the most bombastic of personalities, but he gets his head down, he gets the job done. Even in karting, he was not a particularly flamboyant personality, and he was kind of in the background in FIA karting a lot. He would knock on the door of the top 10 regularly, but he would never really do anything spectacular. But it was all of that training, all of that soaking up of the data, the understanding of tyres. Genius.
Very good. Well done.
Yeah, copy. Good job, guys. That was good.
Yeah, super race, super race.
So far in Formula 3, yesterday's sprint race was absolutely fantastic. A true example of how the junior formula can race at Spa. Not a single yellow flag was given. Ultimate respect between all of the drivers. And it was Noah Stromstead who came across as well for victory with the Trident for his first win. Welcome to what is going to be an absolutely fantastic feature race as the rain is coming down here at Spa-Francorchamps. Yep, that's exactly how we like to see. For round 8 of the championship, the safety car will start this race with the formation laps. It is bucketing it down here around this 7.004 kilometre circuit. 19 turns in total, and it completely throws the strategy out of the window. No DRS in usage, and we are going to be in for a very bizarre morning. So in terms of overall lap time, that has now gone of the 2:04. We'll be lucky if we actually get around here in under 3 minutes with the safety car out. Wet times around here around the 2-minute 35s. And this increases the downforce level and makes brake wear a little bit easier, as well as fuel consumption and tyre usage. Safety car is going to be out. The race will restart behind the safety car, so this is not going to be a race with 5 lights. Green light, and we are underway. The FIA flag officially signals the start of the race, and we are go for the feature here at Spa. The clock has started, and it is lap 1 of 15 here at Spa-Francorchamps, and you can see the water just on the DRS at the back here. The cars waiting to leave the pit lane. Brad Benedivez, Rafa Kamara, Callum Wilson, Roman Blinsky. If we get more than 2 laps, we have some basic points on the board. What are the conditions like? Better than what we started under the original formation lap, but still a lot of standing water. I don't think it's good yet.
No, I think they're going to be at least 4 laps behind the safety car before we go green. At least 4 laps.
Yeah, there's still a lot of spray down the Camel Straight. This is got, and we still haven't got cars in the pit lane, by the way. That's how big this circuit is. So just taking a look. By the way, this race should have been over by now.
Yeah.
So much for my, I'll get ready in the break. I don't think Tim Chaminix officially is out of this race, all right. So that's unfortunate. They couldn't repair it under the safety car. So they fly in again. Oh, and off the track!
Oh, that didn't take long. This is what I was saying. Look, you can't just base it on 2 corners on the circuit being better than it was. It's the whole circuit.
Tenasapol into Privazak. Aquaplaning off, luckily coming to a rest on the inside curve down at Malmedy into Ravage, and this is
the biggest thing is that these F3 cars are untested in these conditions.
Yeah. Oh.
So the drivers don't know how they're going to respond. They don't know how they're going to evolve in these conditions.
It's just on a straight line, I mean, just aquaplanes.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's gonna have to take a warning action first of all from just making sure that he doesn't hit Zolov. So yeah, first of all has to avoid hitting his teammate, and that causes an erratic move on the steering wheel, and then he has to try and get it slowed down because he had a lot of overspeed coming into it.
Oh, he's beached.
And then he finds himself off, beached.
And he's now beached, so he can't move. So this is just silly. This is just silly. What are we doing?
It's raining again, by the way. Heavier. They want to complete 2 laps. That's what they want to do here. It's the same as what we saw in 2021. So he's reversed it and then stops.
Yeah, well, he's beached. He should have kept it going. He needed to keep his foot in. Yeah. But how does he know that? How does he know that?
He's never had experience in this on that part of the circuit as well before. So the safety car is now actually out for a real reason.
We have this time and time again. We never learn. We never, ever learn. That's the problem I have with this. We never learn.
By the way, several riders injured in the World Superbikes. We're down from 23 to 19. 4 injured yesterday in the race, in the accident that we had with the red flag, as they start their 1000th race later on today.
Man, can you reverse it if possible? No, I cannot. They break so soft.
That's right, yeah.
I see now. Okay, stuck.
And officially the safety car has now been deployed. So this race is now... Well, actually, it's very clever what they've done there, because they have now completed 1 racing lap under
Yeah,
green
they now
flag.
make this an official safety car lap. Yeah, it's clever. Very clever.
Very good.
They can get points in now. Oh, this is just silly. It's not a race.
Stupid.
Is that even allowed? The race
Oh
is
yeah,
on
they can
4th
totally
point.
do it. Yeah, they can totally do it.
Race starts behind the
It's
safety
silly.
car, but technically you're going to be green. That technically happened back in Fuji 2007. We spent 23 laps behind the safety car, but it was never officially a safety car.
It just defeats the point of the object. It's the equivalent of sending 2 teams out onto the match, telling them not to kick a ball, and after 90 minutes declaring it a draw.
Oh,
What's the point?
Hello. This is slowing down. Yeah.
Okay, so from the race control, we have to drop back behind car 26, which is heavy, so we will start the race 27. What?
We don't know
Well,
why.
why?
Has he worked
We've
on
not had
something?
We've not had any reports from race control about that.
Okay. This race is just bizarre. Also, that's going to require a red flag, because they're going to have to bring a JCB onto the track, and if one car can lose it aquaplaning, they all can.
Yeah. Yeah, very true. This is turning into a bit of a farce, if I'm honest.
Bert Myland is going, how am I in the same situation twice? He will be the victor of this event like he was in 2021.
Yep.
Bert did more laps as well, actually, that day.
My biggest annoyance here is that we just never ever learn, and we should. You know, we should be learning from our mistakes here, and we're just not. And that's what bugs me the most about this, I think.
What's annoying is, yeah, looking at it, it's doable, but not in this formula. If this was Formula 1, we'd be able to go racing. But in F3, no.
Yeah, there are so many case studies, recent case studies as well. It's not even ancient history. Recent case studies as to why this is asinine. And yet here we are doing the same thing over and over again. The definition of insanity is repeating the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. And here we are, where we were 2 years ago in the 24-hour weekend, where we were 4 years ago in similar weather conditions, and we've never learned.
This race will now be timed. Red flag is out. The red flag is out.
Yeah, come on. That should have happened 5 minutes ago.
And with a 10-minute signal needing to be given for a restart, but they have stopped the clock, interestingly enough.
It's just so silly. Just cancel the race and move on.
Well,
Don't put these guys in jeopardy for the sake of protocol and logistics. Come on, see some sense.
The clock has been now restarted. Yeah, so 10 minutes needed for a restart. Well, actually, that's clever. We didn't need a JCB. We've got the truck on the inside. Oh, don't bring the marshals.
Yeah, we have indeed. Fair enough.
That's clever. Okay, so the red flag is out. 10 minutes needed for the restart. 4 minutes on the clock. That's race over. Brad Benedives is the victor of this event after completing 2 laps. Rafael Kamara and Callum Vozin will be your podium, and this race I don't think will restart. That is a 2021 situation just to get a basic result in and to say that they had a race. Don't like that.
We've learnt nothing. Absolutely nothing.
What did you say? Asinine? Yeah.
Yeah, totally. We claim to be keeping out for the safety and welfare of everybody, except the drivers. Clearly.
I'm expecting.
How can we still be doing this? How can we? It's 2025. How can we still be running the events like this?
I'll
Mad.
tell you now, last lap 3:38 behind the safety car, 10-minute restart signal. I'm expecting in about 5 seconds time the race will not be resumed to come through.
Red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag. Group is fine, family first, visibility. Visibility.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, the grid wasn't
That's the only thing that matters. That's the only thing that matters.
So I'm expecting the race will not be resumed signal to come in the next minute and a half, because it can't. And surprisingly,
I don't want to say too much about my emotions about this, because it's running the risk of the end of my career. I just don't want to get into it.
One thing I'm very scared about is actually they would hang on a minute. I've just realised something. We started the clock with 45 minutes, and then they reduced it to 15 deliberately and brought the red flag out. I've just realised that. So they've deliberately reduced the time distance.
Yeah.
But so we're now just waiting for race control to tell us that the race will not resume, which we all know is going to happen, because we've got. Do you reckon it's going to be okay for the F2?
Might not be. It might not be. I'm sorry. I'm just feeling. I'm getting.
Yeah.
I'm getting that residual feeling back from 2 years ago. It's just history's repeating itself. It's mad.
This is a dangerous day.
These are grown men making these decisions, you know?
And they're not doing it logically.
It's just stupid. It's just absolutely stupid.
Well, they're going to wait until after the 10 minutes signal, aren't they? With 11 to go, they're going to wait 2 more minutes and then give it.
Yeah.
Stupid protocol.
As long as you get your protocol and as long as you get your, your issues sorted out and everything. Hang the drivers. All it takes is for one aquaplane, and once you're going sideways, your red light can't be sighted until somebody hits it. It's not worth the gamble.
Yeah.
It's not worth it.
And also to risk it. Do you reckon if we didn't have a Rouge, we could go racing?
Potentially, maybe.
Yeah.
Potentially, maybe. But the thing is that here at Spa, you've got 2 overriding factors that make it difficult. You've got that drop to Eau Rouge and that rise up to Radion, which is blind at speed.
Yeah.
That's one of the critical problems. The other critical problem here is the propensity to the trees, and the trees gather the moisture, and that means that the humidity, it kind of collects. The clouds and the rain showers, it kind of collects in, so it adds an extra mist. It's why we very nearly didn't get started with practice, because the fog was so surreal, and it's really intense here. Fog is massive in this part of the world. So the gathering and the collection of the trees here make it a bigger risk. And that's the thing. You've got 2 major causes for concern. Look at that. There you go. Exactly as I was saying. The mist here is a big issue as to why there is low visibility in these conditions. So it's more extreme. You can't treat this place like you would Monza, like you would Portimao, like you would Barcelona. It's completely different. So you have to have a completely different mindset. And to send these out on the off chance, do you know what it is? Do you know what the attitude is? It's the let's just see what happens approach.
And that's the most dangerous.
That's the most reckless, the most ridiculous attitude you can have.
So sorry, mate.
There you go.
Yeah.
Correct.
The race
absolutely correct.
Will not be resumed, if we can even call that a race.
Now, did they complete 2 laps? I'm not sure they actually did.
Red flag came out after 1 lap completed, but we took 1 off for the formation lap. Then we did the lap 1 under green flag conditions. Technically, we can have a result.
Well,
and they've said sorry to Brad Benavides, which means he is not going to be declared as a winner. That's a race that's been cancelled.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
But I agree with the decision. Look, that's the most... Race will not be resumed is the most sensible decision they've made in the last 45 minutes.
And we are all set to get going here at round 9 of the 2025 FIA Formula 3 Championship. The Hungaroring has been on the calendar consistently since 1986, and it is now possibly championship decider for Formula 3. It is a 2.738 mile circuit, 14 turns in total. 2 DRS zones will be ahead of us today. 14 turns is going to be quite long for the medium compound tyre to try and last. And the pole position time has already been changed going forward as well. It was a 1:33.935. The new car has already blown it away. It's a high downforce level circuit. Brake wear and tyre use is quite high, but fuel consumption is low. Well, alongside me in the commentary box at the present moment is Omi. Tom Gans is on his way as well into the booth as we look down at the starting grid. Well, Omi, this is going to be a possible championship decider. Tenacable and Privzak on pole position, but we've got a fantastic one here. Let's see what can happen.
Yep, let's see what can happen. It's going to be a very interesting Formula 3 sprint race. GST starting from 4th position. Let's see what he can do. Williams backed, of course, is GST, but it's Headley from the front row who will be trying to challenge and trying to go on the attack. Looking forward to seeing what the AIX driver is going to be able to do.
Let's take a look then at the starting grid for this one, and for that I will hand back to Omi.
Brilliant. Okay, let's run you through this grid indeed then. We're going to do so from back to front. Marin Angeli is next to Nikita Johnson, who is going to be starting another Formula 3 round, and he'll do so from 29th place on the grid. Louis Sharp is in 28th, and then it's Christian Ho. The Singaporean driver was given a 3-place penalty, so he starts 3 places further back for both races this weekend. Roisin is next to Spain's Bruno Del Pino, and then it is an all-damned Lucas Oil row with Nicola Lacorte behind his teammate Zach Gazzetta, and then it's Dominguez next to Nikola Solov, seeing a chance of a title possibly fade away with every meter this F3 Championship runs. Stenshorn is alongside Lawrence Van Hoopen, the ART driver still trying to catch some form this season. And then we have Roman Belinsky next to Tim Traminitz. Let's see what the Red Bull Junior is going to be able to do from 17th on the grid. And then it's Brad Benavides, our pole sitter, of course, from last weekend's race. He didn't get to sit there. Let's see what he can do as he tries to bounce back from 16th. And then it's Santiago Ramos alongside. Noah Somstead is in 14th. He's had a couple of second places this year, and he is next to Noah Leon. Rafa Kamara in 12th. He is reversed down to 12th. Today will be on pole tomorrow. Alongside Kamara is going to be Mari Boyer, and then Tuka Tappinen and Gerard G share the next row off the grid. Teofil Nall is in 8th. Charlie Wirtz is in P7. And then in 6th position is Ugo Gachiku. Brandon Badoa is in 5th. And then our top 2 rows on the grid are going to see GSD next to James Wharton. And our front row will be shared by the 2 contenders of James Headley and Tasanaponen Privzak as they both try and go on the attack. And it's going to be very interesting to see how they're going to do.
Tension starting to rise here as well as we get ready for the formation lap to get underway. Watch out for those light procedures as we will head off on the formation lap around the Hungaro ring. Watch out for Brandon Badoa, who's followed in with Tanasipol and Privzak's livery of ditching the McLaren orange. Seems to work for him, one of his better qualifyings of the season. Grid now begins to pull down towards turn number 1. The brand new pit paddock complex and fan arena looking absolutely splendid as they will line up then. Let's take a listen as to what the top 3 on the grid are thinking coming into today's session as James Wharton, the number 9, starts in 3rd. Let's hear then the top 3 of Wharton, Headley and Privzak. In P3, we start with.
It's going to be a long race, a lot of deg. We're not sure how these mediums will hold up around this track, so it's going to be a bit of a guessing game at the start of the race to how much you can push, but at the end of the race, the person that is pushing the less will probably come out on top.
Just one person to go through, so yeah, I mean, he's a guy that's had my engine here last year and also got a podium here last year, so he's got some experience. But I don't know, you just got to play it. I'll be happy to stay where I am and just get some good points for the team.
Yeah, I think it's a track that's really hard to overtake, so I think I'm in a very good position. Started in the 2nd row last year in the sprint as well, so I have a bit of experience of what's going to happen. Yeah, just going to try to get a good start off the line and see how it goes after.
yeah, try and get a good start off the line. It is a 19-lap race ahead of us, just as a fair warning. It's going to be, I think, quite an interesting run, Omi, down towards the first corner. What are you expecting we're going to see?
Oh, I think we definitely could be seeing Headley head backwards a little bit. He's got pace, but the situation is he's not been in this specific position quite a few times. Interpruvizak won earlier this year, by the way, so he took the sprint in Silverstone. So he has won in Formula 3. He took his first win earlier this year, and he'll be looking to get a second win as well. But he was on the podium. He got second place 1 year ago to his teammate Nikita Bedrin, who was the winner. So AIX have the chance to win 2 years in a row. Bedrin last year, and this year with James Headley. But it's going to be quite special if Headley can get to the top step. But judging by his interview, JB, he was of course talking more about that he's just going to try and get the solid points because he knows that possibly the win chance might not be there today.
Yeah, we've got a chance as well tomorrow. That horrible rain coming in that everyone's a bit frightened of. So we'll see if that will play a factor. Touring Cars starts shortly as well on JB Motorsports. You can follow that throughout the weekend. Not sure if I might have to start now. I don't know where JT is going to be around. He's had a late night following other sports as well.
Very late night. He messaged me at 5:23 this morning as well, saying that he's hopefully I'm alive in about 3.5 hours. But yeah, he's put in some messages for you, which you can check after as well. Oh, you can check now, because the cars, there's 30 of them that line up on the grid. So they take their time here in the FIA Formula 3 Championship. But Interpruvizak going for win once again. Headley will be looking to try score solid points, as you mentioned. And then it'll be Wharton in third position. Just keep an eye on him, the ART driver, looking to go on the attack. GST's not had the best starts this season, so it's going to be very fascinating to see how he's going to do. He'll be lining up from fourth. The slipstream down towards turn 1 can be incredibly powerful, so there could be plenty of contenders by the time you get on the brakes. And then we're also going to see Stenchon. He's the only driver with the papaya colours now, because of course, the Primers switching over to the carbon livery, and they're all lining up on the grid, JB, so we're about to get the F3 sprint underway.
It's perfect that he's actually awake. He can start the touring cars, go back to sleep again. I forgot, it's Croft. They're not allowed to play music. We can just leave it running all day, which solves tomorrow's problem as well. Here we go then. Green flag at the back. Round 9 of the FIA Formula 3 Championship is about to get underway with its sprint race, having 5 lights. Lights out. We're underway for the sprint down towards turn 1. Interpruvizak cuts off Headley down towards the first corner. And now look behind Brandon Mendoa. He's going to try and just keep the outside sprint speed. Can he keep it going? Yes, he can. Look at Ugo Chiru doing exactly the same as his teammate down towards turn number 1, but can't get through. There's a limited bodywork contact mid-pack. 3 cars going off wide. It's one of the Campos, I think, as well, and one of the high-techs. They can just touch the grass. Coming down to the braking zone. Charlie Vert's in the middle of the screen as well, having a limited problem. He's sliding around further back. Gets the car to control as they come down towards turn 3. Ugo Chiru is still in 7th position as well, but Mendoa in 4th. Storming start, both of them using everything to the advantage with the 2 McLaren back drivers up to turn 4. They've all avoided contact this time by a few more off the grass, but Tenacity Prumzak leads as we look further back as Ugo Kachuga trying to pass Charlie Vert towards the chicane. They're still by side as well as they come down to the braking zone, Omi.
All was clean at the start. Will they continue that as there's going to be cars off the road as well? Solov is in the middle pack just trying to avoid that at the moment as we do battling into Pruvizak's under pressure for the lead.
And Wharton's going up the inside of Headley. That's not an overtaking spot. If we can hold him around the outside, I'll be very, very impressed. Yellow flags around 3 cars I think I saw in the gravel. I think it could be Christian Ho, Nicola Mariangeli and Nikita Johnson have dropped back down the order as well. We'll keep an eye on that as off the track, I was just praising him, has gone. Unfortunately, that, and more off the track and into the barrier as well. Gusti's out of the race as well as we saw Ugo Gatru go wide and the safety car's out, Omi.
Well, 30 cars made it into turn 1, they all made the exit, but when we got into the middle sector, it was all chaos. As well, the safety car will be deployed. I don't think they'll have the safety car at this time by, because of course the safety car is still going to be coming out, so they'll make their way down into turn 1. That was dramatic start. Lawrence Van Hoopen's gone into the pit lane, and disappointed and dejected the MP Motorsport driver GST, who found his way all the way right to the wall. Ugo Gachuku was off a few meters before as well, but he was able to continue. Well, yeah, they all made it through. 30 cars made it work, and then, well, as soon as we got down into turn 7, 8, 9, it was all chaos from there.
Dominguez into the pit lane as well. Van Hopen in the pits. As we know, Goosey's out of the race, so Van Hopen, who had such a strong qualifying yesterday, now does not have the best start to the sprint race he wanted. Tenacity and Privazak just got wide coming through sector 2 as he has to lift off, because coming with another broken front wing is Dominguez as well. What a tricky start that we've just had to manage to come into this.
That was crazy. That was crazy. Into Pruvzak. Got a good start, but then he was able to even defend into turn 1, but ever since then, he was under pressure for the whole lap.
Man, that guy moved last second on the curve when I was on the braking, man.
I presume Van Hopen?
Yeah, could be. Replays are going to be interesting. We're going to have a lot to learn from them with how chaotic that start got. As well, Brad Benavides currently running in 13th, so he's gained a couple of positions. Okay, let's finally go back to the race start. So Inter Pruvizak's going to be able to cut across, and then we usually get the subsuming here in Budapest, and that's exactly what we see. Brandon Badura is trying also to put alongside, and then you have GSD in the blue who's trying to go on the attack. We get into turn 1. They all manage to make it work. There's a few lockups behind as well, but they all are able to get through, luckily, this first turn. A few cars having to scamper off wide, one including Tim Traminate, and we also, of course, had Gerard G who went slightly wide, and now we ride on board with Teofil Noel. Got a good start.
Yeah, and this was what I was mentioning as well, side by side. Tifo now got a great start, but then watch Ugo Gachuru following a parallel line to his teammate, just sends it down the inside line, super late on the brakes. He was absolutely flying that first corner, but then Tifo now is just going to make a slight bit of contact, and you can just see on the exterior car going off the circuit, and then he's going to try and get the inside line on the inside of Gusti as well. This is Solov, who's down in, well, up to 19th actually, so we're looking ahead to Lawrence Van Hopen, who's on the inside, yeah, and Van Hopen makes contact, and he's also hit the road in on the side there as well.
Yeah, that's Dominguez colliding with Van Hopen. Those are the two cars that go off in dramatic fashion with front wing damage there, as well. Dominguez able to continue.
Sorry, there's just a little spider.
Oh, lovely. Spiders. Oh, God. I'm just happy right now that I've not got it. That are at least visible at the moment. Right, let's look to GST. This is where the contact will originally happen. So he's going to make contact, and he's already got damage. He's already got suspension damage, because he makes contact, and Ugo Gachuku gets sent wide, and then straight into the wall. Passenger, as soon as that suspension did get damaged there on the left tyre.
That's why the safety car came out as well, because like race control have the onboards. Oh, Gusti knows how much that fourth starting position was going to be good for him, and he just dropped down the order quicker than a stone. Into the pit lane has come Dominguez once again. He's having to change one tyre to a similar set. Van Hopen and Dominguez has been noted as well by race control. The safety car is out then. It's lap 3 of 19. We've completed 2 of those scheduled laps as the Mercedes-Benz safety car comes through. I've actually done a lap in the safety car. The lap, you know when we do the lap with the calendar on the Formula 1 intro? That's actually the safety car. I decided to drive the safety car because one thing that I was speaking to a couple of months ago as well, Bruno, who was the Formula 3 safety car driver, he did the medical car here a couple of years ago. And he said about how much this circuit, you really enjoy it more in a GT car because you throw the car around a lot. So I thought, okay, I've got the F1 game, I've got the safety car. Let's play it and see what it's like.
Yeah.
And he's right, it's fantastic fun.
Yeah, the Super Cup drivers will be having a lot of fun then this weekend. 100% around this place. Safety car's ending, by the way. Birch Marlander, of course, also a winner here in the Porsche Super Cup in previous years. Right now, though, he's just leading the field to the final corner. We're about to get back going with Inter Pruvizak. Let's see whether he's going to have to defend as much as he had to do on the opening lap.
Don't forget DRS to be activated next time by, so this is going to be a big run for the drivers to try and get a gap on this opening restarted lap as they exit turn 14, put the pedal down loud, and we are racing once more here at Budapest. And look at the turn you were mentioning on the start, because Interpruvazak's having to really try and break it. He's moving once, he's moving twice, not allowed to do that. Down the start-finish straight, you'll get a little bit of a warning from that from race control, as Ugo Gachuru sends out the inside of Charlie Vert's. Meantime, back on the inside line, Murray Boyer trying to have a go at TFL Nurl as well. If he made that move stick, can't quite tell the angle. As, yeah, I think he did. Brandon Bedoya is now under attack from his own teammate. Still not going to be on the inside. Boyer's trying to get through on TFL now. The outside cut back into turn 3 and run up the hill into turn 4. Not going to work out there. But usually sunny for this time of morning, actually, as well here in Budapest. Just looking towards turn number 4. It looks like it's later on in the day than it actually is. Never seen that before here at the Hungaroring. But everyone's keeping a couple of positions. There's a few drivers going right. The two Rodins doing for it. And there's on the inside line. Now, as we see Bedoya trying to get ahead as well of James Wharton, and Wharton in turn trying to get ahead of Headley, but Headley's blocked him off, and that's backing everybody up in the midfield.
Yeah, once again, Interpruvazak, he's just having no pace. I don't know how Headley's able to follow so closely in this middle sector. He's pushing him through. Surely when we get down the straight, it will be an easy move. And that is why everyone is so clustered up. Because Interpruvazak's backing absolutely everyone up at this stage. Headley's trying to get on with it. But in this middle sector, it is really, really tricky to try and overtake. So it's single file for most of the field. And then you can try something brave possibly into turn number 13. Then you arrive to turn 14. And then it's all about the drag and the slipstream down towards the first corner. Let's see whether Headley can try get himself in a position to make some overtakes. What about Ugo Gachuru trying to get ahead of his teammate?
DRS still not activated, even though it should have been this time by. So the run down towards turn 2 might be the activation point as well that we're looking for as they all enter the braking zone for turn 1. And you're going to think about a move on the inside. Ugo Gachuru, by the way, has been noted as there's the DRS enabled up the inside there as well. The Prema trying to throw it through Nolion or Brad Benedivez, and going out wide is Martin Estenshaw at turn number 1, going over the cross. He's trying to go through on the inside line as well of Tim Chamonix. He's not going to make the way through there, but the Prime of Nolion has made the move on the inside now. He gets ahead of Brad Benedivez. Santiago Ramos now feeling a bit of pressure.
Yes, indeed. Right. Okay, let's throw it back. This is Niall with Boyer in behind. Leon was attempting something magical as well further back. This was into the braking zone. We're going to see Gerard G round the outside. Leon diving it up the inside. They will get through the chicane, but Leon is going to be off wide and just about continuing there.
Did he hit our camera? That's what I want to know. Coming towards it. Yeah. Bye-bye, camera. Oh. They're so expensive. They're 3,000 quid a pop. So that's why No Leon has dropped down into 13th position after running in 10th. Where Tuka Tappan has now taken over his position as well. And this was Tim Chamonix down towards the first corner. Stancho on the outside line. Did Chamonix open up the wheel? No, actually, I don't think Chamonix didn't do a thing wrong there. That's just Stancho having to avoid it of his own accord. Chamonix did not turn his wheel at all. Now the DRS activating down towards turn 1, and Headley's got to clear Tenasipol ASAP. As now, look, Wharton under pressure. Now it's Ugo Gachuru, but Ugo Gachuru's past Bedoya, by the way.
Yeah, so that's a straight that's coming between the Premas. Luckily, they were able to get through and there wasn't any contact as they were all fighting and going on the attack as well. Let's see whether they'll all be able to make their way through turn 2 this time around. There's a bit of defending going on as well. Brad Benavides trying his best to try and stay ahead, and it's going to be really, really close as they now make their way down towards turn 4.
Ugo Gachuru still holding through on the inside line, trying to find the traction as well to attack Wharton up towards turn 4, not working out the way he wanted it to, but he has got the fastest lap of the race so far, 1:38.942. He is 0.3 of a second faster at the moment, all bar the race leader. And side by side on the inside as well, that was Rafael Kamara trying to make a couple of positions as well, does not make out as well. He can't get ahead of Brad Benedivez, and now Noel Leon's going to set it through on the inside line of the championship leader as well. So Kamara really struggling out there. This is what happens. It's like watching an IndyCar race only on an oval. You get overtaken, you're going to drop through the pack because you're losing the aerospeed. And Nolion was going for a move on the inside line, turn 12, as we see how the two Premas swap sides. Ugo Gachuru on the inside line of Bedoya at turn 13. But what I want to know, did Nolion get ahead of Rafael Kamara, who's currently in 11th position? Wing damage!
Yeah, they're fighting for it in the background. Leon was able to get through on Kamara, but it was definitely very tight between them. Stenchorn and Stormstead has been noted for lap number 1, turn 9 collision. They're battling for P3 though.
Ugachu around the outside, but Water's going to come in late on the brakes, going to go in too deep. Ugachu gets the comeback on the inside line with the second phase of the DRS, breezes through. So watch out, Ugachu to take victory alongside as well. Let's have a look at Kamara.
Okay, mate, I'm gonna report. In Captain chicane, correct? Yeah.
Well, he can't be talking about. He can't be talking about Noleon there because Noleon passed him on the inside line down at turn 12.
I guess we'll have to see in a moment. That's why we'll need a replay. Okay, here we go. Let's get the replay. This is Kamara actually. He's battling with Brad Benavides at the moment. Is he on about Brad Benavides then?
Yeah. No, I don't think he does, Omi, because Kamara forced him off the track.
Yeah, so that's what happened there. It'll be interesting to see what happens with that one then. Yeah, Kamara not happy, but he's lost the position now also to Leon, so we're getting more and more cars anyway between themselves and Brad Benavides. Still 0.5 of a second out in front, and into Pruvzak after winning earlier this year in Silverstone, knows exactly what he's doing, and he wants to try and take victory once again, but it's Headley and Ugo Gachuka trying to contend as we kick up the gravel on the exit.
Brand new gravel as up the inside, Noleon finally this time does get ahead of Brad Benavides. Yeah, new gravel strip at the exit of turn 12 this weekend as well, so it's going to bring up something in F1 qualifying later on when the drivers are pushing to the max, and off wide goes Brad Benavides. That's going to give the advantage now to Santiago Ramos, who goes on the inside down towards turn 1. The wheel to wheel almost touching in towards the braking zone. Ramos has the DRS and should be able to sneak through on the inside line. Benavides is going to try and get the comeback. Now they'll both have DRS on the attack down towards turn number 2, but Ramos has the exit speed to carry with him. But Benavides does the undercut, sends it on the inside line in turn number 3. It'll be the outside as well. He's going to have to fight back too. Fantastic little battle between them both.
Wow, how did they not make contact there as they were battling into turn 2? That was really tight stuff we mentioned about drivers switching late this weekend so far, and that was a perfect example as Lacorte's in the pit lane.
Well, that's probably for the best. Sounds like he's got us. Oh, is it? Oh, well, you can't go out with a taped up suspension. No matter if it's Gorilla Tape to Gorilla Glue, that is going to snap the second you turn the wheel. No power steering on a Formula 3 car, remember? So it just break. I'd say if that was power steering, it might work. But no. The amount of force you throw into the front suspension here, especially in Hungary, it'll break under braking. Who thought that was a good idea? Oh, our suspension toe link's broken. Just get me the black tape. That'll do. It's electrical tape, by the way, black tape, for those of you who don't know. So that is going to be as much use as... I can't say that on there. Down on the inside line, Headley trying desperately to get ahead of Tanaspol and Pruvzak.
As they battle for the lead. It's for the lead of this F3 sprint. It's going to be really interesting to see how this one's going to play out.
Oh, that's going to be tight.
Oh, Brando Badoa.
Badoa getting forced out wide. He's just like his father. He won't give up in situations like that. This is fabulous. Fabulous racing this morning. It's putting a smile on my face, that's for sure. JT has started. Okay. Tom's going to be joining us shortly as well, here in the comments box. And Tom has joined. Hello, Tom.
Hello, folks. How are we?
Very good. It's enjoying this one. I'll get you on camera as well. I do not blame you one bit, mate, because it's been a weird morning. Everyone's been feeling a bit.
No, that was a little bit inadvert, if that's the right term to use. But we've seen Leon, who is currently running in 11th position behind Tuka Tappan and 1 position away from a championship point scoring position.
So I expect these two guys to fall off the cliff later in the race.
Well,
just making that point.
If they continue pushing like this, Omi, then the clutch is going to heat because they have not stopped Headley and International throughout the entire race. As now he's going to go for it on the inside line. International defends, and if Baruga Churu's got that warning under him, as Leon does the undercut on tapping on the inside line towards turn 1. Come on, off board. Yep, and round the outside, and Churu's going for it. Headley shuts the door. They're going to go 3 wide. It's going to be Mansell in a second type of manoeuvre. Fabulous racing this morning.
The Premiers have gone back to how they used to be with how much they are, how much pace they have. This is unbelievable. The Premiers have come alive, and all 3 drivers. You have Bradoa going for it on Wharton. You have Ugo Gachuku trying to attack Headley, and Leon ahead of Tappanen now, and now he's going to go after G. So the Premiers absolutely on it today.
No livery. That's the way to go. No, Leon's just got the old one, so that's fine. He's got the normal box standard Premier that they've had years to identify with and know what it is. Here's a manoeuvre on Leon then, and Tom, it was such a ballsy move from Leon. It was fantastic.
Yeah, it was almost Daniel Ricciardo-esque, wasn't it? Leon up the inside had taken tapping into turn number 1, and the Premiers, as you say, absolutely flying in this one. Ogachuku up 3 places from his starting place, but Doa is in the same positions where he was before, and Noel Leon is up a few positions from his starting spot. So cracking race for Premier for once, something which we haven't seen a lot this season. But it does look good for Tazov Pavasek up front, who's looking good for his second Formula 3 win. Now, he finished second in the sprint race in F3 at this track last year. And James Headley, what a performance he has done also, keeping his car within the fray for a second place finish. Now, AIX have already picked up a second place finish with Freddie Sater at the Bahrain sprint race.
Oh, the inside! Now that is one of the tridents going on. That's Kamara making a move on Tappanen, and now coming back through on the inside. That's Santiago Ramos trying to have a look. We keep darting backwards and forwards. It's hard to tell who's who, but that was Kamara breaking through into 11th place.
Yeah, Leon also got past and moved up to 9th. He got past G as well. Oh! So that's 2 positions that have switched. Watch Ugo Gachuku, the momentum he's got up against Headley.
Come on, come on, come on. We'll see if the TV director's asleep. He's got him round the outside at 5. Fabulous move. He's going to try and do it. He's done it. Fabulous move from Ugo Gachuru round the outside, the top of the hill. He's taken 2nd place. I want to see that again on a replay ASAP. I don't know where the TV director is this morning, but he's not in Budapest. He must be watching the cricket. This is amazing, Formula 3. Here it is again. Now this is Rafael Camaro, and we're getting the slipstream down towards turn 1.
Yep, getting closer to the ART, and then it's going to be dive bomb late on the brake, sends it up the inside, arrives on the apex, and forces his rival to yield at the same time. We had Leon sending it up the inside of G as well, but Kamara was like, I'm coming down the inside, and I'm taking this position no matter what as well. But that move, we need to see it. We need to see it. We're looking further back as well, and we're looking at the AIX going off the road, but wow, that is Brad Benavidez who went off, but we need to see it. We need to see that overtake ASAP.
I hope we had it. But Tom, is the dive bomb down to turn 1 akin to this new tarmac they've got in this area? They're so much more confident that they've got the grip underneath them to stop. As here we go again on the inside line.
Kamara on the inside of Shea this time.
And look, they're just so confident that the car's going to stop this late in the race.
Absolutely safe for now. I mean, we didn't see a lot of overtaking in this F3 sprint race last year, in all honesty. But it feels to me like the new tarmac has helped them gain a little bit more traction off the exit of turn 14. And that has seen them complete the overtakes really down into turn 1 or into turn 2. Team radio?
Yep, so we're much faster. Plenty of time to catch the leader. Let's keep going.
Red Team has been given a black and white flag for track limits warning, but yeah, this is a commentator's worst nightmare. Tanaspol into Privasak and Ugo Gachuru are 1 and 2 in the race, battling for the lead. This could get quite exciting.
I know, right? Could get really a lot of fun between these 2 drivers, separated by 1.1 second. That could be about to deliver a bit of a showdown finish for us. Charlie Wirtz is looking quite quick as he closes in on Brando Badoa. They're separated by only 0.2 of a second. Brando starting to fall away from Wharton, so that's an interesting battle to keep an eye on. And then you've got Leon in there as well. Further back, he's a 9 chasing Boyer. So the Praetors could be going on the charge once again and continuing their overtaking. Let's see how this one's going to go. Solov's made a move and got up to 18th place. That is a nice tidy pass on the Mercedes Junior. Stromstead is going to lose the position, and Solov moves up, and now it's going to be Louis Sharp who will be the next one to try and attack Stromstead.
The British, this is a replay again of Solov down towards the braking zone. What's he done now? Got ahead of another, doing on the inside line. That's going to be close to contact. Go on,
Wow.
Solov. He's got him. Find out who that was. Stromstead.
Yeah.
Now Sharp having to go around the outside, cuts back to the inside of Stromstead down to turn 2, as we now see further back Bruno Delpino trying to get through on Callum Vosin and almost making a bit of contact there as well. For those of you who have been waiting for it to return, the British Touring Car Championship has started and the session is go. So JT is just introducing you to the live timings now, and we will be underway for that session as well in a few moments' time. Well, at least I hope it is, because right now we're just on the orbit screen. Yeah, there we go. So you are go for the touring cars. It's going to be a good one, I reckon, as well, coming into this.
Yeah, definitely be a lot of fun. The British touring cars, as Brad Benavidez loses a couple of positions, loses more. Could be a transponder. We'll bring you up to date with that one in a few seconds. It looks like he's just dropping down a little bit, bit by bit by bit. So looks like he is actually having some issues on the circuit. Meanwhile, Wharton is on the back of Headley. Wharton is off though. He's going to be wide and he will rejoin the circuit. Meanwhile, it's 0.5 of a second between our top two. Ugo Gachuka cannot make the move, but then Wharton running slightly deep has meant that he cannot attack. James Headley down towards 1 now.
Still going to be in the pressure. Come on, Ugo, where have you got to go? Where can you find that traction? This is going to be a lot of fun on the inside. Still in the battle zone to try and keep it. Two.
5-second penalty. That's for Stencher, but leaving the track and gaining an advantage as Brad Benavidez is retiring the car. We saw him dropping down, and yeah, he's now starting to drop down massively. Here's Ugo Gachuku though for the race lead.
Trying to go through the braking zone while we have this second. I'll just remind you that the British Touring Car Championship is go for the first practice session. JT has led you into that coverage, and that's going to be after this session as well throughout the days if you want to tune in to the practice and qualifying sessions and a couple of the races that you can't see on ITV. That's the place to go. Right, are we going to see Ugo Gachuru get through onto Nasport Privazak with so much more pace on what will be coming up to lap 15 of 19? I've got a feeling it'll be down towards turn 1, Tom. He's just got so much more traction.
He has. It looks like Interpurpose has gone through his tyres already, whereas Ugachuka's done well to maintain his. A little lock up into turn 13, which won't help Ugachuka one bit there, but he has been able to stay within that DRS range. Even Dominguez with the new fast up of the race is down at the back anyway, is the Portuguese, but is Ugachuka within range to really go for it into turn 1 here. He's got the DRS open. He may do a late dive bomb here if he's feeling lucky. He's not going for it this time around. He takes a slider, a slightly wider line into 3 wide.
That's going to be very close on the inside line. That's Kamara going through side by side as well. No, it's not. That's not Kamara. That's him back on. That's Charlie Burns, Brandon Madoa as well in a battle with Teofil Null. And on the inside line as well coming in.
Headley.
Down in 3rd position. So they've all congested up. James Headley shot 5 seconds back to the leaders. And now we've got Headley, Verts, Wharton, Badoa, Boyer, and Teofil now. Oh, and then it's going to be not good. Oh, that's going to be even worse. That's going to be close to contact, and it is contact. Oh, this is not going to be nice. Everyone avoid them. No, no. Yes, okay. So we had contact. Noel Leon's great race comes to an end with side pod damage, and we all just winced a bit because he was going straight up into the path at turn number 4, and this is going to deploy the safety car, and that is disastrous news for Ugo Gachuru, who was right on the back of Tanaspol into Privazak, but now we hope that we can get this race finished under green flag conditions. 16, 17, 18, 19, 4 laps. Need 3 to clear it. That's going to be possible, but this is not going to be good. What a restart we've got coming up, and I really hope. Shame for Nolly on there.
Yeah, hopefully they can just quickly repair this, or recover it rather, and we can get this back going to give Ugo a fair chance for the win, to give Johnny Worst a chance to get third, and everyone else that's coming in behind. But yeah, this is what happened down at turn number 4. They were battling their way through. It was Niall with Leon. They both went miles off and then clattered.
What the f*** is this guy doing?
I must point out that Leon didn't hook him, rear hook him. He had no suspension. It goes there. Suspension is broken. He had no. Oh, did he actually? Solov. Has he got off as well at the chicane? No, he's got a car off in front of him, kicking up some dust.
Is that Niall? Oh no, it's one of the AIXs that run wide. It must have been Benavides.
He was coming to the pit, yeah. We saw him out of the race. I wonder if he's broken. Yeah, broken rear suspension. Oh, that's unusual. He's broken the rear suspension over the exit of the sausage curve. Well, the Hungaroring is a brutal circuit. Oh. Yeah, rear turning just shaping upwards as well. It's not the place to be. Come on! Get out of the car and marshals, get on with it. What are you doing out here? Don't just stand there. If this was NASCAR, we'd have every... Oh dear. This is... Come on, get the truck out. Here comes the senior marshal to assess the situation. Get it out. If this was NASCAR, it'd be clear by now. This is ridiculous. There comes the tractor now. Why is it so far away and on the inside? There's a massive runoff area there where you can come through and get out of the way. Why does it have to come across the track area? Really annoys me sometimes how Formula 1 events are planned. They look... Tom, I know me actually, because you've come to them now this year. Compared to the Americans, we as Europeans, we are completely underprepared for this.
Oh, the AMR safety crew, my word. Best in the world. Yeah, compared to that, and then coming to this, it can be a bit like, what is going on? I mean, even like the Italian F4 events and all of that stuff. I feel like they're so quick, and everything just happens so much quicker, but I just feel like Formula 1 events, everything's slow, and we're begging to get going back in the race, and sometimes we don't get that fact coming our way.
I haven't seen those for a while. The light panels have the facing camera stats back again. We haven't seen those for a while. So if you're looking on the camera point of view, you can tell it's safety car. Of course, our light panel is in effect for Formula 1. We found its new permanent home earlier on today as well, when we set up the computer graphics. So it's now lap 17. Safety car must come in at the end of lap 18 in order to have running. We're not going to get restarted, are we? That's so unfair.
Yeah, and it would be a huge shame as well for the drivers to not get one final go at it, but sometimes that is just the way. Yeah, sometimes unfortunately that is just the case. But let's hope we can still recover it. We might just be able to. Let's hope they're doing something by the time we get down this time around. But yeah, it needs to be quick from now.
Black and white flag for water for track limits. Okay. Problem is, it took a lap for the tractor to get out there. No. And why not just put it behind the other barrier? You've got a safety cut off there. They are dragging it back across the exit towards top of turn 4. We're at turn 5, and they're dragging it all the way back. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely stupid. Why not take it across the track? Because there's an exit just at the bottom there. That would be quicker. Why reverse it back to where it needs to be? This is ridiculous. This is poor planning. The FIA is in a total mess. The clerk of the course is in a total mess. I'm running out of patience with the way race control are dealing with races these days. I really am. Censure on channel instance has been noted for forcing another driver to the track. Oh, that's good actually, I've just heard. It won't be DRS. It'll just be, if we do get one more lap, it won't be any DRS.
Yeah.
So Ugachu's going to have to do this on tyre pace, if he's got it. This is ridiculous. That clerk of the course just throwing debris onto the... What? What? He had hold of a piece of front wing. He just chucked it towards the tyre barrier. What are you doing? I don't believe what I've just seen. Oh yeah, that's fine. Just chuck it away. The safety car must come in this lap. Has to. I would have put the virtual safety car up personally. They were all backed up anyway. We had room to do it. That way we could have got an end to the racing. Hello, Omi, Tom and Josh. Hello, Omi, Tom and Josh, says Plug and Travis. That's awful, says Travis. Yeah, it is. I'm really angry right now. Where is the tractor then? Well, it's not in vision. Let's have a listen to a Kachu.
It's all to play for. And then you have the whole upper lap to get him. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on. Where is it? Are we good to get going?
Ending.
Yes.
Ending.
Yes. We will get that last lap. I mean,
yeah.
They were at a marshal entry point, Omi, and they took it back to the previous marshal post, 360 metres behind.
Yeah. Well, whatever happens from here, we race till the end. Because everything will be behind the drivers. If there is any crashes or chaos, we will just continue racing. Because everyone will be past it already. So, yeah, whatever happens from now, we are going right to the checkered flag for the moment we come out of the final corner and head to green.
That's the only good thing to happen, actually. Safety car is coming in at the end of this lap. The lights are off on the pace car, and we will get going. Look at the tyres on everybody. To be fair, James Henley might be back in this if he has had to lift off to save his tyres. Come on, Wenders into Privazak, put the pedal down. Ugachu is going to be right with it now, and he's gone with him! Into Privazak, thought he was clever. Ugachu is right there with him. Into the last corner we come. And the restart is on. Can Ugachu get the run in towards the first corner? He's got a little bit wide. Into Privazak goes towards the pit wall. It's going to be a toe down towards the first corner. Verts is going to have a go at Headley as well. This is all eyes to the lead of the race. As now Headley's going for it. Ugachu locks up big time. Verts takes third position away. And Ugachu has gone off the track. Pressure's got to him. Into Privazak now leads by 0.5 of a second. I think that's it, Omi. And he's locking up again. He's got a flat spot.
Yeah, he went all in, but it won't be possible, unfortunately for him, unless there's anything now from him to prove it's like a mistake. Headley has lost the podium spot, and he's under threat now from Wharton, who's trying to go through as well.
He's defending the inside line nicely, Tom, but that's such a shame for Ugachu. If he had the whole distance, he would have got him.
Yeah, and that's a shame, because it looks like he was going to get a good run out of the last corner until he ran too far wide on the curves on the exit. But now he can see one of the... Looks like Kamara's through on their Boyer as they make contact.
Fabulous! Fabulous move from Maui Boyer round the outside of the 6-7 chicane. He's jumped Rafael Kamara, and that is critical. Kamara now only gets 1 point in this race, and Teofil now is right behind him as they come through as well, down towards turn number 12. It is going to be a second victory in Formula 3 for Tanasapol into Privazak, who's held off Ugachuru. Vert will take third. Another lock-up on the inside line towards turn 13. It's out of 14. What a sensational defence on that last lap. Tanasapol into Privazak wins here in Hungary. The second last year comes first today. Ugachuru is second, Vert's third, Headley fourth, Wharton ahead of Badoa, Boyer and Kamara in 8th position. The championship has the opportunity to be wrapped up tomorrow, but he had only 1 point. He starts on pole for tomorrow's feature. It's all eyes on Kamara for the feature championship chance. But in the sprint, Tanasapol into Privazak wins an awesome defence. What a race, Omi.
Wow. What a contest indeed, and a deserving winner for the second time in Formula 3 into Privazak. Prema, while it's not the win, they can still be happy with that one because they were in contention. Of course, it was unfortunate what happened to Leon, but they've got Ugo Gachuku second. They've got Brando Badoa getting a 6th place as well. What a race for Prema Racing still.
And Tom, that is going to be the precipice for tomorrow because they're going to be on the mediums again. And if it is a dry race, boy oh boy, we're going to have fun.
Yeah, we are. And just to correct you, Kamara picks up 3 championship points, not 1, from that one because it's top 10 that score points in Formula 3 in the sprint race. It's just a reduced one to what we get in the feature. But yes, Kamara has a golden opportunity to wrap up the title tomorrow when you consider Tim Chumnitz and Nicholas Solov down the order. I think if Kamara wins the race, he's done and dusted.
Congratulations, mate. Really well managed. Good race, guys. It was a tough one, but we managed pretty well. Thank you very much.
Let's head down to the Wolfie.
That was really well driven for Intrapuvazak. Dealt with the pressure very well from a hard-charging Ugochukwu. Is growing with confidence all the time. And 3 drivers on the podium there, Piers, who we see this in Formula 3 in the second half of the season. Their pace, their confidence is just growing, and we're seeing them on the podium more frequently now.
Yeah, Intrapuvazak managed that race perfectly. He defended when he needed to, pushed on when he needed to, just about held enough tyre life to the end.
Yes, Charlie, yes, bravo, bravo, strong drive, my friend, bravo. Come on, bravo, let's go. That was nice. Nice one, guys, come on, that was beautiful. Beautiful.
7th to 3rd, and you know that podium at Spa, I think, was the cause of that move on the final lap.
Yeah, I think so. It was a good move.
Okay, mate, mega drop. You're the only one that came through. Come on. It's good enough. I know he's right there, but it's good enough.
Yeah, good job, guys.
And I think the same can be said for Ugo. You know, the podiums he's got at Austria, and last time out, that's why we're seeing him be the Macau Grand Prix winner he is.
Yeah, arguably for me, the driver of the race from Ugochukwu, because he made all the moves the hard way, effectively. Yeah. He was making the moves when everyone's tyres are still good.
Yeah, it was a good race. Good for the championship. Bravo, Rafa, bella gara. Bravo, bravo.
And it could be a day of celebration tomorrow now. And you know what? He surprised me there in the fact that he was so brave to come through. I mean, that move on Tappinen, that was a move of a champion.
It was a move of a champion, but also, again, impressed by his seeming experience, even though he's a rookie to this championship, Kamara. He just, every sprint race, every feature race, and when he starts in the mid-pack, he just seems to not do a huge amount for the first half of the race. And then by the end, he's there or thereabouts, he's made moves. So, brilliant driving from our championship leader. We've got a proper look at a championship tomorrow, but we'll ignore that for now as we look at these drivers who have earned their podium in this sprint race. Brilliant drive from Intrapuvazak, fighting effort from the Prema driver, the number 3, McLaren backed Ugochukwu in 2nd place, and then Wirtz picking off Headley, who just missed out on his podium. Would have been great to see James Headley on a podium after the work he's put in this year, but still a valiant effort. But take nothing away from Charlie Wirtz. He drove well at the end of the race, saving those tyres as well.
To Sanopol, Intrapuvazak taking his 2nd win of the Formula 3 season. Had to hold off a lot of pressure there towards the end, but he did it absolutely beautifully. And he's played a big part there for Campos Racing in terms of the team's championship as well. They're in a real fight to try and win that for the first time this season. And Intrapuvazak very much helping them get some points now, and he'll be very proud of that. Ugochukwu should be very proud of his efforts. Made some great moves in that race. His day on the top step is not far away at all, and the same can be said for Charlie Wirtz, who has come back so well since that incident he had in front of his home crowd at Austria, which denied him of his first podium. Mentally, he's reset so well, and now we've seen him on the podium twice, and his father there will be so proud of what he's seen from Charlie.
Charlie's really had a good second half of the year, just kicked on, I think. He's showing his experience, he's learning with every race. I think he's learning from his teammates as well. That race was a bit like a Kamara race. Not doing a huge amount the first half and then just picking people off towards the end as they've burnt through their tyres. Clearly that Trident car looks after its tyres as well, but you know, you have to still drive a good race to get that podium. And Intrapuvazak very happy. He's having a strong second half of the year as well.
He is, and Intrapuvazak could go into the summer break after tomorrow, of course, with a couple of wins under his belt at least. And we've still got another race to come tomorrow. The fans came in force. Well, they were treated to a good one there. That was very good.
That was. I was worried that we weren't going to get a huge amount of overtaking, but FIA F3 always delivers. Intrapuvazak didn't actually have to do a huge amount of defend a few times, but it was the drivers all down second backwards that were providing the entertainment.
Who said you couldn't overtake a Hungary? It was a intense race from start to finish. Formula 3, wherever we go, always provides the entertainment. Incha Pruvazak, that's his day, and that puts Campos Racing 8 points behind Trident in the teams.
How did you get him last lap?
Last lap, yeah. I went like on the straight, I went like this, and then he opened and I went inside. Wasn't it? How was it for you? That's sure.
What happened on the first lap?
What?
The crash.
That's the crap out.
Oh, it was me then.
Did you?
Yeah. Go with it.
I was trying to keep heavy in the DRS because you were coming so fast.
And then you went left. But I couldn't follow that yet.
Yeah, the last lap. I thought you had a great day.
Have you lost 4 seconds to me? I think you lost.
Yeah, but in the beginning he was pushing a lot.
Yeah, I could see
He was
behind you.
moving
He
all
was
the way.
pushing like a.
Where did you start this race?
P6. I was like P8 and T1. I was like, it's not great stuff.
The driver's getting more used to that cool-down room now.
Yeah, turning into a bit of a podcast. Not quite as, maybe we'll get to the podcast level that we see in Formula 1.
Yeah, but
Yes. Drivers are hard, it's hard work out there. I mean, it was 25 degrees air temperature, and these Formula 3 cars are very physical to drive. But interesting always to hear a little bit of insight from the drivers as they discuss the race amongst themselves. It was Charlie Burch there that was saying he could see Headley was having to push hard to stay within Zak, so he just bided his time, waited for Headley's tyres to fall away, and picked him off on that last lap with a decisive move to turn 1. Although, I mentioned it before, but it was a valiant effort from James Headley, a driver that hasn't had any point scores this year, and this is easily his best result so far, taking points. But the attention is, of course, on the podium for now, so the podium ceremony starts in just a moment.
Well, here we go. Onto the podium once again, Charlie Burtz. What an end to the season he is having. Straight back out on the podium, back-to-back sprint race podiums for him, and Ugo once again back there. He is becoming very familiar now with the Formula 3 podium, fighting for the win all the way to the end. But it's the second sprint race win of the season for Tsanapo and Pruvazak, and back-to-back podiums here at the Hungary in the sprint race. This time, though, it's the top step for Tsanapo. His second time on the top step of the podium. He's very familiar now with this Hungarian podium, isn't he? Loves this circuit. And on the top step this time for Campos Racing, who get ever closer to Trident in the Teams Championship. Just 8 points now between them and Trident. A very productive day for them. And that fight is set to go all the way to the final race of the season. Bremer Racing on the podium once more. Ugochukwu getting very close to winning races now. But the podium's coming at a regular pace for the American driver. And Charlie Burns got his first podium last time out, and he's straight back there again, flying with confidence. Charlie Burns closing in on his first win, no doubt. He is an informed driver right now. And there will be celebrations tomorrow. It'll be all about the championship. Here's Rafa Kamara will take a 31-point lead into tomorrow. Just needs a 39-point lead to go into the final round to confirm himself champion.
Could be an option coming in as well for Kamara. Okay, let's get closing arguments as well. Tom, starting with you. Going into tomorrow, this is going to be a very interesting race. Look how tall Ugo is as well. It's unbelievable. It's going to be a great race tomorrow, isn't it, Tom? By the way, mute. Discord. Right, let's go back, Tom. Come.
Yeah, well, Ugo's taller than me, put it that way. But yeah, we're going to be in for a brilliant race tomorrow, and who knows what the weather can bring.
Amy?
Gonna be crazy, gonna be fun. Cannot wait for it.
Love how you both won't mute there. That's new. Here's the result set to take you through it. Naspol Interpruvazak is your sprint race winner alongside Ugochukwu and Charlie Verge. James Headley finishes in 4th. Couldn't hold on for those tyres. James Wharton in 5th. Brandon Badur in 6th. Mike Boyer 7th. Rafa Kamara in 8th. Teofil Nal in 9th. And Jerez finishes out inside the top 10 position as well, picking up that last points paying position. Interesting enough, that first and second both get the 10 points on the board. Chuka Tappanen takes it in 11th alongside Santiago Ramos and Tim Chamnitz. Then we get Roman Belinsky in 14th from Nicolas Solo, 15th. Gonna be sharp. Noah Strongstead, Callum Vosin, Bruno Depino, and Lawrence Van Hopen fighting back for 20th after pitting on the opening lap of the race after wing damage. 21st goes to Christian Ho, Nicola Marangeli as well in 22nd, Martin Estencio in 23rd, Nikita Johnson 24th. Then we get Matteo Sagazzetta in 25th, Ivan Dominguez 26th. Out of the race was Noel Leon, Barbara Dimas, Nicolas Lacorte, and Alessandro Augusto as well, crashing out on the opening lap after a broken suspension. We will be back in about an hour and 15 minutes time for more of the action from the third practice session for Formula One here at the Hungarian Grand Prix weekend. Myself, Tom and Megan will be in the commentary box for that, as we are a bit short-staffed here this weekend. But join us for F2 later on. That gets underway as well at 1:08 British Summer Time. Race window for Naspol Interpruvazak. Cracker to go forward. We'll see you tomorrow, where Rafa Kamara might be chanced to be crowned Formula 3 champion. Bye-bye. We're all set for a very dramatic feature race coming up here at the Hungaroring for the FIA Formula 3 Championship. Rain in the air, and this is going to be, well, anybody's guess as to how dramatic you want it to be on a Sunday morning for the 40th anniversary of the Hungarian Grand Prix. We'll be underway in a few moments' time as well. Tom Cairns alongside me, along with Omi as well. And Omi, very quickly, before we get into the pre-show as well, what are you expecting in 2 words or less?
Exciting racing.
Tom, what about you?
Same. I would go with Omi. Hopefully lots of action here in the rain.
Here we go then. It's the feature race for the FIA Formula 3 Championship from a wet Hungaroring. Let's get ready and load in with Rafa Kamara on pole in what could be a championship day. Yesterday in the sprint race, it was dry and it was very much a all-out war between the drivers. Several making great starts. The Premers absolutely storming through the field. But as we have usual things, it was a crash fest as soon as the lights went out. Only on damage his front wing ended up causing the safety car. It was Tanaspol into Pruvazak in a battle with Ugo Gachu right at the line into Pruvazak taking the win. We're all set for round 9 of the FIA Formula 3 World Championship, and the safety car will start the formation lap. As the rain is coming down here at the Hungaroring, we are halfway as well between Budapest, its capital city, and now this is pretty much what we were expecting as well. The rain heaviest most on Sunday morning around this 2.733 mile circuit. 2 DRS zones. It'll be very interesting if we get to see those at any point today as well before the lights go out. It probably will be a rolling start procedure as well, you must think. Ignore then the tyre compound of medium. Everybody out there on wet tyres, and it becomes a little bit more tricky as well. The downforce level increases now in the wet weather. It's already at its maximum, just gets a little bit harder with wet weather in the air. Alongside me in the commentary box, as I said, is Omi and Tom. As well, the rain comes down once again, gentlemen, and anything can happen in the next 45 minutes, Omi.
Yeah, well, a third Sunday in a row affected now for Formula 3. It meant that we didn't get a contest 1 week ago. Hopefully we will get a contest today. We got a shortened, slightly shortened. We got half race distance of green flag running, and then the other quarter of it was safety car, and the rest was just a red flag. So we've basically been affected majorly. We lost an entire race. We were only able to do half a race in one of them. So JB, we need to hopefully get a full distance by the end of today of green flag.
I feel like a barman at the moment, just trying to wipe my desk up because my drink exploded 30 seconds before we went through. Here's the grid though, Omi, talk us through it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to do so from the back, and it's Marin Angeli next to Nikita Johnson. They are 30th and 29th place on the back row of the grid. Just ahead is Louis Sharp, and he's alongside Christian Ho, who's in 27th. Slightly more disappointed qualifying for the Singaporean driver compared to what he would have wanted. I think that applies to Callum Boyes in season. He's in 26th. Bruno Del Pino in 25th position. Then it's Lacorte in 24th. Zagazeta in 23rd. On all dams, Lucas Oilgrove off the grid. And then it's Dominguez next to Nicolas Solov, who is, well, losing sight of this championship. With every lap that we run, he will find himself starting in 21st, just behind Stenchon and Lawrence Van Hoopen. They are in 20th and 19th. Noah Leon is in 18th, and then it's Roman Belinsky, who became Poland's first podium sitter earlier this year. And then it's Tim Tramanitz in 60th, alongside Brad Benavides. He'll go from P15 on the grid. Santiago Ramos is in 14th, and then it's Noah Stromstead, who is alongside him in P13 for Trident Racing. And then we find ourselves with Tsanapol into Pruvazak, our winner from yesterday, alongside James Headley, who managed to get a PB when it comes to his result yesterday in the championship with a P4. Wharton finds himself starting in 10th, alongside GST, who found the barrier on lap 1 yesterday. Then it's an all McLaren Junior row with the Premers of Brandon Badoa and Ugo Agachuku. No more papaya colour on the car. They've turned that into carbon, and it's working well for them. It's Charlie Wirtz next to Teofil Nile on row 3. On row 2, Gerard G lines up alongside Ferrari Academy driver Tuka Tapinen, and then it's Mari Boya next to the driver who we could call the world champion by the end of the year, Rafa Kamara.
Lining up then, ready to go, and Tom behind the safety car. It seems a bit of an overreaction for the formation lap. It doesn't look that bad out there from our viewpoint of just the drivers on the grid, but I guess as we head off on the formation lap, anything can happen.
Yeah, so we need to see what the visibility is like. I think the visibility is just about fine. Now, the formation lap behind the safety car, it does not take any laps of the distance, but any subsequent laps of which the safety car does of this one will count towards the race distance. It will basically deduct laps before we eventually get underway.
Yeah.
So from a fan's point of view, we hope that this is going to be the only lap under the safety car. It looks fine in my point of view. I think we should get underway at the end of this lap.
Bro. They are making their way through this formation like JB, and if it kind of reminds you of the 2021 F3 race that we had as well on the Sunday, if you remember the brilliant battle that we had that day between Dennis Hauger and Arthur Leclerc that day. So it kind of reminds you of that. So it should be good for these drivers to end up going racing. And here's our pole sitter.
With this quali was very tough one, probably. And yeah, I think to nail the last lap was just something very stressful. To be honest, I think the 2 laps we did was good as well for me to cool down a bit, and then went for everything in the last push. So very happy. I think the team also deserved a lot. I think the car was very good already in FP. We started in a good way, and then I think all this session, Charlie as well was very strong. No one unfortunately was in the traffic. But yeah, I mean, very happy. Big thanks for the team, and now focus for the racing.
Yeah, Tom, if he could do it today, he would be crowned Formula 3 champion, but he's going to have to do it behind these conditions right now. And it is a rolling start, so we're going to go racing this time by.
Okay, so at least we're not getting any subsequent laps under the safety car after this one, which is a bit of a shame not to have the standing start, but at least we're getting some form of start underway. And the Trident crew looking on. Big battle between them and Campos in the Teams Championship. Trident have won the Teams Championship before in this series in 2021, as well as Gabriel Bosselester winning the Drivers in 2023. Campos still yet to pick up a championship in F2 or in F3 since they begun back in the late 2010s. Here we go then, the start of this feature race.
So no overtaking and nothing until we see the green flag, but Kamara's hit the throttle. Green flag will be put in the air. It's a rolling start for round 9 of the FIA Formula 3 Championship here in Hungary. Out of the last corner, the green flag floors, and we are racing here in Budapest. Spray is very much so across the start-finish straight. You can see why they've rolling started it, because the new tarmac just can't drain away. It's fine outside of turn 1. Kamara's gone straight on there in the first corner. Everyone trying to just get in. There's his teammate trying to come through on the inside. Charlie Verts takes a very tight line. He's side by side though with Ugo Gachuru. Just keeps himself under traction. Brandon Badoa trying to look around the outside as well for a little bit of a position down in towards turn 2. It's looking okay. Got a yellow flag out at the first corner, as now we see further back Noah Stromstead battling hard with Santiago Ramos and Tanasa into Privazak, and Privazak has got ahead. Ramos has dropped back, Omi.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kamara got on the throttle, didn't get off it. He's absolutely pulling away at the front of the field as the drivers try and assess the conditions here in the opening lap of the contest. Different lines being taken and different lines being attempted for Roman Belinsky, trying to go all the way around the outside. Was he able to get there in the Road and Motorsport car?
This is the tricky bit, Tom, in the second sector, the oldest part of the track, and everyone now just trying to get a line of visibility in towards the 6-7 chicane. Oh, and
yeah, he's also keeping the curves. That's a mistake there from the racing, and that's the Rebel Junior going round.
So round goes Tim Traminetz in a 360, exactly as we said. It's difficult to get a line of sight through there. Traminetz gets a spin 360, and he gets going again to install the engine, but he's dropped 3-4 places from where he was on my monitor. So it's just survival at this opening lap until the tyres reach temperature, Tom.
Yep, well, they've only had one lap under racing conditions so far, and trying to get the tyres into the optimal window. It's very difficult actually when you're under safety car conditions, because you're having to go at slower speed and gathering the tyre temperature there to make sure you've got good enough grip. But as the race progresses, the grip will get better, because I can't really see any rain falling on the circuit. So the water will disperse more and more and more, lap by lap by lap. It could be somewhat a repeat of what we had a few years ago when Sacco Sullivan stuck on a set of the slicks to make amends in the final few laps, but we're far away from that. And there we see Ugo Sugar to the outside.
Trying to get round the outside to your field now. Now's got the acceleration, but he's slow at the exit turn 1, Omi. Now Ugo Sugar's going to try and look back. He looks fast in every condition, doesn't he?
Dry or wet, Ugo Gachuku's got the momentum, and he will have the place on the exit as well, as he manages to get away by Tailfield Knoll and drop down to 6th position, but Ugo's the one to watch again. After 2nd place yesterday, he's gained 2 places off the start today, and now he's got to be going and attacking Garage G and Tuukka Tappinen directly ahead. We've got Roman Belinsky, who's just been able to gain a position. Louis Sharp has got ahead of his Rodin Motorsport teammate Callum Woisen, as Kamara tries to control things and tries to run away with this one, as the rest of the field tries to now follow in, which of course Kamara not having any spray to deal with, which can be quite helpful when it comes to these conditions, but it's racing and battling further back.
That's Colin Puvazak trying to go on the inside line as well on, I think it's like car 8, it is, so that's a great move up the field as well, coming through. I'm trying to see where on my timing screen they actually are. So that is that James Wharton in the 9 actually looking at it? Yeah, it looks 8 from my top of the monitor. So that's 10th and 11th position. I was just thinking about what on earth's going on there. As well, when did Tuukka Tappinen drop back through the field? But no, he's still in 3rd position. Yeah, it's a 9. That's very misleading on the graphic in wet weather conditions. It's more visible from the rear end plate, it's a 9, than the front, which looks like an 8. Well, they are looking at thinning out the racing numbers ahead of next season for all categories, so it's easier for the fans at home and in the grandstands to witness what's going on as they come down across the line. Rafael Kamara leads this race. Mari Boyer in 2nd. The question is, Omi, does he have enough chance to get the championship at the moment with what will be 25 points on the board? DRS has been enabled. Well, if DRS has been enabled, why did we standing start the race? That's a bit ridiculous.
Yeah, lots of interesting calls being made back to back to back, I think, and they just don't fit with each other in my opinion. So yeah, quite interesting and quite fascinating to see that. But yeah, DRS, that will assist the drivers when it comes to overtaking as we go back to the race start, this rolling start that we had, and we had 3 wide into turn 1.
It's Tramnitz taking their tight inside line like Charlie Verts did. Oh, and there we see Delpino getting spun by Callum Vosin at the first corner, and that's why the yellow flag came out. This was Stromsted's on board though, Tom. Visibility looks fine.
It looks fine. I mean, it made it a little bit dreary as he went through turn 1 there, but you could just see one of the AXs going off the circuit. It might have been, was that Brad Benavides who went off circuit? I couldn't quite tell from that angle, but yeah, Stromsted going to the outside there either way. The outside line is the ideal line to take in these conditions, and Stromsted making the most of it through turn 2, and that was neat and done for Stromsted. As we see, Tim Stromnitz is going for that spin on the exit. He took so much curb. It's a driver's worst enemy, taking a wet curb through that section of the course, and Stromnitz did very well to avoid taking out any other drivers as he rejoined.
Back to the action at the front with Rafael Kamara just feeling out the conditions. He's the first one to meet them as Mari Boyer staying behind him. Now wet tyres the whole race, which has been very little degradation. Kamara.
Well done, mate. Smooth and pick up water.
There you go.
Yeah, pick up the water because we know. Oh, and Callum Vosin, 5-second time penalty on the board for making contact with Brunel Delpino at the start of the race in turn 1. They're all trying to pick up the water because it is dissipating so much. Boys to the 154.025 as we've got a yellow flag out on the circuit. Benedivez and Belinsky, I think, have come together because they're supposed dropping. Safety car is out, guys. As for some reason our time is being clinches, safety car's out. We're not stream ended.
Yeah, safety car is out. I was just wondering whether Boyer was going to get through. He was alongside Kamara for a second, but no, they'll go back into positions and everything will be okay. As we will review what happened further back, but my word, dramatic stuff. And there is Brad Benavides into the wall. Well, a feature race pole day wasn't able to start 1 week ago, and another feature race, this time from 15th, does not end well for him.
He's backwards, exit of turn 13 into the pit lane area, so he's got him backwards. What's happened here then? So there's Benavides coming through, around the outside. We see Roman Belinsky on the inside line. I don't think it's going to be his fault. Oh, I think that's just 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. I do not believe that's Roman Belinsky's fault. Benedivez comes in all too hot. He goes out wide. And then just on acceleration, oversteer. Nah, that's just a racing incident in my opinion. Both had a moment. Yeah, you can see the inside line. It's that curve. You were talking about it, Tom, that white line. You can't touch it, but Belinsky did. Had a bit of an oversteer, and Benedivez into the wall.
Well, that's my race, mate. Zelensky hit me in the rear of the wall.
Yeah, but fails to mention, Tom, that he made also the mistake by locking it up, running in deep, and then just cutting back across the track like nobody else was there.
Well, Bielinski, well, he'll be wanting to write off this weekend because it's been one big get for the Polish driver. At least he's still in the race, unlike Benavides, who's out. And the drivers can use this opportunity to cool the tyres at this point because there's not as much water now compared to what it was around about 10 minutes ago. The safety car is waiting to pick up the leaders. And as it stands, Rafa Kamara will be crowned champion today as Mary Boy goes up into second place ahead of Solov and Tramnitz.
156 to 108 has that 42-point gap he was looking for. So
I think it's 40 that he needs.
Yeah, so he's got it.
He cuts across with the car okay? Is the car okay? Bent down on the right, just there.
Yeah, I agree there. He cut across. It was his mistake. He cut across. That was not. Yeah, you can see it's bent. He's box it now. That's not going to be done, isn't it? Come into it. I can see the suspension damage. The towing is just completely. The front suspension axis is gone.
Yeah. It's the rod that's taken the
shock
damage. Actually, yeah.
Like Damon Hill, same area. The main rod's taken their whack. So safety car's out. Oh. Kamara, could he? I'm a bit worried about Kamara's tyres, Omi, because he's the first to meet the conditions. And he's having to dart around everywhere. He may have clean air, but is his tyres going to be overheating more than Boyer's?
Well, possibly. I guess we'll see at the end of the contest what will go on. But yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how this race is going to play out in its whole. Still a long way to go. We're only on lap number 5 out of 24. Still a lot to happen. But yeah, definitely a dramatic curveball thrown at these drivers and teams in these conditions as we now actually get a close-up of the tyres for Kamara.
They look alright to me at the moment, Tom. What do you think?
Yeah, it does look touch and go. I mean, looking at Boyer's tyres, difficult to tell, difficult to compare between them. Looking at the rears of Boyer, it seems like it's not heading towards slicks, but it has taken some of the surface off the tyre. You can just see Benavides' car being recovered by the crew. It's too late on this lap for the safety car to be called in, so they will go around one more time. Now, considering they've got 3 sets of wets available for these F3 cars, are we going to maybe see anyone ducking in to maybe get another set of intermediates on, or is it not really worth it?
If we get another safety car later on, I think it'd be worth it.
Yeah, if there is another safety car, then absolutely game on. You could see a change, and you could see the drivers just come in as Mary Boyer gets as close as possible to Kamara. Let's see.
Be ready, with what we spoke about, Victor.
What did you speak about before?
Safety car's ending. Well, I'd assume it's something against Kamara. Is it a dive bomb move? Is it a... What do we have coming up?
It's never simple on a Sunday morning, is it? The fans making their way into the grandstand as they come up the hill. Got a lot of action for you here today. Formula 3, Formula 2, Porsche and F1, IMSA and NASCAR, as well as all the 3 British touring car races, plus the supports. And Omi's got GB3, Freca, and Italian F4 races to consider. That's going to be on JBMotorsports 2.
Yeah. And also, of course, I think it's also right to say that all of the 15 drivers that were involved in the Italian F4 incident yesterday are okay. I think that is just important to mention as well. A huge crash with the driver stalling on the grid, and he was collected a couple of times. So 15 drivers involved in that in total, but everyone has been able to walk away from that one, luckily.
They cancelled the race, didn't they?
Yeah, and I'd assume there's lots of drivers withdrawn. I can imagine lots of damage to the cars, loads of cars that will need a lot of work. So
you'll have 6 cars.
Yeah, quite a lot. We'll need to be repaired as we're about to go and get this contest back underway then.
So safety car comes in and we will head back to green flag running here for the feature race. There'll be another rolling start. Look at Boyes right up alongside Kamara, and they've all gone a bit three wide here actually. It looks like a NASCAR restart zone as well with 2 by 2 by 2. Boyes could have cut to the outside, and this is weird from Kamara. He's not hitting the gas just yet. He's backing them up a bit too much. You can't let this go too much longer. On the outside wide line in single file. The race restarts now. That's a good slow form acceleration from Kamara. Boyes going to go with him. Jerez will be activated next time by, so it's all slipstream down towards turn 1. Green flag is out again. We're racing here in Budapest. Oh, bit of a slide from Charlie Verts coming out of the last corner. He's looked sliding all day. Into the braking zone for turn number 1 then. Still a little bit of spray. It's not as bad as it was. And Kamara again. The rear tyres just locking. Vert's taking a tight line. It's a repeat only of lap 1. Oh, big snap again coming from the back of Teofil now.
Yeah, Charlie Verts went for 2, but still has gained 1 position, so that's great stuff for him. As now we see Ugo Gachuku trying to challenge around the outside of Gerard G.
G understeers out wide. Ugochuru switches back to the outside in turn 3. Run up the hill towards 4. He's got so much more grip in these conditions. It's quite mad to see. He's going to try and stay side by side coming up the hill. Surely not from Ugo. Yeah, he has to back out of it, but going out wide as well. And back onto the circuit. Ugochuru's going to have the outside line. If he can keep into it, there's going to be contact there for sure. And they're both off wide. Gerard G running out of talent, and he's put a broken suspension. He's out of the race. It's a rear puncture for Ugochuru if he can get going again. And I'm sorry, but Gerard G, what on earth were you doing? He went wide at the top of the hill at turn 4, and then just kept his throttle in and just took out Ugochuru. That is a stupid move from Gerard. There it is again. Yeah, Tom, he just puts it foot to the floor and then bounces back across the curb, and he just understeers. Safety car's out.
Yeah, and that was really, really silly from Gerard G, the way he came back onto the circuit. Ugo Ugochuru doing nothing wrong at that point, and you can see the front left broken on the high-tech car as he pulls off. That would have been Gerard G's best result if he kept that car clean. Ugo Ugochuru out of the race, steering wheel off, and what a miserable time. He was loving those conditions with Ugo Ugochuru. Who knows where he could have finished today?
That was Gerard G on me. I'd be running fast, because that was the most stupidest thing I've seen in a while.
Yeah, honestly, I was thinking that after getting second yesterday and missing out, I thought he could have had the win today. But now he was running, and Ugo saying this guy fully wiped me out as well.
Let's have a look.
And Ugo will be making his way down towards Gerard G, who is left inspecting his car.
Well, helmet off, balaclava off. And Ugochuru now going over to talk to G as well. This should be quite fun. The cameras are keeping on because you know what we're going to have here. Get that tractor out of the way. We want to see this. It's under investigation as well as being noted. What did you do? Ugo says as well. Jar going, well, I went off the track, you know. You just wiped me out, he's saying as well. Oh, I can't
I don't blame Ugochuru for feeling that way, JB, because Gerard G came from off the circuit and then just understeered into him. And if I was Gerard G, I'd be worried about a potential grid drop for the final race or the final sprint race at Monza next time out.
Yeah.
Ugochuru, well, I have to feel for him.
I really do. That's so funny. He could have won this race. He had so much more traction. Finding grip where anyone else. The more I see of Ugo, from Macau, from this year, from the junior formulas, the more I think he's going to be a world champion. He's got that grip. It's fantastic to witness him. We're speaking about Americans coming up through the field. Ugo could be one of them. So,
that's what winning Macau does to drivers.
Yeah. New safety car light panel, as you see at the circuit. Right, this is Solov. What's he done in turn 3? Oh, we've got a Prima alongside.
Yeah, Leon comes down the inside, makes a bit of contact there. Let's see.
Leon tried to push me off, but I can't go on.
Yeah, well, no, Leon's been in a bit of a feisty mood recently. Steers out wide as Gerard. Fully on throttle off the curb.
just too deep on the brakes. That's what it was. Just too deep on the brakes and focusing more on Ugochukwu as opposed to his own driving.
Oh, and Boya was looking. He got a snap completely. Oversteer through the chicane. Kept up the track, and Kamara was fighting as well. Oh, no, he didn't. Boya cut the corner.
No, I think he just about made it there, did Boya. He didn't cut the corner. I think, if anything, it might have been a track limits violation, but yeah, that just, well, the field is back together again. More of the water's been dispersed again. I don't expect anyone to go onto the slicks before this race is over. I think it could well be wet for the remainder of this, but we'll see.
Lap 9:24, we've got 26 minutes to go, so we might end up with a timed race here, depending on how many safety cars keep coming out. We hit time yesterday in the Formula 2 race as well, but we were inside the last 2 laps. I didn't notice that until I looked back.
Same, yeah.
We were too focused on the action.
Too focused on Marty and Dun both going for it on the last lap battling.
We see now as well, briefly, taking a look down the order at Louis Sharp, who's running in 17th, on board now with Mari Boya running in P2. Oh, and it's a 10-second time penalty for G.
The only chance we have is no interruption and some tech will appear. Let's keep our eyes open.
So if the safety cars keep coming out, there's going to be no degradation. But Gerard G's just been given a 10-second time penalty now, because if he can't serve that, that will probably turn into a grid penalty for the next race.
Correct.
So there we go. There's that penalty now given. Oh, I'd never like to see a car hanging up in the air. Gerard G's car can't go over the barrier, so they're now lifting it completely up in the air and they're pulling it backwards. The more I see of the Hungarian staff here, the more I think how woefully underprepared they are this weekend. There's been a couple of dodgy ones. That was dodgy. Why try and put a car right up in the air and put it over the barrier? Who's in control? Who's teaching these marshals? They're really bad.
They should just bring the Monaco marshals over.
Yeah.
They would do a better job.
I keep saying we should train up marshals and have a couple of teams of them and bring them around the world. Like, you do one, have 3 teams, each do one race and do it on a rotation. So we have a fully set of trained marshals at every event, like the AMR safety crew.
Yeah, we were praising the different crews yesterday as well. We mentioned this in Formula 2, and I was also putting praise to even some, as we see boys are starting to see dry patches. So that's what the Campo Star was reporting from 2nd place. But yeah, even I was mentioning some of the other events I cover, like in GB3, Freca, Italian F4. I feel like the marshalling is quite a lot better there. And yesterday in Italian F4, they have to clear up that 15-car mess, like whatever those drivers caused. They have to clear that all up, and they did it. And they did it, I'd say, in around 20 minutes. A 15-car shot, they cleared it in about 20 minutes. Only for the race to then get cancelled due to the noise curfew as well. So they cleared it very quickly, but then the race just got cancelled due to noise curfew. But yeah, it's so quick, and I was mentioning this even in the broadcast. If it was like when Formula 2 and other series on the weekend have these type of moments, we'd be sitting there for about an hour, just absolutely yapping, waiting for it to begin.
20 minutes and done. Hungary isn't a circuit that only gets used once a year. Oh no, this is a circuit that gets used a lot during the racing season.
Yeah, I was of course covering the Freca and GB3 here earlier this year as well. So it does get used quite a bit.
So Boya, 108. Time is now down to 93. Safety car is in this lap. Late call to bring it in. So Kamara once again bring us to the restart, but we're now starting to see dry patches. I don't like this either from the F3 guys. You know, we slow down the pace for the safety car to come in, and suddenly it's a free for all about where you should go into positions. It's dangerous. Boy is now alongside Kamara, and you're not allowed to do that. Green flag's out. Again, 2x2. Kamara hits the throttle, brings up some of the water vapour. Nearly goes wide at the last penultimate corner at turn 13. Few drivers already trying to go for overtakes, not knowing the rules. Come on, boys, you're not allowed to do that until the control line. Out of the last corner, and we are racing once again. And boy, gets a massive snap of oversteer. So does Tuukka Tappinen. Down towards turn 1 we go once more. Anybody going to go for a slipstream maneuver? Because we haven't had DRS for a while. And yet, you can now see visible tyre lines down to turn 1. So the track is drying out incredibly quickly here. Track temperature, 20 degrees. It will start to generate some heat with the cars going around it. And everyone just going a little bit wide. One of the AAX is dropping back there. As I think there's a Corte going for a little move as well further back on Mario and Jelly. And I think as well Van Hopen now getting the other AAX of James Headley around the outside. That's a nice move into turn 3, Omi.
Nice stuff indeed, as we continue battling our way through that solo. Just ahead of James Headley, and now we're also going to see No Leon possibly get an opportunity as well as they make their way through. He's going to tuck in behind for the moment, single file stuff as it should be into this part of the circuit at turn number 5, but they are going to attempt some moves 100%. Van Hoepen is trying to get past into Pruvazak, and that could give the grip to Solov to go around the outside of possibly one, and then to the inside of his teammate.
Into Pruvazak's going to defend hard as well. Solov is going to have to back out of that one. A few drivers going to run off the chicane there as well. There goes No Leon. Further behind as well was the 21 going straight on as well. So unfortunately Santiago Ramos losing out in 2 places there as well, as we look back at Solov, Tom, down to the brake zone at turn number 2.
Yeah, this is going to be him around the outside of James Headley, and despite going just about stayed on, I think, did Solov, that could have been perceived as gaining the position whilst going up the circuit technically, but he luckily kept it within the white line there, so I think Solov will be okay. It was that's it for Puvazak, isn't it, on what looks like Solov, who's just so that has to be
Contact, Leon!
Solov that just gone.
Leon spotted round one of the AAXs as well coming through. That's going to have to be, surely, James Headley's gone spinning. Yep, it is. And Leon's now under real pressure because on the inside line, that's going to come Martin Estenshaw as well down the straight. Already jumped ahead is Santiago Ramos, and well, actually, it looks like that VAR's got no grip down there. Green flag's back out. Solov under attack now as well. He's fighting hard with Stromstad. He gets a bad exit, and Solov goes up to 9th place, Omi.
Yeah, he does indeed. And Tom, you were correct about Solov, by the way. He just made so many positions as you were trying to get out those words as well. But yeah, he just went on it and just gained 2 positions. They're all going off down at turn number 2 as they try to get the traction down.
This is just mad, Tom, isn't it? They've got no grip left because the tyres are dying. Oh, and the conditions are getting better, so the wet's now not the optimal tyre, but it's too early for slicks.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult point in the race and in the championship battle, as Kamara is doing everything right so far. He's got a 1.2 second lead over Boy. We're going to see a replay. This is the contact between Noel Leon, who went off the circuit, got a very bad exit coming out of turn 12, and just punted James Headley off the circuit.
And his own front wing end plate has ended up inside his cockpit. It's gone through the halo and has gone into the cockpit. So Noel Leon has definitely inside it.
What is he doing?
Has he got rid of that, or is it still in the cockpit? Because he's now, the front wing end plate flew off, came into the halo, and came into the cockpit. Well, that's, I've never seen that. Well, the team will be happy that he's keeping the spares, but still, a little bit wide there, and onto the gravel, and a big kickback as well. Stromstad goes wide with a kickback, and into Pruvazak now forces him out wide as well, and shuts the door of the exit. Well, this is just mad. I mean, I can't keep track of it. The sun's now out, so that's going to be driving the track. I've only got 18 minutes left to do another half of the race. We're not going to do it in time. We're going to have to, we will go to town race, surely.
Yeah, but we've had a mad Formula 3 contest so far. Here comes Louis Sharp then, tucking in the slipstream deep up against Noah Stromstad, now pulling alongside to see what he can try and do into the first turn.
Round the outside, load the brakes! He's going to keep it together. He runs so deep, it's deceptive down there. Comes out side by side as well. Still in a bit of a whole battle, but Stromstad's lost out big time there. And, well, to be fair, I think Louis Sharp was just going to have the inside line anyway. He had the better acceleration. He saved his tyres more. The two teammates going side by side now as well. Just ahead of Wharton and Van Hopen over 9th position. Van Hopen looks left, looks right, tries to go through. Wharton's blocking every defence to come through at the top of the hill at turn 4. Going to go wide, Van Hopen! Sliding the rear out, and Tenacity into Primozac sees that and goes, do you know what, I'm going to lift off ever so slightly here. I don't fancy to be in a crash right now between you two. This is mad. Van Hopen's on the white line, he's going to go wide. Wharton defends difficultly as well, and into Primozac now looking for a move on the inside line as well. These two teammates are costing each other for ERT. Look at this, Wharton's got no grip, but neither has Van Hopen, and they're just all sliding around. Cut up the field then as well.
This is Solov on GST for 7th.
This is unbelievable right now as well from Solov. I reckon he's in a good chance. We get another safety car, he's in contention here. Gravel now on the racing line, by the way, chaps. Come on, 152, 485, fast lap. Here's Van Hopen's radio.
First line.
And he's off the track, goes wide on the DHL banner, and through goes Van Hopen. Now that's going to leave him vulnerable to Tenacity to Primozac, but Wharton's going to go back to on the inside line. Van Hopen goes wide. Wharton nearly hits the front wing of Tenacity to Primozac. He's under pressure. Meantime, Solov's got the slipstream run. Down as the Gucci's running towards the first corner. It's pulled to the inside line. Downhill, late on the brakes. Should get it. Shouldn't oversteer either. And there's a battle behind into Primozac as well between Stromstead and Sharp, and Tenacity trying to go around the outside as well of Wharton. Can't get it there. Still battle as well between the Rodin and the Trident. And Sharp gets ahead. Stromstead down to 13th place. Tenacity has got ahead as well of James Wharton. And Wharton's came back to the inside line, turn 2. Off the track goes into Primozac. He's going to go wide. Wharton should get the traction back, but loses rear sliding coming through. And now Tenacity still oversees. This is hard to keep up with. Ooh.
Yeah, this is quite the contest, isn't it? As well. We are getting a really, really good race so far. This is Dominguez as he sends it up the inside and making contact there with Zagazeta as he threw it up the inside, right down to the braking zone, and that was really tight stuff. Talking about tight stuff, this was Stromstead up against Sharp, and then it's going to be Noah Stromstead going the long way round. Into Primozac is directly ahead, and then Louis Sharp going to run Stromstead all the way to the curb. He has to go over the curb and beyond as well as he tries then to rejoin, does the Trident driver.
Got that AstroTurf for the exit here. AstroTurf's not really used anymore in Formula 1. It's now more of a painted green, but Hungaroring's still got it and it's still slippery. No Leon for causing collisions, been given a 10-second time penalty. So that's pretty much put paid to his afternoon. He's in 15th at the moment, but he'll be, he'll drop down to 26th place. Oh, well, Thomas, yeah, go on.
Yeah, he's on the back of Brando. I was just going to say, he's past Brando.
Before the DRS line. How much grip has Solov got? He'll have DRS as well to pull away down towards turn 1 and 2. I can't believe this as well. Okay, Tom, so Kamar's pulled out a second, and right now he's champion as it stands.
Yeah, and Solov's absolutely flying in these conditions. We see the championship table, and right now, Kamara is doing enough to take the title, with Boyer moving in front of Solov for second place in the Drivers' Championship, and then we see the Van Ansford going very, very deep into turn 1, backing with Nolan. That has to be Santiago Ramos, who went very deep. It's deceptively, well, what I'm trying to say is it's incredible how you can go so far out wide, but keep it on the tarmac and gain so much traction and speed off the exit.
I'm with you. It's greasy across the track, isn't it? And it's still generating grip. So, in many parts, the ulterior racing line, which is the wide line, where the water is, has got better grip, and that is drying out. You can see now, through turn 11 and 12, a dry line is just starting to form, but the track is retaining the slippy nature as well. We've now gone to a timed race. So, the lap counter will be removed. It is now a timed race here in Hungary's feature. More raining coming on the radar, apparently. Callum Bozin up to 15th, head and only on now. Tamar still running a bit wide. The sun coming out should help a little bit to finish this race. But I think, we just knew that this was going to go down to time because of the safety cars. We wouldn't make it. So now, Kamar's just got to hold on for another 12 minutes.
Yeah, that is the case. Kamara just now knows the goal ahead, but it has Mariboya, a fast Mariboya, who's hoping that he's still got the tyres intact. But honestly, if Solov continues with his pace, these drivers may need to worry about behind and worry about Solov, who's now just taken the fastest lap of the race. Meanwhile, Leon absolutely battling away with Callum Woyden as it stands. The driver 15 and 16. Johnson has moved fast. Dominguez, who's also lost out to Delfino. Leon's gained up against Ramos, and here's Noah Stromstead as he's trying to make an overtake into turn 1.
On Wharton, and he's cut off the inside line. Wharton's going to try and go backwards, hasn't worked out there. Wharton's just dropping like a stone last couple of laps as well, as Zagazita gets ahead of Roman Belinsky as well for 19th position, for just a second back. Oh, and a little bit snappy coming over as well, unfortunately for Stromstead, and that's going to be close to contact if he's not careful. Wharton nearly sets an opportunity to get through. He's still going to try. Cuts out to the outside, back to the inside. Leon's there as well. He's not even looking in his mirrors. And Stromstead looking now like his tyres are going out. It looks like the sun is setting rather than the sun rising right now. That's silly from Wharton. A dive bomb on the inside line in turn 5. That'll only in one way. Just ask what happened to JRG and Ugo Ogajuru. Leon now on the inside line, 6-7 chicane. Wharton's oversteering like crazy. And yeah, off the track. Cutting back over goes Ramos. And Leon now desperate to get through. Pulls to the outside. That's tricky, but he's got him. Gave him just enough room as the sun now burns off the water on the track. We should be in for a dry F2 race at least. That's good.
Yep.
Box for slick tyres.
Oh. He hasn't got anything to lose.
Martin is 10 short then. Running in 18th position, it makes more sense, and maybe I would argue even as the battle's still going on. Ramos now under pressure as well, as we see Tramnitz trying around the outside line of Callum Vosin. This is over 15th place. If I were them, yeah, box for slick, see what you can do. In now, there goes. Into the pits now, Noah Martin Stanshort. Stromstead apparently on the radio as well saying he wants to have a look as well.
Gonna be 2022 all over again.
Stromstead wants it. He's in 12th position. He could realistically do well. He's just outside the points and he would catch everybody. But I think the wet tyres now a liability. You can see how they're all twitching around. Not because it's wet, it's because there's no water to cool the tyres down. So effectively you run on bubble gum. Yeah, it's medium compound only. Oh yeah, and into the pit lane just ahead, Bruno Delpino. Oh, what's going on with the rear tyre? Oh, what's going on? This is super slow for the F3 guys. Well, any advantage that Central might have had there might have just gone. Still twitching Ramos. That's going to allow Volzin to go around the outside. As we cut to nothing. There's Kamar. Is that? No.
That has to be
Verts. Tappinen, Verts.
Yeah.
Zivil now, Solov. Yeah, it's 3 from 5. We missed the leaders. Timmy Direction.
They're so far up ahead.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, they're so far up the head of the road of the rest at the moment. I'm just keeping an eye on the lap times actually for Kamara. 1:52.0 that he posted on the last lap. Fastest man on the circuit, but Solov is the one with the fast top of the race. Yellow flag. Who has been in the wars?
Oh, I wonder if this is slick tyre related. As we've gone back to green now, but I wonder if someone's run off the track. Marion Jelly apparently isn't setting sector times. He's now 7 seconds back behind James Headley, so I wonder if he's been the reason for that yellow flag. Yellow and green again. Just briefly on the monitor. I wonder where this is coming from. Wharton's in the pits. Wharton boxes for slick tyres. Well, to be fair, oh, look at that rain cloud blowing into the circuit as well. How much, by the way, Tom, on the radar, is it looking like we could have rain throughout the day, you said yesterday? Is it changed? Ah, yeah, slick. Oh, that's
Marin Angeli on the wet.
Yeah, it was Marin Angeli, yeah. Just looping it around.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, what's the radar looking like?
So the radar is possible rain until... No, actually, I don't think there's going to be any more rain, JB, looking at the forecast. So I would say this is going to be the last of the rain that we get for today. Unless the clouds end up blowing... Well, the clouds end up being blown by the wind. towards the circuit, which I don't think will be the case. I think we're going to be for an overcast race later.
Oh, well, that'll do. Matches the vibe of the season. As we now see Rafael Kamara leading this race by 1.3 seconds to Mario Boyer in second place. It's been a great race, but now it's calming down as the leaders have sort of jumped 7 seconds ahead. I think Zagazita is having a battle with Santiago Ramos over 17th position at the moment. Yep, and Lacorte's passed as well. So all 3 teammates together.
Ivan Dominguez, JB, on the slicks did a 153.5. The leaders are doing 152s on the wets.
So
it's kind of at that crossover point.
Yeah, it's if you want to risk it now. I'd say yes. Risk it. What do you think, Omi? Look, I can see visible dry lines now.
Yeah, you might want to go for it, especially if you have nothing to lose. Definitely something to consider, as well as the ones on the wets continue their battle at the moment as well. GSD just hanging on as he tries to finish this race, going slightly deep in, and Lois Van Hoopen waiting for his opportunity. Turn number 3, he'll back out of that one, no opportunity there. And then something about if he can get inventive in this middle sector at some point later on as well. We have seen drivers attempt moves, especially into the chicane. Let's see if it works.
Well, is he? Because the gap is
Well,
1.256 and it keeps growing.
If he is, now's the time to attack.
1.4, I don't know. I can't quite... Oh, no, it is now less than a second. I think Kamara is now struggling. Maybe in the middle sector. Boyer's perceptive then if he was going to struggle. 38.4 middle sector.
Traffic out of the way.
So he's down in 26th position right now. Bruno Pino had a bit of a slide as well coming up the hill in turn 4 a few moments ago. So Kamara will only have 25 points, not the 26 for the fastest lap bonus. That's gone to Solov. So Solov doing everything he can to try and push this down to Monza. But it looks like Rafael Kamara, who's dominated the F3 season, is going to be champion in 5 minutes plus 1 lap's time.
Yeah, of course. Well, I guess we last year went. Boyer's off. He's wide. But yeah, last year we went to Monza with a great title fight that went down to the last corner. I guess we'll go to Monza this year, 2023 style, in terms of the races, where, as Kamara's being told to keep picking up the water. But yeah, we could be going into the races with just a bit of a fun fight to end the season, which honestly 2023 was absolutely fun. The feature race was so chaotic that day. So still join us for those final races of Formula 3 in 2025, because Monza always is that brawl, and with no championship on the line, we can just enjoy also to some degree some glorious racing to end out the season and a great dogfight across the entire field.
Yeah, but next year we might wish that it was resolved before we get to the Mad Ring in Madrid. I don't think we're going to have anything of racing at that track with that chicane that even the simulators can't get right. Solov just twitching right now, these wet tyres. You can see that the heavier line starting to grain in. It's like driving on bubble gum. It's got nothing. It stinks, but it just no grip. The car wants to go faster, so it twitches with wanting to. That's the oversteer moment you're seeing happening. And you get understeer as well into corners like this, where the car just outpowers you, you've got nothing underneath, so you end up going wide. And Formula 2, I would say risk it for dry tyres. If you start on wets in Formula 2, it'd be ridiculous. 3 minutes to go until champion is crowned. We'll have an extra lap, of course, depending on when Mara hits the line. There's a big slap again. Solov now was running fast, but he needs to get ahead to Phil now and Charlie Burtz. But the gap stands at 47 points between Kamara and Boyan, the championship. He only needed 40 at the end of today, and he would be champion. So Kamara is on it. Again, no graphic from Formula 3 or FOM here to tell us that Kamara is on course to be champion. Nothing has flashed up on the monitor like at MotoGP with title chance. It's really bad. All we keeps getting shown is the points table and expected to figure it out for ourselves. That's a bit shocking.
Yeah, where's the as it stands graphic? As it stands, Kamara's champion.
Yeah. Oh, wide! Hang on, who's that off? I think that's Wharton.
Wharton.
Wide in one of the ARTs at the exit. And Pinner's past potential, so slick tyres, the gamble hasn't paid off, but they've lost nothing. Absolutely nothing lost. Worth the gamble. Big snap still coming in as well from Tuukka Tappinen. As Charlie Wirtz is right behind him, followed by Tiafiel now. And then Solov running in 6th position. Kamara now does a 1:51.147. He takes back that fastest lap bonus point from Nicola Sullivan. A big snap again, coming out again. For Tiafiel now. What have you got this time? Late on the brakes into turn 1. An outside manoeuvre. That's bold and brave if he can keep the traction on. Wirtz trying everything right now. Inside line in turn 2. There's debris at the exit there. Oh, and Wirtz just snapping. Everyone watching on. There's Kamara's partner watching on as well.
Someone's beaming down on the circuit.
Now, while the Kamara crown champion of the year, he's been dominant. He wants the sun on him. It's a sunshine affair right now. But we will have another lap. It will be +1 to this race distance, so it will end as a 23-lap race out of the scheduled 24, which is very impressive. 3 safety car appearances, 1 to start the race, 2 during the race itself. Time's up. Now, this could be the last corner because we know what it's been like with Porsche Super Cup a couple of years ago. They just put out the checkered flag, completely ignored the regulation. But just in case, Rafael Kamara exits the last corner, drives up towards the line. He will look. The flag is not there. We have 1 more lap to go here. I hope he knows it's 1 more lap, because the way he was going towards the pit wall there, I was kind of expecting him to slow down and let Boyan through. Monaco 2004 style. So this is the final lap then. A glory lap for a man who's dominated the F3 Championship in 2025, Rafael Kamara. Trident team have been on form with him this year. And Omi, I think it's safe to say, a F2 champion of the future as well, isn't he? Can't hear.
The man who won Freca last year, going to now on his way to win the F3 Championship. And ever since, even the F3 Australia practice that we had to start the season, he was immediately fastest in that. He had to navigate a wet weekend, he had to navigate a dry weekend across that Australia round, but he did so perfectly, and he's on his way to win 2 titles in a row.
Could he do Freca F3 and F2 next season as well? That's the gap he's got to try and run for. Of course, the champion in F3 and F2 can't follow on the next year. They must move up or elsewhere. But here we go. It started as a wet morning in Budapest, but like so many before him, a champion will be crowned here as well. Sun shining. Rafael Kamara in the Ferrari Driver Academy puts himself on the map in the Formula 1 paddock. He won Freca last year. He's been dominant in Formula 3. Another rookie champion. He exits the last corner. And Rafael Kamara is the 2025 FIA Formula 3 champion. He wins the feature here in Hungary, and he is champion. Trident celebrates, and what a absolutely amazing result. A champion crown before the final is a very rare thing indeed. Solov tried Omi, but it was too late. 21st to 6th, such an impressive drive.
Gave it his all, and so did everyone this year, but no one has had the answer to the Ferrari back driver, and he will be heading to the largest trophy of the season. The boy from Brazil, well, it is going to be another Brazilian talent making his way up and through. Let's hear from him.
Here we go! Grazie. Grazie. Thank you, everyone, guys. Oh my God.
Tommy's beside himself. He's champion in a great year.
Brilliant year for Rafa Kamara. He's had his fair share of shame as well with the sprint races. I think the sprint races have been his Achilles heel all season, but on the feature races where they matter the most, he's been absolutely unbelievably brilliant. And he can go into the last round at Monza knowing that he could also help try to wrap up the team's championship. Can they do the double? Something which they've not done before in this series.
That'd be so nice as well to see. First generation of a new car as well in Formula 3, and he has absolutely took to it like a duck to water, ironically enough. And I'll move up into Formula 2 the next season. Let's see what's going to happen there as well. Well, let's head down then to the world feed and get the post-race reaction. We'll be back for the podium. Here's Kamara.
Please, moment, please, for you. We did it in there. Oh my God.
Now I can say, Rafa, you are the champion of Formula 3. Bravo!
Jacobi!
Wow, what a moment for Rafa Kamara. He made the decision in 2023 when he did Freca alongside the likes of Kimi Antonelli, who he was teammates with that year, and he was beating the likes of Kimi Antonelli in that championship on weekends. He stayed in Freca and he broke all the records that were previously set in that championship and won the title with a round to spare. Then he came into Formula 3 and he's not looked like a rookie all season. He's done something we've never seen before. He's going to go to the final weekend of this season as the champion. The last person to do that at this level was GP3 Series champion back in 2017, George Russell. That is a tremendous accolade for Rafa Kamara, and he will have this whole paddock now looking down on him.
There he is, the board that he would have been hoping to see this weekend. He did everything right. Even when the pressure was on in qualifying, didn't go his way. He knew he needed to pull it out of the bag on that final lap. And out of nowhere he did, and that's given him an opportunity to take the victory this season. And there it is, you heard over the team radio how much it means to him. The amount of work that's gone on over this season, but also the years previous as well. The team, Trident, united once again. And they're also the team to beat, taking championships back to back to back. What a drive though, don't take anything away. He had to perform every single weekend. Only a few blips this season, almost a perfect season in FIA Formula 3, about as close to it as you're going to get.
Joined the Trident team for the first time this year, and he's gelled with them absolutely beautifully. It was a big decision for him to join the Trident team. He's been backed by this Ferrari Driver Academy as well, and they are going to be incredibly impressed with what they've seen for him. Another Brazilian champion in Formula 3, just like we had with Gabriel Bortoleto a couple years ago. How good is Brazilian motorsport looking at the moment? We had our former champion Gabi Bortoleto putting in great performances in Formula 1 once again, and now we have another Brazilian Formula 3 champion. Can he replicate what Gabi Bortoleto did? He will be one of the title favourites as he will no doubt move on to Formula 2 next season. This guy is going all the way. I have absolutely no doubts about that. His stake in this sport has just risen tremendously to go back-to-back across Freca and Formula 3, winning both titles with one round to spare. Ferrari have a real star on their hands, and they picked him up at a very good time.
Very, very good time indeed. The future's looking bright for this young man. Who knows what will come in future? What will he do next year? Potentially Formula 2. Who knows? We've seen the option of maybe even a fast tracking the scene in Formula 1. It depends on what goes on behind the scenes, but take nothing away also from this man, the Aston Martin Jr., Mari Boyer. This late season charge has seen him go from somewhat mediocrity at the start of the season to a genuine second place championship challenge, and he was the only man that could push Rafa Kamara this weekend, and you can see he's even disappointed in that, considering the race he's had.
Yeah, he will be, but well, let's go and hear from our champion, shall we? Rafa Kamara is with Ariana Bravo.
Rafael Kamara, you are the FIA Formula 3 champion, and in your rookie season, how are you feeling in this moment, and how much does this mean to you?
I mean, now I can relax a bit. Yeah, very happy. Was a very, very long season. I mean, we did 9 races already, so basically all the championships. So for us driving is very tough for the head, basically. And then, yeah, this weekend for me was very tough. Already from FP quality to make sure that I was doing everything properly. And then I think step by step we were reaching closer and closer. And today finally we got the win and also the driver championship. So I mean, I'm very happy. I mean, it's something that is not a job that came from yesterday. It's basically the whole life you are sacrificing just to arrive for these moments, and yeah, just enjoy it now.
You have the Brazilian flag draped over your shoulder. I know that you have many Brazilian fans here in the grandstands cheering you on. What is your message for all of the fans supporting you, not just your home ones, but across the world?
I mean, I just think that us, I mean, all the Brazilians, we always try as hard. We never give up. Especially coming from Brazil, is so far from here, from Europe, and yeah, I mean, stay far from family, from friends, everyone, and just taking another life. No, basically, the normal life you had before you start the race, you just completely forget about it, and you just dive in this sport, do it everything you can for it, and yeah, I think we just never give up, and I mean, I'm just very happy. Thanks for them as well for cheering for me. It's a very big fans, like Brazil is very emotional, so yeah, I think I gave them a good Sunday, and now we can enjoy a bit this, and also the last race in Monza.
Yes, well, of course, you've sealed the deal with one race to go. It wasn't the easiest conditions out there on track with the safety car and under pressure too. How much better does it feel to know you can go into the summer break with the championship done?
I mean, I think this is the perfect scenario. Not very expecting that, but yeah, to go home like this, I can relax a bit, not think about racing for some weeks. And yeah, but in the end, obviously, you keep training, you keep working hard. Next year, we have a big challenge as well for, basically, I think we got Formula 2. So yeah, I think you enjoy a bit, but you never stop. So I will enjoy with my family, friends, and come back stronger for Monza.
Well, Rafael, enjoy this moment. You are the FIA Formula 3 champion. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Rafa Kamara, your Formula 3 champion for 2025. A driver who's never finished out the top 5 in a single-seater championship since he began in 2022. Super consistency, and back-to-back now across FRECA and Formula 3 titles, and it will be full eyes on doing the triple and going to win that Formula 2 title next year. There's no doubt about that. And that is a pretty good side, isn't it? Rafa Kamara, Formula 3 champion, 4 feature race wins, a record 5 pole positions, and that is a hugely deserved champion.
You run out of superlatives, don't you, with a rookie season like that, taking his victory. Good timing for him, because not only can he go into the final round at Monza in a month's time with relaxation, but it gives him an extra month of negotiations.
That's true.
Because everyone else on the grid waits until the season's over so they can say to the team, well, I finished X position, sort me out a deal, I want to get in the good car. Rafa Kamara's got a month head start on everyone else.
They will be queuing at the door. They will be queuing at the door, and it's. I tell you what, he's got a very bright future ahead of him. Let's hear what our champion has. Well, let's hear what our champion has to say with the rest of the top team.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did you lose him a lot, or? My engineer told me it was 2 laps to the end, so I forced like crazy. And then when I passed the line, he told me 2 laps, and I already went up, so I said, fuck. But still, I said.
So yeah, all the race like this, no?
Yeah, because when I was getting close to you, pressure.
But on the safety car, you guys were getting water, and me, I was trying to warm as much as possible.
Why? Because he didn't have any.
I didn't have any grip.
I didn't see the crash. I didn't see the crash. This one, I don't know, is the one from Benavides, so I don't know what car. In the beginning, maybe I had a bit chance, but then at the end.
Apologies if you picked up any bad language in there. Cool down, Rema. I think the drivers all a bit out of breath there. Some disappointment, I'm sure, from some drivers, but Rafa Kamara, I think, a little bit lost for words.
In those negotiations and contract negotiations, he's going to have that man in his corner as well. Jock Clear, of course, head of the Pride Driver Academy, long career in Formula One, well respected. So that'll make things hopefully go his way. He'll no doubt be in a strong seat next year in FIA Formula 2 and be looking to take the title to go do the 3 back-to-back championships, and that'll put him in a good position to take a Formula 1 seat in the future.
Yeah, they know they've got a good one, haven't they? Tuukka Tappinen, welcome back to the podium. Great to have him back for a 3rd time. And could have a solid end to the season. Up to 2nd in the championship now, Mari Boyer. You can't quite keep him off there at the moment, and he looks good in the Aston Martin green, doesn't he? And a chance to go and fight for 2nd in the championship and help Campos Racing fight for the team's title. But the Drivers' Championship for a 3rd consecutive season goes the way of Trident and the way of Brazil's Rafael Kamara.
Rafa Kamara will pick up that 1st place trophy, and he is the Formula 3 champion for 2025. At least this result's not going to be in question, like the F2s, which we'll bring you the full highlights of as well with the changes in around about 20 minutes time. You can try and become the team's champion going forward. That's going to be a thing they can do in a month's time at Monza. Mari Boyer finishes in 2nd position. A strong event from him. Moves up to 2nd place now in the standings. That's going to be quite an interesting one to focus on. And 3rd place for Tuukka Tappinen. And now it's champagne time! Omi, what a race we've got coming up as well. It just does not stop being good. F3 in Monza is going to be very special indeed.
It's going to be spicy, it's going to be fun. No championship battle in terms of the drivers to worry about. So it's all fun and games, as well as they all debate the team championship. I have the usual Monza brawl. I think it's fair to say, let's enjoy Monza for possibly the last time in a while, being the finale of a Formula 3 season.
I'm with you on that one. Tom, what did you make of it? Final thoughts from you?
Oh, it was a beautiful race to watch, and I'm so happy for Rafa Kamara that he's wrapped up the title now and not having to wait a set number of weeks before Monza just to get a few points or whatever. But a day to remember for Brazilian motorsport. Will we see Rafa Kamara? It's pretty certain he'll be in Formula 2, but he takes a giant step closer to being on the Formula 1 grid.
Omi, final thoughts from you?
Well, we've had Brazilian motorsport absolutely dominate the feeder series world ever since 2022. It was Drogovic the champion there for Formula 2. 2023, Bortoleto was the F3 champion. 2024, he was the F2 champion. And now 2025, it's Rafa Kamara who is the F3 champion. So they've had 4 years in a row now of a championship in either F3 or F2. They're in a great position, and with what Bortoletta's doing in F1, Brazilian motorsport is in a brilliant place right now.
Really, really is such an important event. Thanks, guys. Go have a quick break. We should be back in 20 minutes time for the action from the Formula 2 feature in what should be a dry start. We'll see you then. Take care. Bye-bye. And that's where we join the story for FIA Formula 3 here at Monza in 2025. It's the final weekend of the support action. It's round 10 of 10. And we're at the Temple of Speed. Welcome to what is Pirelli's 500th Grand Prix weekend in Formula 1. And it is Sprint Saturday around this 3.599 mile circuit. 11 turns in total and 2 DRS zones. The longest run down to turn 1 bar 1 circle on the calendar at Barcelona. In terms of the tyres, well, we've only got the soft compound here. The lap record to deal with is a 137.559. Set a couple of years ago. New car should be able to be very helpful with that manner. It's a low downforce, high brake and fuel consumption. Tyre usage is in the middle of where it needs to be. Come to the commentary box then to join myself and Omi as we get ready to go. And Omi, this is going to be fun, a sprint race action. So 17 laps ahead of us. No idea what's going to happen with the timing monitors, but this is going to be a great, great race. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. It's going to be a very good race indeed. And we find ourselves in a situation where our pole sitter, Lawrence Van Hoopen, is celebrating his 20th birthday today as well. Nina Gaidman won on her birthday 1 week ago. So let's see whether that's going to bode well for Van Hoopen, who gets to experience the same thing.
Yeah, the grid going to be formed as well. The run down towards the Rettifilio is going to be very important as well. As we now take a look at how they line up on the starting grid, I'll hand over to Amy.
Thank you very much. Of course, we had 2 parts when it came to qualifying yesterday. We will still reverse the top 12, but after a lap time deleted, it was Kamara who finds himself all the way down in 30th. Could it be a last to first? We saw that from a Brazilian 1 year ago in F2. He's alongside G. And then we got Barrichello making his debut when it comes to the Formula 3 Championship. He's next to his teammate Maranangeli. And then it's Bruno Delpino in 26 next to Dams Lucas Oil's Lacorte, who's had a race ban earlier on this year. James Headley moves teams to Van Amersfoort for this final round. He's next to Louis Sharp, who will go from 23rd. And then it's James Wharton in 22nd and Teofil Null in 21st position for himself and his team. Callum Boysen is in 20th. Noah Stromstead with a good 19th position as well for him. Christian Hose in 18th next to Mari Boyer, the Spanish driver, in what could be his final ever weekend in the FIA Formula 3 Championship, hoping for promotion to Formula 2. Nikita Johnson is in 16th and he's next to Charlie Verse, who's in 15th place on the grid. And then Brandon Badoa is in 14th. He's next to Ivan Dominguez. He will go from P13. Brad Benavides, second pole yesterday for him. He's reversed down to P12 today. And he is next to Ugo Gachuku. Noel Leon is in 10th. And then it's Sasana Polin like the Campos driver who's had a few wins this year. He is in P9. Nicholas Solov is in 8th. And then it's Roman Bilinski, who found the wall in practice yesterday. He's in 7th. Then it's Zagazeta in 6th. fiercely finds himself in 5th. He's not the best starts this season. Let's hope that changes from P5 on the grid today. He's behind Tuukka Tappinen, who's in 4th, alongside Tim Traminets. They have the 2nd row of the grid, and then it's Martini Estention in 2nd, and our pole sitter Lawrence Van Hoopen celebrating his 20th birthday, hoping to do so on the top step of the podium in our final sprint race of the year.
Yeah, final sprint of the season, and it's been a long year for FIA Formula 3 as they head off on the formation lap then, Omi. What are we going to be expecting in this place then? It's not the usual type of robust circuit that we're experienced with. It is a hard, abrasive track, and 9 times out of 10 it's always quite an exciting run down towards the first corner, but we can expect quite a lot of drama sometimes.
Yeah, quite a lot of drama, I think, is the only way to describe this place. I think usually, always, if you were to say at the start of the year what's going to be the best F3 race, what's going to be the most chaotic, what's going to be the best one to watch, you would always say Monza. The feature races have been very good over the last 2 years, I think it's fair to say, but the sprint, equally, it's always overtaking it. It's always an overtaking fest, so get ready for all sorts of drama and all sorts of chaos when it comes to that. So it's going to be chaotic, it's going to be interesting, so I think all I can say is just expect a lot of overtaking everywhere.
Yeah, this is going to be quite an exciting race. Do not want to leave the room. Let's check out our top 3. They've got their mic on. P2. Well, if you can speak mime, you've got it, but unfortunately, they have not done the correct timing screens there, so that's a little bit hard to tell what's what.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we're just left here with a very quick piece of interview. And yes, there you go, you hear it as we get the commentary coming back in. But yes, couldn't directly hear from the top 3, but I guess if we were to guess what they're probably attempting as we make our way through down this straight, this back straight towards the Ascari chicane, Kamara all the way down in 30th. That's going to be a lot of work for him to do. He'll be happy that he's at least coming into this as the champion driver. Going back to what I was saying, top 3 probably talking about, you've got an experienced front row of the grid, so they're probably discussing about the fact of how anything's possible, how you can always see overtaking around this circuit. So you have to be calm and you have to make sure that you can try and get all the way to the end as well. But yes, Brazilian driver starting last. We had that in Formula 2 1 year ago. So there's some good history of starting last around this circuit in a feeder series, so you've got every opportunity. No drivers' championship this weekend to be sorted, but the team's championship is on the line. 282 points for Trident, and then you have 263 for Campos as Bruno Michel watches on along with the high-tech team as they approach the Parabolica and get ready to form up on the grid.
Yeah, we will be ready to go soon with a go time and a go moment. 9 times out of 10, this will be a very critical section of the race, so you don't want to leave the room anytime soon, as for some reason our lap counter isn't working on the main screen. Our OBS has been having a paddy the last few days, so we are desperately trying to fix that before the race gets started. But only down to turn 1, this is going to be quite an exciting run.
It will be indeed. You have a long run down there and a bit of a slipstream, so it means that a lot can unfold by the time that they hit the brakes, by the time that they actually hit the anchors for that first turn. So there is a lot to keep an eye on. There's a lot that can happen, along with some incidents before we even get down to the first turn, because of how much of a run it is. You've got 30 cars all trying to chase and get to one piece of tarmac, so it can lead to some very close moments. So prepare for quite a bit of chaos soon as the 5 lights go out. I think it's the only way to look at this type of race around this type of circuit as well. Trident watching on, big job ahead for their drivers, and let's see how much Kamara can make the move in this race. He's been cursed when it has come to sprint races this year, but if he is going to end it on a high, this is a perfect one with some overtaking, with a championship already in his grasp.
Lawrence Van Hoopen on the right-hand side of your screen, on the left-hand side with Martin Estenshot down towards turn 1. Behind is Tramnitz and Tuukka Tappinen as we will go in towards the 5 light procedure. Stand by for action then for the final sprint of the FIA Formula 3 season in 2025. Track temperature 20.7, air temperature 19.8, wind speed is low, so it's all down to the first corner. So tension is up. 30 cars into a tight right-left chicane. Pray they all get through safely. Medical car at the back. Green flag will fly and the lights will come on. Green flag's on. Come on, let's get the lights. Final sprint of the year. Lights coming on now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it's go! It's go! And it's a great start coming out as well for Martin Estenshaw. Bad start for Lawrence Van Hopen. Did not get the traction he wanted. Tappanen is trying to go on the inside line as well to come through. So is Tim Chamnitz. He's on the outside line. Tappanen's going to the inside line. And Tappanen leads into the Rettifilio. But everybody locks up. Smashing into the wall. It's one of the VARs. Going straight over the bollards. Into the lead goes Martin Estenshaw as they come round. The first time the Canta Grande. Yellow flag is out right now. Surely they'll need a safety car for that one. As look at this, Van Hopen side by side on the grass trying to get out of Stenshaw into the braking zone for the Dalla Rosia chicane. Cold tyres, cold brakes. Are they going to get through? A little bit of a slide there from Van Hopen. Stenshaw goes back through and he's now having to defend hard from Tuukka Tappanen and his teammate. As up the inside in towards the Lesmo comes the inside of Gusti. Still gets through better. What a start, Omi.
Crazy start to the Formula 3 sprint race. We expected exactly that as they try and make their way through. They were duking out for the lead all the way through that opening sector. Now we sprint down towards the Oscari chicane.
Trying to go around the outside is Tim Traminitz as well. On to Katapanen into Ascari, and he's made the move stick. Fabulous move and contact off the track and into the gravel goes. Tenasapol into Pruvazak. The rear actuator has been damaged as well. We've got more cars going off through the gravel. That is one of the AIX cars in the middle of the field, but it's all stopped now as the safety car has come out, Omi.
It has indeed. Dominguez looked like the Van Amersfoort found himself with quite a bit of trouble. Looks like they've also changed the race to 18 laps without addressing as well, so that's also happened. We were expecting 17. They always keep it usually the same, but they've decided to change that for some reason as the Van Amersfoort car finds himself in the wall of Dominguez. That is a terrible, terrible start to his weekend when it comes to racing. He'll go again tomorrow, but that is an absolute disaster finding himself in the wall.
Safety car out. It will now form up the field. Stenshaw leads from Van Hopen, Tramnitz, Tappanen, Zagazita, Gusti, Belinsky, Solov, Uguchi and Benedives, the top 10. And there was more action on that opening lap than we've had all season long here in Formula 3. There was drama left, right and centre. The safety car will now filter them through. Dominguez is out of the race. As we take a look at it now, still with dramas, and at least Christian Ho has been sent to the back. Barrichello is 28th. And trying to have a look, Tasman Pruvazak in 18th position, despite getting bumped up the rear from somebody, as the field will now turn in once more. I mean, they'll have to go again, I'm afraid.
Yeah, teams, drivers, they all basically get themselves aware of any safety car interruptions, any type of scenarios they will go through at the start of the day. This is one of those races where you are certain that you are going to get a safety car, and it can be situations and scenarios like we have a few laps to go. Do you wait till the last lap to take the lead, or do you make the move now? And a lot of the time making the move now is a good thing around this circuit because there is no guarantee that we'll get to the end of it without getting an interruption. So you've got to be careful with how you approach things. And a lot of the time, 30 cars into the first turn, you would expect a safety car. So I think that would have been on a lot of the mind by the teams that we would end up with a safety car at the end of the opening lap. As we go back to the start, Giusti got away very well, immediately went on the attack further back, but it was Lawrence Van Hopen having to defend from Stenchel as they went toe-to-toe. But it's going to be Tuukka Tappanen who's going to find a gap down the inside as he's so much late on the brakes, taking the lead, but then going off, as meanwhile further back, it was the VAR car of Dominguez into the wall.
And look as well how many cars took the escape road down at the Rettifilio. Now that there's only a line of gravel across it, it's not determined of what we used to have with the sausage curbs there. That's been removed for the bikes. Let's go on board with Martin Estenshaw then as he goes down to turn one. He got the better traction compared to Lawrence Van Hopen. He's able to go wheel to wheel with him down towards the first corner, and then this was the real opportunity, because as soon as he hits the brake, he's got Tappanen throwing up the inside. Now he forces Stenshaw off the track, so Stenshaw can argue over me. I was forced off the track. I couldn't take my normal racing line because Tappanen did go off and blocked his path.
First race of the weekend, already giving the stewards quite a lot to look at. I think it is fair to say as well, but that's what happens on a Formula 3 opening lap. Then Van Hopen keeps his foot in absolutely perfectly down towards this second chicane, able to fight back through, but then once again it's going to be a lock-up, all out of shape, and he found himself with a compromised line that Norris was on last year during the Formula 1 Grand Prix as well, through that part of the circuit, and it allows P3 also at the time of Van Hopen to be able to get through. So now we take a look at Tim Traminitz to see what he was doing as he was involved in this absolute brawl down towards the first corner. You've just got to try and place the car and let it all unfold in front of you.
Down to the braking zone. Still trying to hold it back. Traminitz was lucky to get away with that one, judging by the exit curve as well. And he's immediately in the tow, and he gets right alongside later on in the lap on Tuukka Tappanen, and he goes right round the outside, coming into Ascari. It was an astounding move from Traminitz. Did not want to hold back at all. Down the brakes, you can see he's already looking to the outside of the Ferrari Academy driver down at the Dalla Roggia. Can't get through, swaps it back up, and now we're going to go with Kamara, who's made up 6 places from starting 30th on the grid only.
Yes, indeed. So this is what happens for Kamara then on the grid. He's absolutely rocketed. A few cars we're expecting to get by due to all of the chaos down at the first time that we usually have in Monza. So he places the car on the outside line. He's got Barrichello to the side. We are going to see, of course, Dominguez go off directly in front of us when he got on the brakes. Now he's wheel to wheel and in combat as he stands on the power as well. And that is going to be him fighting away with G at the moment it was. So at the moment, G actually gets back ahead of Kamara. Then he's going to fight his way through shortly into the second chicane. We'll see what he decides to do. G places his car and kind of boxes himself in down the inside. Barrichello does the same. Kamara steams around the outside of 2 drivers at that moment. And then also at the same time, he then goes hunting on another AIX car as well of Marin Angeli. He then gets up the inside. We've got a lock-up ahead as well from the Van Amersfoort driver as Noel was trying his best to keep that position. Then Kamara's going to nip up the inside again, and he couldn't take that position quite, but it was a fair effort, I think it is fair to say, as we now right on board with Tim Traminitz. This was the move that you were talking about. He's going to go around the outside, very close to the grass. It's a risky part of the circuit, but then he's much more late on the brakes by the time he went into Ascari, hits the apex, and that is P3 for him. What a great move that was, and a move that he absolutely needed, and here was in to prove is that going off, making contact with our positive of tomorrow.
Hey, you ran right into the back of me.
That's an accurate description.
Went right into the side of me, he says. Well, yeah.
10-second penalty.
Yeah, wow, okay. So time penalty's already applied. The safety car should be in this lap. Yeah, they haven't increased it to 18 laps without telling us. It should have been a 17-lap race. So the steward's adding one on. Solov now in 3rd place in the championship. Will move up to 2nd ahead of Boyer by a point. That's still to be decided. That's why Solov, Boyer and Traminitz are in a battle today. Kamara on 156. He's already the champion. He's got that sorted long ago. But still, 31 minutes left of this race. The race will probably end, well, it has to go to time, so it will end after the 31 minutes plus 1 lap that we will have. This is Brad Benedives, though, into the pit lane at the AIX. Now, was he the car we saw going off the track at the exit of Ascari and damaging the front wing? Because he's come in for a new change and he's dropped it to the back of the field.
Yeah, so he was the one, of course, making contact. So he's so he just gets going. Yeah, so he was the one who made contact with them to prove that. So yeah, at Ascari indeed. And at Ascari, the cars make their way through with the confirmation that the safety car is going to be ending. And all of the carnage is about to continue here in this Formula 3 sprint race, I think it is fair to say, with Stenshall leading the way. Now, nailing this restart, very important. You don't want to be dishing out a whole slipstream down that straight. You want to try and catch your rival out.
Catching is one thing, passing is quite another, but the slipstream should be interesting down to turn 1. When Stenshall put the pedal down, look how much he's back in the field up already. Schumacher did that a couple of years ago. I say a couple, 2000 as well. He backed the pack up, and unfortunately, Jenson Button hit the wall on the exit down and ends up in the barrier down at the Parabolica. Essentials hit the gas now coming into the Parabolica, the last of the 11 turns on the circuit, and we are back racing again here at Monza for lap number 5 of 18, and already Tramnitz is right in the back of Lawrence Van Hopen as they come down towards the turn 1 as well. Van Hopen's trying to go defensive, but Tramnitz has dived to the inside line. They're both going to try and have the toe on Stenshall down to the first corner. It's a long run to the Rettifilio. Hard on the brakes coming into the zone. Zakazita's got the inside line on Chuka Tappin as well. Hard on the brakes. Anyone going to make contact this time by Kramer trying to slip through on the inside line there as well. Further back, that's Ugachu and Leon battling together as they come through. Everyone makes it through the Rettifilio safely down now through the Curva Grande towards the Dalla Roggia chicane. One ball with Tim Tramnitz on Lawrence Van Hopen, and he's not going to give up at all, and he sails through on the outside line, cuts off as well on the inside line, and up into second position has now gone Tim Tramnitz with a super move.
Superb move indeed for Tramnitz as they try and make their way through. Meanwhile, Bilinski's round the outside of Solov as we get down to Lismo 1, and he's going to make that move and take that position. So it is going to be Solov now in 8th position. Ugo Gachuku directly in behind. They're all trying to see whether there's any moves they can quickly make in this middle sector before it all opens up down on the start finish straight once again. There's Ugo Gachuku at the moment, and he'll be the next one to try and attack Solov as we head towards Ascari. Just having a look for a move. He's in P6 and he's trying to chase down Chuka Tapinen.
Side by side coming through around the outside, we now see Charlie Wirtz making the move on Mari Boyer to stay in 11th position as well. Just saw Callum Vozin as well having a little bit of an exit move. So Solov now just still a point ahead of Boyer as they come down towards the Parabolica. Once more, there's a lock-up coming up there. Who was that? That wasn't Bilinski, was it? So who was further behind, locking up? Well, TFL Niles dropped back into 17th position behind Tenasipol, and to prove us that DRS has been enabled as they come down towards turn number 1. Hard on the brakes, got side by side further back. That's tapping it under pressure, but we're going to make it 3 wide. Diving on the inside line, Roman Bilinski trying to get ahead. Big lock-up coming in as well from one of the Tridents who flies off the circuit at awesome speed. I think that coming in, that's going to be off the track as well. Has to be Noah Stromstead further back. But still, anyway, continue on. Side by side now through Curva Grande. Several cars going side by side. Right there is the 4 of Stromstead. And he hasn't rejoined, so was that? Who's going to drop down the order? It's hard to tell because they haven't caught up on the timing screen. Fantastic stuff going on at the moment, as now we see the 3 of Ugo Gachuru defending hard from his teammate Noel Leon, and this is what happened down at Dalla Roggia. So we're looking further back, and who's that? It's from the Red Bull Solov come the corner.
He needs to go to me off, mate.
Did he really? I don't think he did, Omi. I think he just went and braked himself.
Absolutely, they're all fighting down there as well. Let's now take a look at more of those carnages that were going on down at the first stand.
It was Stromstead going off. I'm impressed. I could identify that quite quickly because he was then side by side with the rest of the field. He came out in exactly the same position that he lost out to, so not too bad then, but Boyer goes back through. There, Nolion going on the inside line of his teammates as he made the move stick into the Parabolica. I want to see if we can cut back. I think he has, because Ugachuru is up to 8th, Solov's down to 9th, so they're all in a battle together as they come over the line once more, starting lap 7, completing lap 6 of 18, and the slipstream here at Monza, so importantly critical as they come down to the braking zone, side by side again further back, as Ugachuru is going to make the move as well. He's gone round the outside this time as well of Tuukka Tappinen into the braking zone, and more drama, 3 wide in the braking zone. That's not going to end well. How did that end well? 3 wide in the braking zone, one on the curb down at the Rettifilio, and everyone making it through safely further back. I think coming through, that is Johnson in 19th position, battling over with one of the ARTs. This is amazing stuff. Go on, Abby.
Absolutely wild stuff indeed. Now, Traminic using that DRS to get within range, overtaking range to Traminic to Stenshorn as well, as they were all fighting their way to another moment. Tim Traminic, our winner here 1 year ago in this exact race. He won the sprint race at Monza 2024, and he's got a chance to win the sprint race at Monza 2025 in FIA Formula 3 once again. So it would mean quite a lot if Tim Traminic can reach the checkered flag first, but he's under serious threat from behind as well. So you're trying to attack, but you're also trying to defend at the same time.
Some breaking Formula 1 news that's just come through. Pierre Gasly's extended his contract without Alpine until the end of 2028. As now we see Lawrence Van Hopen battling with Tim Tramnitz down towards the Parabolica. Can they go away through the inside? Meantime, Roman Belinsky trying to look on the inside of the MP Motorsport of Houston Zagazita as well. Still not working out that way we thought it would, as Ugo Chiru fast up in the race on a 1:39.668.
Absolutely. Here we go. Across the line once again. This time Tramnitz has got a proper one. And Stenchel knows that he has to try and break the slipstream as we're side by side and very nearly 3 wide behind as well.
Roman Belinsky's on the outside line. And Stenchel's having to defend the race lead as well from everybody else. Up into third place though. Has now gone Roman Belinsky with a fantastic manoeuvre. Can he get the inside line as well? On Van Hopen. No, he can't. Van Hopen's on the back of Tramnitz to come out of the Rettifilio towards now the Curta Grande. Stenchel's just holding off at the front of the race as well. But you can see how visibly slower he is to come down with the slipstream. That's going to be contact if they're not careful. Round the outside then comes the number 7 of Lawrence Van Hopen into the braking zone. Tramnitz going to push him off as much as he can. There's a car further back as well as Charlie Bird's battling with Tampinen and Ugo Chiru and Noel Leon. They're all going off as Headley's been noted for track limiter at the Della Loggia. And up the inside comes Callum Vozin back ahead of Noah Stromstead. It's all happening here this morning at Monza. It's very hard to try and keep across on everything that's happening as they come out of Lesmo 2 and down towards Ascari.
Absolutely, as it stands, Boy would still be second place in the championship. Then it would be Solov and Tramnitz as well. He needs all the points that he can get as we're also continuing to battle. Charlie Wirtz having a look up the inside and getting past Tuukka Tappinen as well. He's not the only one. Into Pruvazak is having a look down the inside and he's going to get past Noah Stromstead.
Is TFL now going to find, say, a little bit of a run down towards the Parabolica? Look at them. It's like a snake zigzagging down the back straight as they come in towards the Parabolica, sending it through on the inside line, trying to find the right traction point and then really accelerate down towards the Rettifilio. Side by side of the exit as well, coming through now. That's the 19 of Gusti trying to get ahead as well of Zagazita. 10-second penalty for Lacorte as he was starting procedure infringement and out of position at the safety car line. Go! Big one there. How did Ugo Chiru save that? He got massively out of shape, almost went into the exit of the pit wall. He's out of time now though, coming into the braking zone, off the track as well. Goes Zagazita, comes back on in front of this little battle as well. As now the race leader has changed, as into the lead goes Tim Tramnitz ahead of, as well, that of Martin Steinjoy's in second position. Ugo Chiru is having to hold off though from Noel Leon. Gusti's coming around the outside and diving on the inside. That's Roman Belinsky going for second position. He's trying to outbrake himself. Senchtor's going too deep as well. That'll leave him compromised at the exit. Coming out of Della Loggia towards Lesmo. Gravel all over the track as everyone's dying left, right and centre as tyres become a factor at the halfway stage of this race.
Absolutely mega stuff in this sprint race. It is all action as they make their way through lap number 9 out of 18 as well, and Belinsky trying to fight his way through. It was a great double overtake last time by. So on lap number 8 when he went down into the first turn, it was absolutely remarkable. They're still side by side as Zagazeta is ahead of Ugo Agachuku and Belinsky still trying to attack as well.
And Del Pino's been noted for moving before the signal, and that would be the lights going out. That's usually a time penalty as well to come through. Now Tramnitz at the front of the field. He's pulled out a 0.3 of a second advantage over Stenchel. Now it's 0.7 as they run down towards the Parabolica. Look at that, Noel Leon trying to go all over the back of Ugo Gachuru as well. The black liveried, well, just normal, isn't it? Omi as well. It's the normal carbon fibre livery that they've removed because of the paint. Because he's a tall driver, needs every advantage he can. He's holding off Noel Leon, but I think Gusti just got ahead as they come down towards the braking zone once more, and it's time for the Snake Grand Prix. He's round the outside. Roman Belinsky looks left, then has to look right. Ugo Chiru defends hard, but goes up the inside line to Zagazita. Zagazita still holding that inside line. Lacorte has been told to box now for the penalty as they're all side by side. Someone just lost a bit of bodywork coming through the Rettifilio. Still, Ugo Chiru battling with Noel Leon, but they're both attacking Zagazita as one goes left, one goes right, down towards the Della Loggia chicane. They're 3 wide. Now Leon backs out of it. Ugo Chiru doesn't, but can't get alongside into the chicane. And now Zagazita's really in a place to defend well. Still though, Tramnitz leads as into the pit lane comes Lacorte. Kamara's been noted, leaving the track and gaining an advantage.
Yep, there's been so much going on as well, further behind for the stewards to look at. We've only been able to see what's been happening down at the front of the field as well. This was some of the wild action down into the first turn as they all got on the brakes, and it was wild stuff. And there was the contact for Lecorte, so he went into the side then of the AIX car at that moment as they were brawling. But yeah, I want to see a replay of Hugo Gatchukwu nearly dropping it into the... There we go. My word, was that close.
That was insane. At the same time, we were looking at that. Round the outside, Tim Chamberlain's making the move on Martin Stenchel for the race lead, and then Stenchel had to defend hard, coming in as well from the 25 of Roman Belinsky. This is on board with Mari Boyer on the way down towards the Rettifilio now. He gets such a traction, but he's going to get surprised by how much traction he actually gets.
Yeah, he's going to be gaining all the time then. From this moment onwards, then he has to make the move. He has to go to the inside in this specific occasion. So he sends it up the inside. I also want to see a replay of Belinsky's double overtake that he did into the first turn a few moments ago. But I think they've got already on their hands too much to shove it, and they've also got the live TV pictures at the moment of what's going on this circuit as well.
Tappinen was just under pressure as well, coming into it with Badoa. Badoa's moved up into 11th position now as well. Fantastic stuff from him as they come through. I think looking further back, Rafael Kamara's now in 20th position. It's just at the fast lap of the race, by the way, 1:39, 1:69, as we're on board with Nicholas Solov, who is chasing Tuukka Tappinen. Started 8th, dropped down to 13th, now on a comeback charge, and almost running into the back as well of Tappinen, who has just dropped back so much from where he started earlier on in the race. As, yep, Barrichello now in 25th position.
Absolutely, indeed at the moment. Things momentarily take a bit of a toll in this race, only for about half a lap until they get the DRS back open, and they absolutely blast on to try and make some overtakes in this contest as well. So right now, Stenchel getting himself closer onto the back of Traminich, who's dishing out the overtakes. Looks like we're going to have to look further back because Teo Fionale is trying to get past Noah Stanstead, who's going to stay ahead into the Ascari chicane as well. So nice and tidy stuff between those two drivers as the Snake now makes their way down towards Parabolica.
Down we go once more. Flick the car in, continue on the accelerator, and just pray that you've got the throttle underneath you to pick up the speed and pick up the acceleration with the addition of the DRS. But for Tim Chamberlain, of course, you're going to have to go really defensive. Wing opens up ever so slightly. Such a small rear wing DRS here in Formula 3. It's hard to tell when it is open. But Stenchel's got the run, but so is Roman Belinsky. He goes to the inside line, down to the Rettifilio. Late on the brakes, they're going to make contact. How do they avoid the race leader? As Chamberlain was incredibly late on the brakes and surprised everybody. Off the track went Stenchel. He's going to have to give the place back to Roman Belinsky because he was ahead at the apex. Belinsky's going to hold their inside line and should drift through, coming down to the Dalla Roggia chicane. But now, is Stenchel going to argue, well, I was forced off the track as well, but he was on the outside. They're still going to make side by side. And, yep, Stenchel stays ahead. In my book, only that's not right.
Yeah, they will need to look at that one. The team will be on the phone as well, telling him to make sure to get out of the way, to make sure to reinstate those positions as well, to avoid that penalty, because you don't want a penalty in a race like this as well. So down the inside comes Belinsky. Stenchel is going to be making his way through, and then it's a lock of a Stenchel. You kind of get scared off by Belinsky just being there on the inside. So it's Stenchel who goes over the road and keeps hold of that place.
Look at Chamberlain, it's just like, no, I'm fine. No, nothing's affecting me. If I get rear-ended by one of you two, then that's your problem, not mine. This is Kamara down at the Dalla Roggia. Is he going to have a little bit of a mistake on the curb? He's got a car coming back on ahead of him. He almost runs into the back of one of the MPs coming through as well. And he slips on the inside of Bruno Del Pino quite nicely. Oh,
nice. He's just passing everywhere. He's getting every opportunity and he's taking it. Basically, it's what's going on right now.
Over the line then, lap 13 of 18. And we're going to go for a move this time by. Look at Chamberlain's looking in his rear right mirror as to see where Martin Stenchel really is. A few people looking out further back as well. Is Gusti going to go for the move, and off goes Ikachiwu! Having to avoid his teammate just ahead of him. And he should rejoin in the same place he was, not losing out too many. Yep, he's lost out 2 places, as now we go back to the front of this one. Side by side this time, and unfortunately Noel Leon's going to have a little bit of a battle with Alessandro Gusti as well. It's coming to the braking zone. Leon's got the inside line, but Gusti's going to hold it round the outside, cuts the track, gains the advantage, has to get the place back, but not lose out as well to Charlie Verts, who's trying to sneak his way through. Stenchel Radio.
For me, we need to give back to Belinsky, mate. Sure? Not sure, but in case of that, he was at the apex.
Yep, exactly what we were saying a few moments ago. Nearly on as well, now losing out as well, but Zach has got to get that place back as well because he cut the corner. Here's Roman Belinsky now being given back the position by Martin Estenshaw as well as they come down in towards the braking zone for Ascari, and still now as well Charlie Verts trying to look for a move on the outside.
Yeah, I feel like that could have been given a bit in a clever way because now they've all crossed themselves. And now it's a 1.2 second gap as well. So I don't think that was the most clever thing in the world. And now let's see whether Callum Royson can make the move further back. He's trying to get past Duca Tapman as we make our way down towards Parabolica. And they're going to be continuing the battle surely when they come down the straight. Meanwhile, GSC trying to get all of the grip in the world round the final corner to attack the Prema of Noah Leon down towards turn number 1.
Here we go. DRS open, pulls the inside line. Should get ahead of Noah Leon this time by. Meantime, look at Martin Estanshaw as well, trying to go around the outside for second position, and through has indeed gone the position for Gusti, and Belinsky stays ahead of Stenshaw. Oh, it's all getting tight as well. As look at that contact. Noah Leon gets hit from Charlie Verts on the back from the alternator, so that's going to change over a little bit. Boyers dropped down to 10th position. Verts moves up to 8th. Padoa goes into 9th place. All sorts of mayhem going on down at the Red Ophelio as we ride now on board, Omi, with Martin Estenshaw, who runs in 3rd position.
Absolutely running in third position as well at the moment. Belinsky's got 2nd, and now Tramanet is pulling away, so that the timing of that not good by Stenshaw, and they're basically going to cost each other now at the moment. So that's not good at all from Stenshaw. Of course, he's done it for the benefit so he can try and make the move easily, but that was not a good idea one bit by him, because it allowed our race leader to get away, and it's basically cost each other and cost everyone in that battle a chance to try and contend for that 2nd place. As this was Kamara. Every time we cut to him, it looks like he's gained 2 places. He's now up to 16 as well, as he was in the mayhem, as he was trying to sense any form of opportunities to try make some overtakes as well, and this was him down towards the 2nd chicane. He's going to find some room around the outside, as you're going to see Dominguez, one of Dominguez's teammates who was having to get on the brakes as well. That was Niall at the time, who had to get out of it, as we go back to live pictures now.
Down we go. Stenshaw still on the back of Roman Belinsky as well, in towards turn 1. Belinsky moves to the right-hand side to go defensive. All Stenshaw has to do is go around the outside. Late brakes in towards turn 1, and that's going to be a little bit risky off the track. Goes Martin Stenshaw, contact! Oh. 2 cars off from the back, and there's one of them is Charlie Verts, and off! It's got to be Hugo Gachuru, hasn't it? He was involved. Yellow flags are waving as Stenshaw was briefly in 2nd position. Belinsky's gone back ahead. Is this going to bring out the safety car to end the race? As now around the outside, Stenshaw's going to try and have a go. Roman Belinsky into the braking zone for the Dallin Roger chicane. Late on the brakes. A little bit of a lock-up as well for Belinsky trying to get through. And now Stenshaw's really going to have to put the pressure on, because I reckon we might go safety car.
Absolutely, could be a move that he has to make immediately at the moment as well, as they make their way through this Lismo 1, then into Lismo 2. Still no decision as of yet, but surely we'll need a safety car, because the car will still be stationary. Safety car is deployed.
Yep, out goes Charlie Verts. And Badoa is dropping down the timing screen. There he is, so it was Brandon Badoa, not Hugo Gachuru. It was the other Prema with the black livery that has gone off with the front wing damage. So where is Hugo Gachuru in 11th position? And that then would effectively mean that Tramnitz is the victor of this race, because 12 minutes to go with 15 of 18. I can't see them clearing that car within the next couple of laps, Amy, so this could be the end of the race.
Yeah, could be, unless they are very quick and we somehow manage to bust away 1 lap shooter out of this as well, which I don't think anyone on this circuit would be able to contain out there on the circuit as well. So let's see how quickly this is going to be done and how they're going to do this. Right, let's look at a replay. Let's look at this as we headed towards Retofilio. 3-1 into the first turn was never going to work, and there's going to be contact, and it's going to be Leon's car who they also who they collide with. He's able to continue on.
Oh, and our camera survived, okay. Usually our camera dies, but it survived, and this was all for the back. So Leon cuts across the inside of Charlie Verts, and I reckon Leon's going to get blamed for this, because he does not give enough room to Charlie Verts, who then gets launched into the air and into the side of Brandon Badoa. So I reckon that's going to be Leon's fault, in my opinion.
Yeah. It always gets to that clatter point into the first turn. 3 into 1 on that occasion didn't go. It did go earlier on, but it's all about where the cars are placed at that time as well. It's always going to get tied into the retrofit. They, of course, last year made that slightly wider to allow cars to be able to go wheel to wheel on the exit of the corner, but that was just on the way in. So it is now at the moment Trident to look on as well to disappointing sights. Kramer in their home race looking on to disappointing sights as well, with Brando at the moment as well, another driver who's elected to just get rid of that paint as well. And Vishor in Formula 2's also done the same. He's got a new striking livery for the remainder of the season due to how tall he is. So I think that's something for them to look at into next year. Lots of these drivers are just having to change liveries now due to weight.
Yeah, it would be the Carbon Grand Prix, wouldn't it? Coming into it like it was in Formula 1 at the start of the 2022 season. Brando Bedell has now left the pit lane. So we'll have 2 laps left at the end of this one. The safety car's not going to come in this time, guys. So lap 17 will be the crunch point to see if we will go back racing. There's a Marshall just on the banking there in a yellow high-vis jacket that we saw on lap 1 of the race. I noticed. I looked up. He was sat on the banking and smoking a cigarette and just watching the race. I mean, of all the cool Saturday morning Italian things to do, that's certainly one of them, isn't it? To come on there. Of course, the Marshal has to be on that banking because in the unlikely situation that a car ends up getting airborne and ends up on the banking, there has to be someone there immediately for attention. So that's why there's still Marshals on the old oval. It's an unusual oval, of course, here because we go down through the right, not the left, here at Monza. This is Solov having a front row seat over to all that melee in front of him.
Absolutely, the mess that we saw Solov arrive with down into that first turn, that was wild stuff. That was wild stuff. But yes, when you have battling like we've seen in this race, that was always to be expected that we would get to that point where it all just gets a little bit crazy, and that's exactly what happened in this scenario as well, as we continued battling down into the second chicane. Leon, of course, then losing that position. Boyer going on through, Solov cutting over the road on that occasion as well. So the safety car will need to come in this time by if we are going to get a one-lap shootout.
No further investigation for Bruno Depino for moving before the lights went out, so no false start for him. At least they've done that inside the race procedure, so we know what will happen in future. Safety car is still out then here, and if it is coming in this time by, that's all going to be good. So Trident lead by 12 points in the team standings to Campos, 282 to 270. MP will move up into third on 181 ahead of ART on 151. So, Omi, that's Trident going into tomorrow with a big advantage just to be champion.
It really is a big advantage and a good advantage that they would want as well. And we, of course, have China-born collision also noted involving quite a few drivers. Safety cars ending, and we're about to get a one-lap shootout to decide a winner. And well, this has to be absolutely a perfect restart from Bielinski as he tries to take what would be a great victory for him. And Tramin is trying to win around this circuit once again like he did 1 year ago. And Kamara seeing whether he can just gain 6 places at the end to try and grab some points from this one.
He knows that tomorrow's feature race will be just a couple of laps longer, so let's see if that's going to be a big factor to play into it. Tramnitz will come out of the Ascari chicane and heads down towards the Parabolica. It's lap 17 of 18. We'll have one more lap to go. Let's have a replay. Ready?
We have one last racing lap, mate. Let's make it happen.
Bielinski's got to go up and immediately cats when Tramnitz goes. He's staying right behind him. He's almost hitting the back of him coming through. Stenshaw's ready as well. Soon, how quick is Roman Bielinski's reactions? Tramnitz going to go now, and Bielinski knew about that. He's gone with him, so is the rest of the field, but Stenshaw's right behind Roman Bielinski, so that's a good reason. Look at the gap already. Tramnitz just got his tyres so much more its temperature over as we head down to turn 1, so Tramnitz might have got this one defended. If anything, Bielinski's going to be cautious of Stenshaw as we go back green.
Absolutely best overtaking chances now. You've got to try and find your way through as we roar on to the final lap of this race. And GSD not leaving any time. He's already on the chase of Zagazeta down towards the Retafilo chicane as well. And there's not going to be a change between our top 4, but the action's behind.
Wheel to wheel, and yeah, well, Goose is going to go off wide, and there goes off the track. attack this time. Ugo Ugochuru, he was in a battle with his teammate early on. Zagazita gets back ahead up into 5th position as they all come round. That's Mari Boya and Nicholas Solov now all in a battle together as they come through down to the braking zone. Solov's under massive attack. Tramnit stays ahead of Roman Blinsky. Stenshaw's locking up the rear tyres, going through back on the inside with a superb move. I think there was Gusta getting back ahead. Zagazita's going defensive as well. He's trying everywhere, but Boya's in there too. On the inside line of Lesmo 1. Solov's just desperately trying to find a position to come through, but it's not working out the way they're expecting it to.
Absolutely,
Whoa.
They're still going to make their way through it. Solov not being able to get the grip out of the corner. A bit of a tank slapper there as he's standing on the power. Does that leave him vulnerable, I wonder, to Leon, who's going to surely get an opportunity to try and go on the attack. He wasn't close enough, but it's allowed him to close in as we head to Ascari, and GSD still on the outside line. He'll have to back out of that, stand on the power and make this a drag race to the line, possibly a move into Parabolica as well.
Top 10 are going to dramatically change just before we get to the checker flag line. Who's that flying off the circuit? It's that Callum Vosen, who's a bit too far back for that to be. Could be coming through as well, further behind as well for Louis Sharp. But out of the last corner, up towards the line, Tim Tramnitz will go back to back. Last year to this year, Tramnitz wins again in a fantastic race at Monza. It's second for Roman Belinsky, third across the line for Martin Estancho. Lawrence Van Hopen drops from pole to 4th, and Solov's got a problem as he drops across the line and finishes down the order. Where did Solov end up then? Because he got a very bad run, down in 23rd position. Zagazita 5th, Boya 6th, Gusti 7th, Leon 8th, Vosin 9th, Stromsted 10th, Ugachu and a command. Teofil now tapping in. Look at Interpruvazak in 15th place. What a race, Obi. That was fantastic.
Yep. Formula 3 at Monza absolutely delivered all of the goods, all of the chaoticness that we expected. And guess what? Over the last few years, the feature race has been better, and we've also got a few more laps. So if this was anything to go by, it's going to be crazy tomorrow.
It really, really is. There's a problem. We're going to have a replay because something's happened at the last corner too. Solo, let's take a look. So who's he fighting up in front? This is going to be Zagazita, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, Giusti, the other one, sorry. Is it going to
happen here? Are they going to make contact, I wonder? Giusti's going to go around the outside deep. Is he going to... Oh! Solo spun.
Oh, how lucky was he not to have anybody take him out?
Just turn into me.
That's a weird...
So let's have a look then. He does. He violently turns into him. That's a bit of a PlayStation move, isn't it?
Oh god, absolutely chaotic stuff as they made their way around the final corner. We thought it was an issue originally. There was just no momentum after a sprint for him as well. So yeah, lots for the stewards to do in race number 1 of the day.
Really, really is. So, as I'm going to have to let Omi go now before we go, because I've got to get this laptop upstairs to cover the MotoGP second practice. So, before we hand over to the world feed.
Yeah, we did it once again. In Monza. Yeah. Come on, guys. Good job. Good job. Yeah.
Omi, what have you made of it?
Well, typical Formula 3 at Monza. Bring on the feature race tomorrow.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Thanks, Omi. Let's head down and join our world feed colleagues after such an amazing race.
Win, another sprint race win for him here at Monza. A huge congratulations for the German driver, and a return to the podium for Roman.
Good job, mate. Very good job. Bravo. Oh, what a race. What a race.
He's trying to take what would be a first top 10 finish in the Drivers' Championship as well for Rodin. How about that? 30th to 12th. That's not bad.
More than half the field. What could this man have done if he'd have started where he should have done, if he hadn't have had that excursion off the track at turn number 5 in qualifying? Doesn't really matter for the championship, but he'll be content with coming and passing more than half the field in that race. An outstanding drive from our champion.
Yeah, he'll want to get points tomorrow, though. When he knows the team's championship for him, he'll want to help Trident try and win that. And a word on Martin Estancho as well. Well done to him. Another podium finish and in the top 5 in the championship. So crucial points for him in trying to retain a top 5 or get on a championship podium. He's got a chance for that now tomorrow. But out front, Red Bull Junior, Tim Tramnitz, trying to get after a championship podium. And that is a big step forward in his chances in doing that. It would be a first for MP Motorsport and Tim Tramnitz with a second sprint race win here at Monza. They are the toughest races to win. Sprint races at Monza, not easy at all. And Tim Tramnitz celebrating now with his father there. A real good moment for him, isn't it? He's won what is the toughest race, I think, in Formula 3 twice.
And look at the emotion there of that second place driver.
That's Roman with his dad, Henry.
Amazing to see. You know, there's all of these teams, drivers and families work so hard behind the scenes to get them on the grid, let alone then to be successful, and especially considering what Roman's been through in the last 18 months, 2 years.
Yeah.
With his his injury, he's still not apparently at full capacity in his left foot, which is, you know, what the foot you break with, and he's able to still go out there and perform at the very highest level, genuinely challenging for the win in that race, and a hugely impressive defensive drive from Belinsky in that one to keep Stenshorn right behind him. And it's good to see the sportsmanship between those two as they went side by side a number of times in this race. Stenshorn, he potentially did more laps where he didn't do the chicane at turn 1 than he did.
Yeah, he did some great racing out there with great side-by-side action, wasn't it, with Roman? I think that was the key part, though. But that said, Tim Tramnitz was faced with a last lap safety car restart, and he dealt with it absolutely perfectly, and that is why he is now kneeled down next to that #1 board.
He did it twice, didn't he? Both safety car restarts, he somehow managed to get enough of a gap that he wasn't under any pressure in towards turn 1, and it's a crucial part of building a race and building a race weekend, is being able to lead the field in a safety car, and it's not something you get to practice a whole heap, but he nailed it today and was the man to beat. Did it last year in the sprint race, did it again this year. In fact, this year, if anything, slightly more dominant, coming through and then sort of dominating the race from the front of the field, did everything he needed to do, didn't put a foot wrong in that one, and then stands beside that #1 board once again. Good race from Tim Tramnitz, and MP will be happy with that one, as that puts him in a commanding position in 3rd in the team's championship as well.
It does. Well done there to both Tim Tramnitz, Roman Belinsky and Martinez Stenshorn. And I agree with you. Great to see the emotion there from the drivers, parents as well. Means so much to them. Let's hear what the drivers have to say, shall we? Let's go to the cool down.
A little bit, because I pushed so hard at the beginning.
Where did you start?
7.
But we lost so much when after that you buy again.
Yeah. That, and then at that point I was like, okay, I can't, I'm not in the DRS of Tim, so...
Oh, the DRS was really powerful. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I still can pass you on when I was in DRS.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Like, you got quite close, like, I think you were 0.7 or 0.8 behind.
Yeah.
And I had to...
But like, out of the last one, I was not so far.
0.6, no? It's around 0.6 you need.
Yeah.
Or no? I think you saw it in turn 3 on the...
I was laughing so hard.
I was hoping you would see it, so... He won here last year, no?
Yeah.
The sprint.
Yeah, it was the same with the safety car at the end.
Oh, yeah?
Like, also 1 lap shootout.
Yeah.
But I think the restart was quite nice.
It was clever because if I was in the first
Tim and Roman, you can see them there, the teammates back in Freca with Trident, actually, and their parents got to know each other very well. So good to see the emotion from them. Martinez knows them very well from racing in the other categories as well. Now, all together on the podium in F5 Formula 3 on such a big weekend, Italian Grand Prix as well.
Do you know what, the racing in that was such high quality from most of the field. We saw a few isolated incidents, but in a 30-car grid going down to the braking zones, you're going to have issues. But the front of the field, it was side by side, so close, such little contact. But driver that came out in 3rd place, Martinez Stenshorn, he'll be content with that.
This is the podium walk, I think, all drivers dream of, and Martinez Stenshorn is now taking it out onto 3rd place. Congratulations for Martinez Stenshorn, makes his way out onto the podium. Roman Belinsky is going to now walk out there for the 3rd time. And Tim Tramnitz walks out as a sprint race winner for the 2nd time in a row here at Monza. And he just loves this place. And Tim Tramnitz will be on that top step once again. Huge emotion out there. Great to see such proud parents as well. They know that this is something very special Tim Tramnitz is achieving here, and he's doing it on the biggest of stages. Well done, Tim Tramnitz, a Red Bull Junior, and on his way to doing something MP Motorsport haven't quite done before. A possible championship podium. Well done to him, and MP Motorsport on their way to a possible Teams Championship podium as well. That would be a very special result for them. Roman Belinsky's helping take Rodin Motorsport into new territory as well. Another podium for him, and his father Henry watching on, a very proud man. He's always been there every step of the way supporting him. Martini Stenchon as well, he's been a familiar sight onto that podium and achieved great feats when he came from 15th to 1st back at Red Bull Ring. 3 drivers, all very deserving podium finishes, and put on one of the greatest spectacles I think we've seen all season here.
I can agree. Champagne time for a wonderful day. Omi's still with me in audio. Omi, final thoughts from a cracker race.
Absolutely fantastic FIA Formula 3 race. Great to see Belinsky's dad also having his moment as well, considering what that family and Belinsky has gone through over that time. So great to see them enjoying this moment. But yeah, Tim Tramnitz winning this race 2 years in a row. Congratulations to him.
It's been an amazing race and an amazing atmosphere. We will see you later on for all the action from Formula 2. Bye-bye. Welcome to the final FIA Formula 3 race of 2025. It's time for the feature around the Monza circuit here in Italy, around the Royal Park. It's round 10 and race 20 of the season. Well, the circuit is a fast and flowing, separated by 3 chicanes. It's 3.599 miles, 2 DRS zones and 11 turns in total. Acceleration is up to and plus 180 miles an hour. It is a fantastic circuit for Formula 3 cars, to which we only have the soft tyre compound here. Race lap record is at a 137.559. And let's just see exactly what can be done, especially considering that it's a low downforce level with high brake wear, fuel consumption and tyre usage also at a high. Well, we are gearing up for what is going to be an absolute classic here as well as we get underway for today. Omi's alongside me. We'll hand over to him for the grid. Omi.
Thank you very much. And after qualifying, we have Kamara, who started to the back. He did the exact same when it came to yesterday, due to getting his lap time deleted in qualifying. Barrichello, first feature race for him, he's in 29th. And then it's Marin Angeli next to Bruno Delpino. They are in 28th and 27th on the grid. In 26th, it is Lecorte next to Gerard G. And then it is James Headley with Van Amersfoort now, and he is next to Louis Sharp. Then it is Wharton and Niall completing 22nd and 21st. Then it's Boysen, Stromstead, Ho, Boyer. They are in 20th, 19th, 18th and 17th respectively. Then Johnson, Vers, Badoa, Dominguez, Van Hoopen, Stenchon, all find themselves just outside the top 10. And in that top 10, it's Tim Tramnitz next to Tuukka Tappinen, and then it's Giustine And then we find ourselves with Zagazetto in 7th, Belinsky in 6th, Solov in 5th, into Privazak in 4th, Noah Leon is in 3rd, Ugo Gachikru in 2nd, and Brad Benavides secured pole position on Friday, and it means he has his second ever Aramco pole position in FIA Formula 3.
It's going to be a very interesting run. Let's hear from what our pole sitters had to say about today's action coming in for the final race of the year.
What Brad had to say after taking that Aramco pole position on Friday.
Beyond humbled, grateful, over the moon, truly. I can't thank my team enough. Obviously, this is a good testament to all the hard work that we've been putting in, and obviously it's been cultivating really great results such as this. So I'm happy to take this last dance, starting off from the front row, pole position to be precise.
Let's check in with our World Feed colleagues and see what they think ahead of the last
Brad
race.
Benavides starting from pole position. He's got a great opportunity today to go and get a first win for himself, a first podium finish as well. And then alongside him, we've got Ugo Ugachuku for Prema Racing. Let's check in with the team's battle as well, Campos Racing. And let's have a look, before we do that, on the formation lap.
Omi, now that's inside the 15 seconds, so that will be a penalty.
Yep, absolutely. That is not what they wanted at all. And yes, it's always a bit of a rush as you try to get off the grid, and something like that can always be forgotten in that type of scenario as well. So yeah, that's usually what we can see. Kamara's already got the Drivers' Championship wrapped up. What could change today is the battle between the Camposes in terms of our second place in this as well. The runner-up, who's it going to be? Will it be Boya or will it be Nicolas Solov? Well, Nicolas Solov will be trying to make some progress from P5 and trying to move up. If you are Boya, you've got an even harder task ahead of you because you're all the way down in 17th position in what well could be his final Formula 3 race, and what could be a lot of drivers' final Formula 3 race as they try to progress over to Formula 2 or bigger and better things in the future.
Big thing is the team standings. Trident 285, Campos 269. They're in a direct battle with each other over today's results. Now, Trident have effectively one hand on that trophy, but the gap is 16 points, and there's 3 cars between them, Omi, so anything can happen in the next 18 laps ahead of us in 45 minutes.
It could all change around, absolutely. So they've got to try and react to whatever their rivals are doing. If there is a car at the front, you need to make sure that at least you have one driver from your team also contending. So if you can just have one driver being better than the other as a team, then you could do very well. And I'm sure they would have discussed that and talked about it as well. Depending on where the drivers are on the grid and who they're up against and who you maybe need to go a little bit more aggressive against.
What's even weirder is that there is in fact rain in the area as well. Just little micro dots keep blocking up around, so we've got to keep an eye out for those throughout the day. It won't be enough to cause any intermediate or full wet weather or red flag or anything, but there is just little cells in the air that would dampen the track. I can see in the background there's a little bit of argy-bargy going on, but there is Rafael Kamara, our champion for 2025, lining up at the back of the grid. Well, here we go then. It's time to stop Formula 3 in 2025. And for one last Sunday, we will go racing. 30 cars line up on the grid. It's a long run down to the Rettifilio. You can see the 150-meter board just in the distance. The green flag can now be raised. The light sequence can begin. Rebecca can press the button. And here we go again. 2, 3, 4, 5. For one last time, it's lights out. We're underway. It's a good start coming through as well from Brad Benavides. Poor getaway from the back of Tenasapol into Privazak. No Leon's able to cut across him, but coming around the outside comes Nicolas Solov. Ugo Gachuru is going for the race lead. Lockup coming back as well from Solov. Belinsky's in there too, trying to find a way through. Several cars having to cut over the chicane. 3 wide further back. Into the lead though is Brad Benavides. Ugo Gachuru in second. No Leon third. Tenasapol into Privazak has dropped down a couple of plates because Noleon's managed to jump him over as they come down to Dalla Roche for the first time into Privazak, trying to go around the outside of Noleon.
Absolutely, that's a battle into the second chicane. The Campos driver trying to get himself in there, and he's going to have to scamper over the road, and he'll get ahead of Leon. They'll argue that one later on, as we also have Solov now trying to get up the inside of Leon.
Several drivers up further back as well, as Solov looks on the inside line and only on Lesmo 1. Leon tries to lock it off. It's coming to Lesmo 2, and Solov still going to have the traction. No DRS on the opening lap of this race though, so it's all down to just a slipstream power. And you can now see as well that Ugachu is trying to get ahead of Brandon Badoa. It's not going to work out. You think it is as they come down to the braking zone as well. This is going to be a little bit tight between all the drivers. They'll all get through very safely as they come through. Yellow flag's out on the track somewhere out there, and the safety car's out, and out has gone Charlie Wirtz. Safety car's out, and Charlie Wirtz has dropped it, coming into exit the Lesmo 1 into Lesmo 2, and just like yesterday, the safety car's out in the opening lap.
Yeah, it looks like we originally got away with it, but safety car immediately comes in, and it means the field will be bunched up, and Brad Benavidez will have to control a restart from this race as well. Great to see Charlie walking away, but that is not what you want in your final race of the season as well. That is, of course, you know, you're only as good as your last race half the time, and well, this is the last race for a long time for these drivers. Into the pit lane has come Tim Traminitz as well.
Now, I wonder if there was contact because they were running together on the circuit. So, yeah, broken front wing for Tim Traminitz. Now, Tim Traminitz did win at yesterday's sprint race, but was then given a time penalty for not engaging the correct start procedure on the lights out sequence only. So we've seen that a couple of times this year. So that gave victory to Roman Belinsky.
Absolutely. She's also come in as well. But yeah, we saw that with Alex Dunn earlier on in Formula 2. So we were expecting a penalty, which is why I urgently messaged you in practice 3 as well. We'll talk about that more in a second. Let's go back to the race start though. They managed to keep it clean at this part of the circuit, and critically Brad Benavidez just cut across Ugo Ugachuku, who had absolutely no chance of taking the lead because he was of course going to be forced all the way to the outside line. Now it got a bit feisty between Leon and Solov because it looked like Solov was going to run into the back with the lockup. It was just under control for him there as they all navigated their way through, and yeah, they all made their way through this part, and then it's going to be trouble for Noah Stromstead as they enter sector number 2. And there was actually a little bit of trouble as well for the high-tech car off the road at the back of the field. So that was quite chaotic stuff as they were fighting their way through. So G possibly involved in that, and it was G who also broke our camera down there.
Thanks, Gerard, as it comes over. As we see everyone going across the gravel. Look at Barrichello as well, making a couple of side-by-side manoeuvres. So not bad for me. It's got ahead of James Headley at the moment, but yeah, that's our ride on board with Alessandro Gusti as well as it comes down towards turn 1. Got a good getaway, but he was shifting too hard, and then he just had to rely on the slipstream. I mean, he's now in 9th place. It just got shuffled out. That outside line doesn't work. Oh, there was contact just ahead. So that was a little contact for the Laurentine Open.
Absolutely wild stuff. Okay, now Stromsted's ahead of Boyle. So Stromsted goes for a very late lunge there, then has to back out of it. Already has some damage at that moment. But and yeah, there we go. That's going to be more contact. Walton was in the fight as well, and there we go. That is where we lose Charlie Wirtz, I should say rather. That's where we lose him, and he then eventually comes to safety car's ending.
Did anyone else just see that Formula 1 transition, not the Formula 3 transition, on the screen? That's it. Wake up, press the wrong buttons. We're back to racing again, and Brad Benavidez has hit the accelerator coming into the parabolica. It's a very, very risky move because that's going to give the toe to Ugo Ugachu and Tanasa Pollins-Pribazaka running in 2nd and 3rd position. We're racing again here at Monza as they head down towards turn number 1 of the Retafilio. And Noleon's under pressure from Solov, who's got the inside line. Solov should be able to make that move done easy peasy. A little bit move further back as Zakazita getting ahead of Tuka Tappanen. Tappanen's trying to hold him back around the outside. Nearly making contact. Zagazita stays ahead. Trying to see where else is going on down there. Stromsted is passing Dominguez. As now Ugachu is still on the back of Benavidez. Pulls to the outside line, down to the Dalla Roggia chicane. He's got so much more grip and traction. This is an outstanding run, and Benedima's going to lock up, runs over the chicane as well. And now that should give Iguchiru the look to the inside line, and I don't know which one the stewards are going to call that one. I don't know. I think Benedima's was ahead at the apex, so he's just made that mistake. But has he kept the position by running off?
Yeah, absolutely, the usual stuff. Monza races being decided by the stewards, like we usually see in Formula 3, will have to be once again. Ugo Iguchiru wouldn't want it though. He's already got DRS, and he could even be close enough into Ascari with how close he is getting as well. He'll decide to just wait for the moment. Doesn't want to risk anything. No point doing that on lap number 3 of the contest. But he's got so much more grip, so much more momentum. This shouldn't even be an issue. He should be sailing on by down the start-finish straight if he does even get that opportunity. And he's already thinking about it into Parabolica.
Side by side, that's a risky manoeuvre. He's not careful. Benedima's got a yellow flag out.
Swap position.
Oh!
You went off track, swap position. We've got a long race ahead of us.
Okay, Iguchiru takes the lead of the race. Got a yellow flag somewhere.
Now he can fight it back.
I can't see who's dropping down the order. I don't see anybody dropping down the order, but Iguchiru's knocking out the DRS. But that's Benedima's having the DRS, and it's 3 wide down towards turn 1. As Interprumazak tries to go through. Iguchiru's been lost out now as well. He's gone from first to third in one corner. Benedima's takes the lead of the race. Interprumazak goes into second position. It's Barrichello who's gone out wide. Thank you very much, Joshua Smith, for telling us that. So Barrichello's gone off somewhere. And now we've got another one off further down. Nicola Maranghelli still in a battle as Iguchiru dives back on the inside of Interprumazak coming into Dalla Roggia. On board with Solov, who's in the middle of all this. DRS playing a factor, but that yellow flag is still out as Solov looks to the inside of Lesmo, one and only on. Not going to get away through there. Still no idea if they're going to have a safety car. Yeah, Barrichello has stopped. The safety car's out, Omi.
Yeah, slightly late. They let that one push on as well for quite a bit. But yeah, Barrichello with a moment out there on the circuit as he dropped down our timing board as we were focused on that 3 wide for the lead down into turn number 1. That is the Formula 3 type chaos that you can get. That was really close stuff. They luckily made it work because 3 wide didn't work yesterday, I think it's fair to say. And there he is off the road on the exit of Ascari. So looks like he definitely had some problems down there, I think it is fair to say.
So Barrichello is out. He's gone off down at the Ascari chicane on the entry. Let's take a look at how that happened. Oh, he's just lost it. Oh, he's lost it on the dust. That got kicked up by, I believe, TFO now. So he's lost it on the gravel. That's really unusual. Okay, safety car's out. Go on, Emmy.
Yeah, not the way you would have wanted to start life with F3 Future Racing as well. It didn't last too long, but luckily at least you got a few laps in and got the full duration in yesterday. Married Boy, let's see what he was up to then on this restart. Full out attacking he would have at least wanted, but it looks like he's going to tuck in the slipstream and possibly go for the overtake here as well.
Goes to the outside, and he's just stating, like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Absolutely. As Mariboy currently just making his way to Kamara. What has he been doing? Up to 20th. He's gained 10 places, everybody. Oh my word. To the inside of the Ascari chicane. I know this is a replay. There was contact between them as well. There was contact on the way through. Well, we knew it was a replay, but I mean, that type of overtake is getting the energy. But then at the end, when we ended it, it was unfortunately forced off the road for Niall. He won't be too happy with that one. Now, this was the absolute carnage down towards Retafilo chicane. Ugo Iguchiru, Brad Benavidez, and then in came Interprumazak, making it 3 wide for the lead. Benavidez managed to get through. Interprumazak had to slot in second, and Ugo Iguchiru with 3rd position. Meanwhile, Giusti was battling in the background, I saw as well. So the Williams back driver, Sandro Giusti, giving himself a bit of an opportunity there, who's had a few reverse grid poles as well so far this season, and has had a 2nd place. That was at the Red Bull Ring in the sprint race. As it stands, our championship would change in terms of 2nd place. We already have our champion sorted, that is Rafa Kamara, but our runner-up this year all still to play for. And as it stands, Nikola Solov would get ahead of his teammate, who is Mari Boyer, who we were just talking about with that replay a few moments ago as well. So an interesting battle going on for second place when it comes to our points battle. If we look at the positions gained and lost, Rafa Kamara, is it a surprise that he has gone up 10? He has been a master of overtaking, of avoiding, of passing, and he was absolutely extraordinary with that yesterday. Kamara made a big jump in yesterday's race. 18 positions, Formula 3 confirmed on their social media that he was able to just get himself. He was able to gain, and that was a great drive being complete from a driver who absolutely had the pace to be on pole position, for a driver who absolutely had the pace to be leading and possibly dominating this race. By Formula 3 standards, you probably wouldn't dominate around here due to the slipstream, but still, you would have been leading, you would have had the chance. But qualifying, it was a one-lap shootout. And if you messed up that one-lap shootout, sorry to say, but that was day over. And also, back of the grid start. Of course, we did the group qualifying that we do in Monaco. They reduced it to 10 minutes, though, of course, due to the fact of slipstreaming that we can have around here. As JB also returns as well.
Hello.
Hello. Everything successful? Were you able to get it?
I have got my iPad. I'm just going to transfer you over. Which means I get to do a bit of talking for 30 seconds. Safety car's given us a wonderful advantage of time here to do things, so that's always a good factor. Lap 6:22, but we've only got 32 minutes left on the clock, which worries me. Okay, testing, Omi, can you hear me okay over the mics?
Hello, yes I can.
Lovely. As I was just saying to the team, rather worrying that we've only got 32 minutes left.
Yeah. Yes, slightly worrying. I've just looked at it now as well. I wasn't even paying attention to the time. That is how it goes in a Formula 3 race. We don't usually end under time bar a few occasions in Formula 3, but if we are going to end under time, this is definitely one you have to consider because it's Monza. There's going to be lots of safety cars. If anyone remembers 2023's race, yes. That was an absolute fool that day as well, where we were having contact everywhere, where we were basically battling our way through. It was a brilliant way to end the Formula 3 season. We always mention that this is a festival event. Always Formula 3 delivers, Formula 2 delivers, Porsche Super Cup delivers, F1 of course the main event always has that buzz about it as well, as there's conversations down at Campos. We now look over to the AIX squad as well, hoping that they can control things. But that was smart for Brad Benavides to give the place up at Parabolica, because then it meant he could retake the lead down at the first turn straight away, so he basically didn't lose anything. And that is a perfect spot for you to give places up around this circuit.
It really is as well, just hold it together. Safety cars coming in this time by, so we will be running shortly for this one, and it will be down again towards the first corner. And this, I think, is the nervous time, isn't it, Omi? Because no one ever knows what's going to happen next, and it's all going to be a bit chaotic.
It will be. It's a moment where you're just waiting for the leader to go, and the leader goes now.
Brent Dimes leads away from Mugachuru in second position. Zak has been left a bit napping as they come out of the Parabolica. We'll start lap number 7, and we go racing once more here at Monza as they head down towards turn number 1 at the Retafilio. Everyone is ducking and diving, trying to break that slipstream toe. As, look at this, his teammate Solov, he's under attack. He's attack on the inside line of Interprivazak. Ukachuru is looking around the outside of Brindimez. No, the odds managed to deal with Interprivazak before we even get to the Retafilio. And how is everyone avoiding contact? They're all being super duper smooth. And that's the advantage of running junior formula here at Monza from the very beginning.
Yeah, here comes Ugo. He's going to give himself a great opportunity now to take the lead around the outside, or sells the dummy.
That's a brilliant dummy, but can't get it succeeded into the inside line. And Bruno Del Pino has made the move further back as well, coming into it. So there's a bit of a argy-bargy going on further back. There we just see Martin Stenshaw as well, the other McLaren livery driver, completing some moves. As mid-pack, getting very feisty into the second Lesmo. As I was expecting to see cars flying off the circuit there, but everyone goes through okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Junior racing around the circuit is quite wild. I mean, GB3 are specifically going just outside of UK just to have a finale. Ugo Spun!
He's in the gravel! Is he going to be beached exactly the same as what happened to Barrichello? The entire field will go through, and the safety car's out again, Omi! So that's a premature call for the safety car, but is this move going to be called? Oh! Now Leon was ahead at the moment of the safety car, but Solov has gone back through. Ugo Gachuru is out. Safety car again. Well, they're a bit premature throwing the safety car today. He might not even be stuck. He is stuck.
There we go. Okay. Oh my word. What a day. Ugo, after pushing on so hard, now finds himself out of the race, and his chances of victory do fade away. But yeah, that's what can happen at Monza. Absolutely everything just goes wild in that scenario. Well, you didn't see it happen live, but this is from Solov's point of view then.
Oh! Exactly the same as Barrichello. It's like he hits a bump on the rear tyre, let's go. That's in exactly the same place as Barrichello, though, Omi. I'm starting to think is there some sort of issue.
Yeah, I'd hope not, and if there is, then definitely something needs to be done. Let's hear from Ugo.
So what happened then? I don't know, I just spun when I hit the gravel.
But he didn't hit the gravel. He didn't hit the gravel. This is telling me that there's a problem out there with some sort of puncture.
Yeah, something's going on. It's a weird one when we had it first, but then to have it 2 times in a race and also in succession as well. Yeah, quite ludicrous. Yeah, we do expect this one to go to time of this race. We've got 27 minutes to go and we're only on lap number 8 out of 22, and we've had plenty of safety car laps. And we are just waiting for the moment to go to green. It is really giving that 2023 race vibes, where it is just everyone goes for it and sees what happens, and we end up with a lot of safety cars and chaotic moments when we are under the green flags. But yeah, that is wild stuff. That is Ugo, unfortunately, with a big disappointment as he loses the car, and no further investigation for Kamara and Niall. That was at turn 9. That was for forcing another driver off the circuit. So luckily no investigation when it comes to that.
So, we're behind our old friend, the Mercedes-Benz safety car, as we still wait to see what's going to happen today. It is taking its toll on the drivers, and I'm not really surprised about that, because you get up to racing speed again, and then you're left out time and time again. We'll just have to hold it together, see what will happen next. Safety car should be in then, end of lap 9. Can't see why it would take a long time, Ron.
Absolutely. And, well, of course, this is the final time we get to have an F3 finale at Monza, for the time being, of course, before we move over to Madrid next year.
That's true.
As we take a look at Noah Stomstead, this is the type of Monza start-finish line straight stuff you can have. You're past one, you're trying to get past 2, that's Brando, and then you end up with getting past none all of a sudden, and then in a few moments time Dominguez sweeps around the outside and he's the one attempting a double overtake, and then he can't get there, and somehow we're still in the same position that we were. That is just Formula 3 racing for you around this venue. Noah Stormstead then tries to get his foot down. Now Dominguez is going to try and make some room for himself. Brando is directly in front of Dominguez at the moment. Stormstead tries to go around the outside, and he's going to try and make this move. Then Brando, he's just going to have to be careful because Brando's directly in front of him, but he is able to get there. It's all about the placement of the car ahead. Can you get some clean space on this circuit to go and make a move? Can you make something like that possible? And it all depends on those cars around you, as I mentioned. But yeah, Monza is always such a challenge for the driver. Solo?
As we are running now, we will be winning the team championship. So be smart, please.
Yeah.
Yeah. Be smart. You've got a driver in second, you've got a driver in fourth, and then you've got a driver in 13th who's on the charge as well. And the reason why this is important is, into this race, it was Trident who came as the leaders in the Teams Championship, and Campos on second. They're the chasers, and as it stands, they are on their way to win it. Trident, I mean, they can afford for things to go a little bit wrong, but it's gone too wrong for them, considering they don't even find themselves in the top 10 with any cars. Noah Stomstead is in 12th at the moment. Kamara finds himself in 18th, and Charlie Wirtz is already out, so only 2 drivers remain for that squad.
when will that safety car get called in? That's the question. When can we go back to green flag running? That's what we really want to see. Is that green flag get called out? It's not coming in this time by, is it? It would have been deployed by now. Again, we're made to wait. Again.
Yeah, I guess we're just being kept waiting at the moment. But yeah, what I was trying to say before we got to that radio was that Monza's such a challenge for these drivers. It is really one of the toughest Formula 3 races just on pure IQ and all of the skills and management that these drivers do have to do, because it is quite a challenge around this place. And, you know, it can, as you mentioned, take a toll on everyone. And then that's fine, though, because we're not back racing for a while. You have post-season testing. From next year onwards, we'll be heading over to Madrid. So it's like you go from this place and all of the challenge and all of the everything that the drivers go through after this event, all of the resting that they have, all taken away with an extra round and a season finale in Madrid. And the importance of this round very high as well, as the gravel gets kicked up. Gravel's been a big issue across this weekend. We had to red flag the Porsche Supercup qualifying just purely for the fact of gravel as well. So yeah, it can cause quite a bit of carnage, let's just say. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see any safety cars later on for just heaps of gravel on the circuit.
So this race now, with 22 minutes to go, we will not physically get the last 12 laps in. This will now go to a timed event.
Will be the case. Hopefully safety cars are going to be coming in at the end of this lap, or at least we would hope.
So we should be able to get going. We'll wait, we will hold ourselves and just expect this to be an interesting day of motorsport. Don't forget, we've got World Superbikes Walk coming up at 8 on JBMotorsports 2, along with the MotoGP Catalan Grand Prix warm-up. And then we've got World Superbikes race. Omi's got the second race from Austria for Frecker. And then we've got the second World Superbikes race as well on JB2. Over on JB Motorsports, on this main channel, we've got the F2 feature race coming up. We've got the Moto3 Catalan Grand Prix. We've got the Moto2 and the MotoGP races from there. And we've also got Formula 1's Italian Grand Prix. Then later on tonight, we've got the WEC Lone Star Le Mans COTA race, the 6 hours there. And the NASCAR Cup Series from Gateway, round of 16 playoffs. Safety cars in this lap.
Yes, indeed. As I just try to put my laptop on charge, as it's going to be a long morning.
News that Soloff in front play for P2 of the championship and Campos for the team championship. So they are more to lose than us.
Do you know what? I thought at the start of that message.
Yeah, more to lose. That's always the case. More to lose. Always time to wait as we now see Benedivez has hit the accelerator and is here down towards the parabolic. And look at Noah Leon already trying to find a way through before even the green flag signal. You can't go until after the start-finish control line. As they exit now, we go back to racing with 20 minutes to go on the clock. But with 12 laps of racing, we're halfway as we restart this race down towards turn number 1. Anyone going to find a slipstream? No, Leon's looking left, he's looking right. You can't move more than once, remember, for Solov to go defensive, but he doesn't need to. Stenchels maybe can move on the inside line. He makes the 3 wide into the braking zone. How no one's lost their wing over me, I don't know. Good restart.
Absolutely good restart indeed. It proves that coming under a little bit of pressure, now trying to control things from this point onwards as well as they try and navigate their way through. Meanwhile, Bielinski, our winner from yesterday, very close. Look what's happening as we head down towards the second chicane. He's going to try to find a way through. Giusti's also trying to make his overtake of his own.
As they come through, Spinner in the middle of the pack. Right in the back. Is that Johnson?
Yeah.
And he's stalled right in the centre of the circuit. It's a surprise that everybody's missed him. Oh, come on, Nikita, can you get it going again? He's kept the engine running. Should be able to restart. Gets over the grass. It's got wet grass. It's been raining overnight. It's got the morning dew. but I think he's got it going again. Green flag goes out. Well done.
Yes, thank God for that. Thank God for that. We've only just come off a run-off safety car periods as well. Meanwhile, Brad Benavides are trying to break clear. This is one of those venues where you are weaving left and right, even with a 7/10 advantage, because you are getting slipstreamed all the way. It is straights, basically separated by chicanes around this place. Leon was told and given the encouragement that Solov definitely has more to lose. So if you need to go and make this move, then you have every bit of an opportunity as Prema try and get a result to savor from this year. Leon closing in. Solov's also getting the toe. Let's see whether anyone can try and make a move as well with the slipstream down towards the first corner.
DRS has been activated, remember, so that means that everyone's going to have the same slipstream battles as they turn in to the Retafilio. TFL now 140.647 has the lead of the race. And it's all just going to be now who's got the deltas, who's got the brave time to go through and make it stick. The wonderful atmosphere as they come down to Della Roggia. 26th of the race as Callum Vosin trying to make a move on the inside line and has to jump over the circuit. Does further back, Belinsky trying to get ahead of Duka Tappinen. Tappinen's backed out of it. Stromstead trying to go on the inside of Gusti, but you've got Van Hopen just ahead. I'll see Van Hopen letting that one go soon. This is a strange race. Strange race.
Yeah, the usual end of Formula 3 season being strange. This is the move for the lead.
Trying to go for it on the inside line. Not going to work into Ascari. At least they've swept that gravel around as well to try and get rid of some of the exit pace as they turn up now to 11 down towards the braking zone. Can we see anything on the inside line? Please say there'll be an opportunity to dive through. Solov's looking for it. No, can't find it. He needs to wait for the DRS, which has got the detection point now.
Yeah, it could also invite Leon into play. Look at the margins that we've got around this circuit as well. But now Solov will be getting closer. Brad Benavides could be a sitting duck because you're already gaining without the DRS. Now you've got it enabled, and now you're closing in on the AIX driver.
Solov pulls to the outside line. Will he have no Leon there for company? Meantime, Zagazita trying to go around the inside. And now the outside attachment to Privazak. Somehow Solov gets it through perfectly with no damage, and he takes the lead of the race. Off the track has gone one of the MPs. Solov leads, but for how much longer? Benedimas tries to go back round the outside. No, Leon's getting dragged into it. They're trying to make it 3 wide down to Della Roggia. Round the outside, Brad Benedimas. He's going to take the lead of the race with a superb move. Fantastic, as off the track goes Zagazita. Now look at No Leon trying to find an opportunity to slip back through on the inside. Benedimas leads this race again. And needs to prove his act on the back of Noleon. Fabulous racing.
Absolutely. And now Brad Benavides comes under threat once again with the DRS. This is wild.
Zagazita gets ahead of Stenshaw, who gets nerfed out the way. Still on the inside line. We've got the DRS zone, of course, down towards Ascari. Tappinen's going to the inside line as well. He gets ahead. Zagazita jumps over the curve, goes through the gravel, goes through the grass, comes back on at awesome speed and avoids the field. But now he has no front wing. And what's happened to Noleon, because he's dropped out of that little battle as Solov's trying to get ahead of Benedimes, and it's all going on further back as well. This race has turned into 11 and it's got a puncture. Big one there. This is going to be a big. Can he slow that down into the gravel trap? Yes, he can. Zagazita, forgetting he's got no front wing, hit the brakes over, he just skidded off.
Wild, that was absolutely unbelievable stuff in the middle sector. Now we're in the first sector, now we're slipstreaming the snake, making its way towards Retafilio. And here we go then, it's 2x2 into turn 1.
And this is going to be a bit chaotic as Noleon's going to be a bit under pressure as well. It's 3 wide further back, coming into the braking zone for the Retafilio. And that is going to be contact, and it is contact. 2 cars round into the braking zone. We've cut away from the wrong pictures. We need to go back to what's happening down in the Retafilio. And that is Dominguez and Van Hopen, who are in trouble down there. They've gone round as Interpruvazak still stays in the front with Noleon. He goes up to 3rd. Solov's desperately trying to get ahead, but we're going to need another safety car interference because 2 cars around down in the Retafilio.
Absolutely crazy stuff there. It was always going to happen, and Kamara's got into the point, having started last on the grid.
How on earth has he done that? Right, take a look further back. Still no safety car just yet. It's gone green flag according to our time monitors, but Zagazita's running slowly. Let's take a look. So we're looking further back for the drama. There's the wing gone for the 30. Oh, this is early on in the lap. That's the original restart, not what we're looking at now. So that was why the wing went twice, Omi. Zagazita lost one winglet and then he lost the rest of it over at Ascari.
Yeah, absolutely. And then this is the moment where this car momentarily goes airborne as they went wheel to wheel, getting forced off the road, and then it gets quite bouncy down there. And that was lucky that Fornaroli didn't have that 1 year ago, but he scampered over the road as well as a contender when it came to the championship. And then this was a moment where Lawrence Van Hoopen was sent round.
Here we go again then, slipstream battle down to turn 1 with back to green flag running. Both cars restarted and Dominguez after getting spun back to Lawrence Van Hoopen. Spinning Lawrence Van Hoopen down to the breaker zone. Leon looks to the inside line. That's point to prove Zach can't get away through there, I'm afraid. So it's single file. There's a bit of debris still on the inside line of the apex there. That might need to be cleared up in the next run. But still, everyone now just beginning to calm down. Lap 15 and 22.
Absolutely. And here we go then. Let's see who can make some progress. I still can't believe that Kamara's gone from 30th on the grid to 10th. I mean, we did mention a Brazilian driver before has gone from last on the grid to the win in Formula 2. So in Formula 3, I mean, he's only finding himself only about a quarter away from that. So every possibility is still there in this Formula 3 race, considering how crazy it has been. So don't rule anyone out of winning this one.
No, never, ever, ever to rule anybody out. This has been one of a crazy race and a crazy day that we're experiencing here at Monza. It's really fun, actually, for Monza, for an F3. It's now looking to prove that goes to the inside line down at Ascari, and he gets ahead of his teammate Solov. They can't run too much because they need the championship. No, 2 cars off!
Oh!
That's Noah Stromstead flying off a circuit. Who was the other? Was that Tappanen? Oh, and
actually, Kamara!
Kamara's on the grass further back trying to go through. It was Tappanen who drops out of places.
Yeah, I mean, he's got into the points having started last, but he was nearly losing the car there, and he could end up with a brilliant result because literally the cars in front of him right now lead to 6th position as we continue this run down towards turn number 1, and now into Pruvizak's under threat from his teammate. The teammates have to be careful now. They cannot afford to get into each other. They have to be really careful, but they are going to go wheel to wheel, and Solov's going to fight for himself down the inside.
Solov takes 2nd position. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't just say, okay, you can have that one. I'm not going to fight you too hard. We've got a championship to win here for the team's standings. As they turn in once more.
Kamara has got up to 6.
He has. How on earth has Kamara make it? Could he win this race and back to front? That'd be a surprise at this rate. Into Pruvizak to the inside line. Gets Ed Nolly on. And Kamara's catching these lot. He's battling with Gustin. He's got ahead. So Campos at the moment are champions by 9 points to Trident, and Trident came in today, what was it, 14? No, 16 clear. What a race.
Yeah, absolutely. What a race indeed. Right now, at the moment, Kamara is literally dragging this Trident back. He's doing all he can in his power to drag that Trident back into contention. Stromsted's also there as well for company, and this was the contact, Stromsted being forced off, and then he was one of those cars that was off, as we mentioned. Tuka Tappanen, the other, as we arrived down into Ascari. But yeah, how on earth has he been able to get in front of this? There was Tappanen and Stromsted who got into each other, and they both went off together then. Luckily, everyone was able to take avoiding action, and then Kamara just got on the barrel and sailed past. Was absolutely remarkable stuff. Talking about remarkable stuff, could it be a remarkable overtake by Solov in a few moments' time? Because he's getting closer to Brad Benavidez.
Down we go once more. The AX leading the race, but here comes into Pruvizak looking to the outside line of Solov. Down to the breaker zone. Solov locks up. He's also trying to get ahead. Into Pruvizak's gone in a bit too deep there. That's compromised, but Tenaspo into Pruvizak takes the lead of the race, and he brings his teammate with him. Solov goes to 2nd, and now Noleon's trying to go around the outside of Brad Benavidez as they come through the Curve de Grande. He's trying the undercut as well. He can't let Roman Belinsky come back in as these are fighting in the front. Kamara's chasing them down. It's battle for the lead between the 2 teammates. Tenaspo locks up, just gets through the chicane, okay, Della Roggia, and now it's a 1-2 as well for Campos. And someone's smoking out there, Omi.
Absolutely, a bit of smoke further back, but that was a double overtake by Pruvazak down into turn 1. He's gone from 3rd all the way to the lead. That was remarkable as he just got on the brakes. He found room down the outside as they were all battling on the inside line on the circuit, and that was absolutely perfectly executed. And look who's bringing himself into play. Kamara, who started 30th and last, is now very much nearly in the 1 second, nearly in the DRS and nearly in contention in this battle.
If these lot keep fighting the way they do, this isn't Formula 3 we're watching, it's Moto 3. That's how much these guys are really pushing out there today. It's got all the hallmarks of a Moto 3 race.
Work together, come on.
Yeah, work together, don't let each other go. Roman Belinsky's battling, and now look, Kamara's inside a second. Kamara has DRS on the leading pack. From back to front, is this possible for our Formula 3 champion to sign off in style? Lap 18 and 22, bring it on!
Wow. I mean, yeah, we keep mentioning Bortoletto, but we had a Brazilian driver do it before. Now, how do Campos handle this? They've been told to work together, but it's the start.
Brandivas has to cut the corner. Belinsky's going on the inside, and now, guess what? That promotes Kamara right into this battle. He's right there now. And surely Brandivas isn't just going to hold second place. He was running in 3rd. He has to let Solov go back through, and he does so. But still, I think he's going to be over all sorts of positions. Belinsky's coming in as well, trying to find a couple of places out. Kamara's right there now. We've got about a 9-way fight for the race win. 9.
Wow, as we ride on board with Kamara, these are magnificent sights. How has he done this? After, well, everything that happened on Friday, he's found himself as a contender. 18 places gained yesterday. Well, he's got himself up to 6. Could it even be a podium? Could it be a win? Who knows if this one continues at the rate it is going at. And my word, was it wild into the first turn as Brad Benavidez got on the grass, had to go through the runoff area as Leon just stayed ahead of Roman Belinsky. Through the Ascari chicane, we're on lap number 18 out of 22. We are sprinting our way by. It has been a sprint ever since that safety car period.
One most dangerous thing is that a driver who feels they've got a good car underneath them and is making progress. Kamara is right there now. He needs to get ahead of Belinsky and Leon on the next time by. He can't now wait. He needs to attack, and he is going to attack as Belinsky's going to have a go at Noah Leon. So they're all now in the slipstream battle as they come down towards the first corner. Into Pruvazak is not going to be in a factor. Here comes Kamara. Kamara's going for it. He's looking. Leon and Belinsky are going to do battle. Kamara's going to just stay right there and try and capitalise on it as they come into the chicane down at the Red Ophelio.
Absolutely. Let's see then whether there's any opportunity for him on the way out of the corner. Side by side, battles going on further back. Badoa was fighting away there as well. That was with Marin Angeli, that's 17th and 18th on the road as well. We jump on board with Kamara, if you are synced up with us at the moment, as he throws it into the braking zone. He's going to dive up the inside.
Well done. That's your corner. He'll have to get the place back. That is Kamara's corner. He should be able to give that position back. I mean, that was spectacular. That should be his right away.
Absolutely. He came up the inside and he took the risk. That is what a champion driver is like. Went for it, and now Belinsky will realise, but he'll want to do this the best way he can without losing too much time. He's letting Kamara go down the straight, the correct thing to do, and Kamara will move on by, but we've also there got GST for company who want to make way as well, and they can't do it at the moment. Now these guys have lost time, 1.2 seconds, so Kamara has to drag the entire train back into this battle for the win at the moment.
Dragging back, being dragged back, up, down, left, right, side to side like a roller coaster. This is what this race is all about. This is exactly the kind of drama that we were expecting in this race today, and it is being absolutely breathtaking. It's being absolutely fantastic. Bring this on every single time as look at this. The two teammates once again are going to do battle as Solov tries to get past Aspon to Pruvazak. Kamara is now running in 5th position, but he's now going to go defensive against everybody so far.
Absolutely, all out of shape there in the background, and that'll be, at the moment, Kamara keeping the position, Belinsky just in 2nd place, and it is very tight. The Campos is going for it through that part of the circuit. Solov, though, just blocking the circuit at the moment, not making sure that there's no other threat that comes in. Is Solov going to risk it? No, he's just starting. But into Pruvazak will be getting scared about his teammates' intentions. They want to work together. not heard official confirmation on the radio by us. Is Solov part of that plan? Does he agree with that plan, or is he fighting for himself in what surely would be his final ever Formula 3 race before he chases promotion in towards Formula 2? But considering his Red Bull affiliation, you would expect him to stay. You would expect him to stay with Campos as Kamara went off.
Yeah, Kamara went wide, so I think that's him now stuck in 5th position. He's lost 1.8 seconds further back. Look how close this is. Campos now 313 to Trident. 299, a 14-point gap in the standings when it was 16 coming in today. Campos have done absolutely beautifully as this race goes on once more. It's a 1-2 for the team so far.
Here we go, here's going to be a chance now. It looks like Brad Benavides is close. Can you keep it together through Parabolica? Do you have the momentum? You'll be getting a double slipstream as well. The Campos cars will be close together, and then it will be a drag down towards turn 1 with Solov closing in on his teammate. Brad Benavides has to be tucked in behind next time by if he wants to also make the move, because Campos can control things with a 1-2. But what is Solov's intentions? That's an interesting question as we head into turn 1.
Solov tries to go around the outside line and into Provers and nearly forces him off the track. That's left him vulnerable to Brad Benavides, who tries to pull around the outside as Lockhart's further back. They've all got through cleanly, but Benavides is on the outside line, coming through the Côte de Grande, down towards the Dallas chicane. Nolion's just going to look back, and again, Benavides doesn't want to go for the move. He looks to the outside line coming into the chicane, but knows he can't do anything. Boyer, black and white flag, track limits.
Absolutely, that's Murray Boyer further back, the Aston Martin Jr. Brad Benavides gets on the gravel, and here comes Leon, and he's taken the place.
No, Leon moves up into 3rd position with a superb move around the outside. And again, that was just Benavides. His tyres start to make small mistakes. He's gone off into the gravel, and now Kamara's 2 seconds back. He's dropped out. He's trying to hold off Roman Belinsky, who's in 6th. Kamara's done an amazing 25 places gained after, what was it, 18 yesterday. It's a superb run. But right now, all eyes on the front as Campos can be taking the team's championship here today.
Absolutely, this is the drive they needed. Trident have had issues. They've had moments which have cost them. Kamara has had to drag that car from 30th all the way up to 5th. But Campos, they knew that they had to take a step forward. They're going to do exactly that. Stromsted's trying to take a step forward as well around the outside of Belinsky into the Parabolica.
Trident trying everything with last-minute manoeuvres. He didn't have that. Kamara was put outside of championship protagonist areas for the team's championship. This is the last lap of the 2025 Formula 3 season as they head down towards the Rettifilio. We've still got a technically four-way fight as now Belinsky gets back ahead of Stromsted. He's desperately trying to get ahead of Kamara, who locks up, goes off in the Rettifilio, comes back on. His tyres are so gone. It's so hard to compete, but Benavides has got back in the traction zone. He pulls to the outside line. He comes back underneath Nolion as they come down to the braking zone. He's almost pushing Nolion into that braking zone. Down on the inside line, he's going to throw it as Kamara's looking good. Oh, and it's still a little bit of a mistake for Benavides for a second time, but the yellow flag's around again, Omi, as somewhere on the circuit there's been more drama, but it looks like Inter Pruvazak's going to win this race.
Looks like it will be into Pruvazak as well. We'll take a look in a moment who that yellow flag is. There we go, it's Lacorte, who is coming to a halt by the looks of things.
Oh, yeah, engines died. Engines died. Who was that going wide? Murray Boyer, who's already got a time penalty, going a bit wide into the braking zone. We've got green flags, so they're going to end this one under good conditions. Into Pruvazak will take it. I don't think we're going to see Solov do much. Green flags around. Last sector of the race. Is there anything left? I don't think so. Tenasipol into Pruvazak is about to win his first feature race to come through. He's done sprints, Omi, but this is going to be something else. It's out of the last corner. Tenasipol into Pruvazak wins a Monza, wins the final race of the year, and Campos are the team's champions for 2025. What a race and what a season. And look at Campos. From 16 points gaps down today to 14 in front at the end. Talk about a strategy, the masterclass. What a race and what a season, Omi.
What a season indeed. I mean, we mentioned that, yes, it might be a bit of a gap, but when you've got 3 cars to play with, anything's possible. They used 2, and they got 2 to the team's championship in 2025, and they've got to sign up on into Pruvazak to a win as well. What a brilliant way to round out Formula 3 in 2025.
Fantastic. Solov finishes second. Campos jump ahead. 314 to 303, the final score. So it is an 11-point swing in the title, as Trident made a couple of places up on that last lap time by with Noah Stromstead dud. He did get ahead of Bsky at the line. Boyer now drops to third. Kamara is champion. Solov is second. Boyer is third. Chamnitz in fourth. Gravel all over the circuit. We're going to have to sweep before Formula 2 gets started. But what a race.
Are we champions? Yes, we are, buddy. Yes, we are. Come on! Come on!
That's...
Omi, your final thoughts before we head down to the World Feed and we'll pick it up at the podium?
Just a brilliant, fantastic season, and it is the first ever Formula 3 Team Championship that has been won with a non-Italian team.
Yeah, good job, team. Good job. Thank you guys for the best year. It's been a pleasure working together. Would always be in my heart. Campos, let's go.
Campos victorious in the first non-Italian team, as Omi said. That is a big shock. Let's take another look at this replay. This was Kamara locking up around the first corner.
And this was some of the more wild stuff going on further back. Budiduff, you know, we don't even talk around today. He's just been doing his race quietly, but he's going to be involved in this gaggle. And because of Lecorte, his engine win, everyone clattered into the back of him trying to take avoiding action. But yeah, it's only been Prema and Trident who have won F3 titles in terms of the team championship. So it is the first time that we've got a non-Italian team to take it. And Campos will be delighted with that one. You could tell how much it meant to them, and they'll just be happy their drivers behaved just about enough to be able to take that.
Look at Puvazak, jumps up to 7th in the standings as well. That's an amazing win with 25 points on the board. Okay, let's head down to the World Feed and we'll pick it up at the podium.
Rafa Kamara started this race 30th. He finished 5th.
Yeah, I'm sorry for qualifying, but yeah, it was a very good year, and I'm very grateful for everything we have done together.
Impressive. Bravo. Again, we couldn't ask more than this.
I heard Jolyon Palmer say something in F1 commentary throughout the weekend. He said, in your championship winning year, you want to do a performance that makes everyone sit up and look at the screens and take notes, not only just win the championship, but also putting a memorable performance that just seals it off. And I think that's the performance for Kamara, where not only he's won the championship, but everyone goes, this kid is really, really special. And he is part of the Ferrari Driver Academy, but everyone's going to go, wow, that kid is special, and he is well on his way to F1.
Kamara's performance this weekend has been outstanding. He was fastest in his group. Yes, track limit, so one small error on his fastest lap, but then up from last to 12th yesterday on the road, then last to 5th today to nearly give Trident an opportunity at the championship. But unfortunately, Campos were too good today, and this man was the man on form. Beat his teammate to the win after an epic battle and helps Campos take that team championship. There's going to be some celebrations in the Campos camp tonight.
History for Campos Racing, first team's championship for them, and a 1-2 finish as well. What a result for Campos Racing. That is their first 1-2 finish as well in Formula 3. So 2 bits of history made on the same day. The first time they take a 1-2 finish in this championship, and the first time they take the team's championship as well. Sanapo and Puvazak third. Our vice champion there, Nicholas Solov as well. Red Bull Junior, the first Red Bull Junior to take a championship podium since 2021. And making history for Bulgaria as well. He's made his whole country proud, has young Nicholas Solov. Well done to Mari Boyer as well, up there on the championship podium. He's done a superb effort as well as Mari Boyer. The young Aston Martin Jr. has great things ahead for him in his career. Nicholas Solov came into this championship a very young driver after blitzing Spanish F4. Had some things to learn, but he's done that as Nicholas Solov. He's set some records. He's the record holder for wins, 5 wins to his name. and he can go on to a bright future now.
Yeah, and it's easy to forget. Sort of third year in the championship, still only 18 years old.
Exactly.
You know, he's got a lot of time to still hone his skills. We assume he'll probably move up to Formula 2 if he can find a space. It'll be good to see him. I think it would be right to see him. And into Puvazak as well. He's now got 3 wins this year.
Yeah. As you said, Nicolas Solov, he got the Red Bull back in this year, formerly Alpine, and I think Red Bull will be very happy with that appointment. To Sanopol, someone who we've seen, it's a 10-round championship, this is a long championship, you can make a lot of impact in the second half.
And it shows how much difference a really good weekend can make in the championship in that mid-pack. He came into this weekend 14th in the championship, ends in 7th. What a way to finish the season.
Yeah, absolutely sensational stuff. And well done to Noel Leon, puts Prema on the podium once again, and that's a really good effort from him. That's another podium finish for him. That's 6 for Noel Leon in terms of Formula 3, and he's not had the best of seasons at times, but a nice way to cap off his season in Formula 3. And it was very hard fought between he and Brad Benavides, who I've got to say did a really good effort leading that race for a long time.
Yeah, Benavides, you know, he's a difficult season, up and down, but when he's on, he's very much on.
Well, Noel Leon for now has the room to himself, so we'll continue on. Stromstead 6th, Belinsky 7th, Giusti, Boyer, Tramnitz. I think we need a cool-down room after that. This room is quite cool. But
yeah, plenty of air conditioning here. So we're thank goodness for that, because otherwise we would have been sweating. That was mental, Chris. Let's be honest. That was absolutely mental. And the second half of the race, we didn't really get an interruption as well. We had the 2 early safety cars, and then we went just wheel to wheel for the rest of the event. And you can see Noel Leon is going to have a fairly stacked highlights package to watch on his own in there as the Campos drivers continue their celebrations. Watching Kamara cut through the field. Yeah, I think that was the incident where Kamara is under investigation for. Then there's Ugochukwu dropping down. God, that seems like an age ago, doesn't it? Ugochukwu spinning from the Ascari.
And on our note of congratulations, well done on your first season. It's been great to have you with us in this season.
It's been a pleasure to be part of, and I'm glad that I was in the commentary box for that race specifically as well. Let's listen to what the drivers have to say in the cool-down room after that mental Formula 3 race.
You know what's the worst? Happened with him in Imola. You get drug tested after the race, after you win, so you can't drink champagne.
No way.
Yeah.
Here? Just here?
If you get tested.
Ah, okay. No, but if you get tested,
No problem. But no one's getting tested from us, I think.
But they come to you.
Wow, there we go. What scenes. Campos Racing ready to celebrate. They are very happy with that. It's been a long time coming up. Prema Racing down there. Good to see good sportsmanship between the teams as well. They've had their day of teams champions several times, the most successful, 5 times champions. But they now hand over to Campos, the 3rd teams champion.
Strong finish to the year for Prema. I think all the other teams will be keeping an eye on them from the start of next year. They know how to win an FA Formula 3 championship. They've clearly found something this weekend. Can they convert that into next year?
Noel Leon walks out onto a Formula 3 podium for the 6th time. This is his first podium since Silverstone feature race. So good to see him back. Very different conditions when he walked out onto that podium. Can enjoy this one. Nicolas Solov, our vice champion for 2025 in Formula 3, comes out and has a Red Bull Junior as well. They'll be keeping an eye on him. They'll be very proud of his efforts. But Sanopol and Puvazak led home a first 1-2 for Campos Racing and gives them a first teams championship in Formula 3. Congratulations to Sanapol Inchipuvazak. Proud day for him once again. Putting Thailand on the top step in Formula 3. He's going to go a long way, there's no doubt about that. Interested to see what he does next now, having jumped up to 7th in this championship. Will it be moving on?
Well, I doubt he'll move up. I think he'll stay maybe Formula 3 for another year. What do you think, Amy?
Yeah, definitely could be, but it'll need to be, if he's going to go and do a 3rd season in Formula 3, it'll need to be, it'll basically be win or win it stuff, I think, for him. It'll have to be a win type scenario. But for any drivers who do go and do the 3rd season, if they want to have any chance of progressing, it has to be a win, in my opinion.
2nd place for Nicolas Solov and 3rd Noel Leon. An amazing championship. It was dominated by Kamoa from the very, very beginning. And now, for the last time in 2025 for Formula 3, it's champagne time! Well, Amy, what have you made of this Formula 3 season in 2025?
It's delivered the goods and the greats, and we have seen some fantastic wheel-to-wheel racing. Most of all, it was an unpredictable year. For the first time in championship history, we moved on and got in a new car. That new car delivered us with some fantastic racing, along with giving these drivers the best chance to showcase their talent here on an F1 weekend. And that is all we could ask for as well. Great entertainment across Saturdays and Sundays, along with their Friday qualifying. And it will definitely be missed, but 2026 cannot come sooner.
It really, really can't. I mean, thanks for taking the lead on some of these, as I've been here, there and everywhere this season as well. It's a pleasure to share the box with you as well, and to all the team as well. This has been an amazing year for Formula 3. It's been dominated by Kamoa, and it has been challenged by Trident and Campos, with Campos being victorious at the end. That's it for 2025. We'll see you in 2026 when Formula 3 goes racing in Australia. Bye-bye.